What's up, guys? How's everyone doing? I thought it would be a quick and easy install, so I thought I would just install this latest COZ patch update right before I went live, but that was not the case. That was the cause for the delay of today's stream. It keeps giving me an error. I don't know why. We're gonna figure it out, though, I'm sure. I'm sure of it. Alright. But yes, that is why we're a couple minutes late starting the stream today. What's up, Wandering? Alpha? Devin? How are you guys doing? If your PC is consistently having issues with these things, so I'm just unlucky, that's all. Okay. What if I just run it again? What do you guys think happens? By the way, again, even though I've done this COZ patch like several times now, it always scares the shit out of me when I open it and it just starts playing. Oh, easy. Just the simple, plug it, or turn it off, turn it back on. Easy. Knew we'd get it, guys. No problem. This is how small the window is in my desktop, by the way. When I play this game. Because I've also significantly cropped off the edges of my desktop for to do this. Did you break it? I did, but then I fixed it. I promptly fixed it as soon as we got started. No problems here. Alright, let's tab back into the game fully. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is it broken now? Did you update it? Yeah, I updated it. I've been fucking with the update for the last, like, 30 minutes. So now we're just trying to... Oh, perfect. There we go. We're in it now. Kozupii the technician. Absolutely. I engineered this shit right back to where we needed to be. We're good now. No technical difficulties occurred. Alright. Just in time, I still wouldn't have even started yet. I managed to get it all installed and ready to go in a reasonable amount of time before even all of the YouTube notifications would have gone out, so... OP reaction win? You know. I'm sure that's coming. How is everyone doing today? I still have to like link the stream and stuff places. We're watching Spy Family with some friends. Spy Family? Oh wait, yeah, the anime. For whatever reason, I thought you were talking about the movie. Like Spy Kids. Another sprite edit, by the way, in the thumbnail today. This time of Fez's sprite. What'd you guys think? I thought it was quality. I also made that fire meme from yesterday. Great job on the thumbnail. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It took me an embarrassing long time to actually make that sprite edit. It seems like it would have been super simple. But for whatever reason, when I kept applying the black and white effect, because of how bright her uniform is by default, it just kept, like, making her suit, like, her uniform white, instead of, like, black, and I don't know why. It was, like, so hard to edit it. I think because her uniform is, like, so bright by default, and then there's, like, a weird shadow underneath it. But I eventually got it to work, but it took me like 2 hours. It should not have taken me that long. Everything I did. What are you quoting there, Devin? You just singing? You know what the next COZ patch should be? It should have the launcher music replace, like that mod launcher. Music replace the default menu music. Or like if you've beaten the game, it should do that. That would be cool. It's a rap song from the mid-2000s, yeah? Just replace this music? Yeah, I think it would be fine. I mean, I could probably do it. That's probably just like a simple like file edit, but, you know, then I'd have to do it. Plebiscite can never understand the subtext of Fez's dialogue. True. I'm hoping we can get through the Chuni today, and like she actually starts making sense. But we'll see. It might take us a minute, but we might be able to get there. Alright, we're just about ready to go. Now I've just gotta plug my shit as per usual. When did Vibin get his membership? It'll actually, his might run out today or tomorrow, unless he renews by using the join button below to get access to cool emojis. Join button not on iOS. Ah, shit, that's right. I keep forgetting. I wonder, what's the percentage of people who watch my, streams on, like, what devices? Like, how many people watch on desktop, like, on their, like, console app, on their phone? I wonder if you could look that up. I would imagine most people watch, like, on their desktop. That would be my guess. I can watch on 2 devices at the same time? Dude, that's pog. Double the viewership, Francisco. What's up, man? What's up, Jade? Watch on Roku? Nice. Isn't there a thing to check for that? There probably is. I just haven't bothered before. The only, like, analytics I've really dove into is, like, regional analytics and age analytics of, like, my demographics. So, like, I knew what games to play and stuff. I watch on PS5, chat on phone. That makes sense. That's a pretty high IQ strat. shit. The time has come. We're about ready to start, but I haven't finished, my plugging of my memes. We already actually cut out, like, all the bullshit, right? We're gonna start today's stream, unlike how we started the US stream yesterday. We're gonna get right into it with the Fez route today. We're already there. We're already ready. She's, turns out she's not just a gal being a pal with the other gals. She's actually, having a moment, it seems. Seems to be having a moment. A possible breakdown. You know, I thought she was just being pals with Remy and Nanami. But, turns out, not the case. Or maybe it is. Maybe this is just how they be pals. You know? Guess we can't judge. I also just realized that the menu music didn't change from going into, this one. She got Kool-Aid on her shirt. No! That'll never come out. Oh my god. That's gonna stain her hair. It's such a light color. Oh no. Which I'm sure, is probably like fucking, also, can we talk about how she got robbed in the Chaos Head anime? Or no, how Aoi got robbed? They gave her a normal hair color, black, but they left Fez's hair anime. When it's also just a different shade of purple. Damn. Even the anime artists thought Aoi was low tier. Not putting a spoiler tag on your Reddit memes? Because it's not a spoiler. I didn't say who the new gen killer was. The character design for the anime is horrible. I mean, there's only so much you can do when everyone wears, like, a school uniform, I feel like. Hey, what's up, Quintuple A? She's having a rough time right now. She was just bobbing for apples, in Fruit Punch. Do people bob for apples anymore? The pandemic probably, like, destroyed that, right? She's bloody? No. But yeah, I didn't spoil anything with my meme. They changed Takami's pant color for no reason. I'm probably just to differentiate him, man. Like I said, there's only so much you can do, which is why I hate school uniforms and, like, video games and anime. Because all the characters look the same. I just don't like school uniforms, man. I like when characters can look like individuals and express themselves. Which is my anime hot take that I will defend to the ends of the earth. Meme implies you is worthless. Just upvote and move on. That's all you gotta do. Consume meme, upvote and move on. Continue scrolling. Misumi got the biggest overhaul? I think the only thing that really messes up Misumi is they probably just couldn't keep his, like, poofy hair correctly. Because, like, his face still kind of looks the same. Like, it's just not the poofed out hair. It's hot sauce, not blood. YouTube, this is not what it looks like. Yeah. Because Misumi still has, like, his ear piercings and stuff. But yeah, his hair is just a bit more like fuckboy. I agree with the school uniform. I kind of like it when they wear it in ways that reflects their personality. Yeah, but like I said, there's like, even then, there's only so much you can do, right? Like, yeah, some of them might like not wear the tie. Some of them might unbutton their like school jacket. Some of them might have a bow instead of a tie. But like, I mean, they're all like variants, right? You know what I mean? Like, if you were buying that skin in Fortnite, it would just be the alternate options. It wouldn't be a different like skin. You know what I mean? It would be an accessory change, a recolor. Nothing new. Alright. Madhouse made the Chaos Head anime. Must have been a rough year. Well, Madhouse also made One Punch Man Season 2, right? And that looks pretty bad as well. I think Madhouse just is kind of the studio that, like, companies lease their manga or visual novel to if they just want, like, something done fast. Like, just to crank it out. Like, hey, can you knock this out in, like, a month? We're only going to pay you a very low-ball amount of money. They did Season 1. Oh, I thought they did Season 2. Okay. But I've seen Madhouse quality, like, vary pretty drastically. I just think it's all a matter of, like, how much money are they willing to put into it. Because Madhouse will probably crank it out pretty cheap, but it'll also look cheap. For some reason, each D-sword has a different color in the anime. I also thought that was a fine change. Just to customize the swords a little bit, differentiate them. Because they all look different when they're booted a bit. Like, Nanami's looks a bit more like pink. Aoi's looks a little bit more like black when she, like, real boots it and, like, it's activated and the colors are going or whatever. So I think that's fine. They also should be a little bit more reflective of their own personality. It's only because of the red light they're real booted. The colors of the sword mean something, though? What, them all just being blue means something? I think that's something that it's fine that they just have different colors in the show. Well, they still get that, like, light. Like, they still light up pink-red when they're real booted. But they just, like, their base sword is a different color. But they still get, like, a border color. This percent 3 stream is whack, I know, right? But, I mean, it's visually probably the same. Not too much different. This is just portable, right? FemC. Alright. We can go ahead and get started. You still doing power washing on Sunday? I think so. I think so. Borderlands? Are you talking about, like, the Borderlands video game? I didn't play Tiny Tina's Borderlands. I kind of stopped at 3. I didn't beat Borderlands 3. Alright. Let's go. Fez was bloodied, staring at us. You're playing Final Fantasy VII Remake on Sunday? Absolutely. Stay tuned for more. This is the part where I realized how big Remy's D-sword is. It's actually kind of, like, comical how big her sword is. Especially when you consider that it's two halves, so she's got to hold these, like, giant cleavers, like, in, like, one-handed. So I'm really not sure how she can do that. Because her sprite, like, her character sprite when she's holding them, makes it look like they're not that big. Because they're not even as tall as her. And she's, like, 5'2" or some shit. But here, it looks like they're 6 feet. The D-sword doesn't have weight, but it's still, like, big and impractical to swing. Why would you scream in terror? Wouldn't you just, like, try to... They aren't meant for sword fighting, but that's literally what they do. They sword fight with them. Remy and Aoi sword fight with them. Like, the very first time we see two D-sword users angry at each other, they clash by hitting the swords with each other. Immediately. And also, that's all Nerose and Takumi do. They also do a bunch of pew, 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 like Star Wars sword fighting. That's like half of their conflict is sword fighting. They're used to make delusions into reality? No. They're used for cool Spark Wars battles. Hey, Vibin, what's up, man? Next COZ patch should also add the sound effects when the D-swords move. Ah! Masumi let out a pathetic scream, then shoved me aside and flew out of the room. Masumi's kind of a dick in this route, huh? I don't like this. Which D-sword is your favorite? Fez's, I think, is the coolest. Because it's the, I feel like, the most usable. Like, actually usable of all of them. I wanted to run as well, but my legs were frozen in place. I quivered in fear. Yet at the same time, I was struck by the bewitching beauty of the blood-drenched girl, as well as the things leaning against the wall behind her. Carrie, bewitching beauty. Alright, fair enough. I couldn't move an inch from where I stood. I like the zoom. The objects resting there, as if it were the most normal thing in the world, were D-swords. At this point, do we know... We definitely don't know what Nanami's looked like in this, at this point. But I think we know Remy's. 3 of them, to be precise, including the one I'd seen her wielding before. Each one had a different shape. One had a form so strangely sophisticated it could barely pass for a sword. Hey, Jupiter, did you miss anything? No. Absolutely not. Another was shaped like a cross, its form evoking a sense of heart-rending pity. And the last one, which Fez had used before, appeared mystical, yet aerodynamic. Why did Fez have 3 D-swords? Wait, why had I assumed that a person could only have one? Maybe Aoi and Kozupii had multiple swords too.
Takumi.
She called my name, and I gulped. Hey, that one sword actually has a guard. Yeah, I think, Nanami's is probably the most useful because it's got that guard to, like, protect her hand. Fez's doesn't really have that, but Fez's would be a sword that you would just, like, swing rapidly and, like, overwhelm your opponent. Aoi's would probably be the best in an actual fight, though, as long as you were trained to use it. She began to approach me, her body surrounded by an air of elegance. I was frozen in place. Remy's is dumb, no other way about it. Yeah. Nanami's the only one. Aoi's has a guard as well, though. So, I know that thematically no one's supposed to be able to grab Nanami's. But technically, like I said, Aoi's sword design is meant to disarm, so I wonder if Nanami's sword would still prevent her from, like, losing it. Because, like I said, that fork-like sword design is, like, meant so, like, you catch another person's sword, and then you, like, spin to, like, rip the sword out of their hand. So I wonder if how that would work if Nanami and Aoi were to fight. Because Nanami would have to swing, and then Aoi would catch it, and then twist. And so it should theoretically, she's not grabbing the sword, but like Nanami's grip would be like on the sword. In theory. Her body was surrounded by an air of elegance, despite being absolutely doused in blood. I was frozen in place. Thank you, Alpha. I appreciate it. You came, after all. But why is there so much blood? Her pajamas were dyed crimson by an abundance of blood. Blood that hadn't even dried yet. The rusty smell of fresh blood seeped into my nose. This is the blood of the Black Knights. Black Knights? Is it yours? Wait, why would she want to kill the other Black Knights? Isn't her whole thing that we need the Black Knights? It is not. Then whose? Were you the one who killed them? Yeah. Fez smiled a wide smile and then giggled. You must be frightened, Takami. Yes. She stroked my cheek with her blood-soaked fingers. But what frightens you the most lies within your own heart. You must cleanse your wicked heart of impurity and safeguard only the purity that remains within. Is she telling Takami to stay a virgin? If you can achieve this, you shall obtain your D sword. Used to think Ryukishi loved repeating himself, but I guess the science adventure writers have taken his cake. Yeah, for sure. You must obtain your D sword at all costs. You are a Black Knight. You possess the strength to do so. I feel like I gotta be so dramatic every time I read Fez's lines, because that's how I picture her. She does all of her dialogue. I know the game always like describes her as like she's like got elegance and grace and stuff, but like all of her lines are so dramatic. It feels like she's like preaching a sermon. You possess the strength to summon a D sword. Okay. If I get a D sword, are you gonna kill me too? I mean, you're here to kill Black Knights, right? Do not be fooled. That is the impure wickedness swaying you. Okay. Fez peered at my face, her hand still on my cheek. Her eyes looked hollow, and yet I could sense a profound radiance buried deep within. I couldn't take my eyes off her. Black Knights hold authority over the wicked hearts. However, the wicked-hearted king was cunning. The Gladiol Saga Volume 6, Verse 250. He will gradually erode the domain of wicked hearts, reach complete dominance under a veil of silence, before at last driving them to rampage. We cannot afford to lose this battle. We must oppose the wicked-hearted king's invasion of the hearts of men. I had never made eye contact with a 3D girl for this long before. I was completely captivated by the traces of sorrow, desolation, and vigor in her eyes. I hadn't listened to a single word she'd said. That's fine. It wouldn't have mattered anyway, because it didn't make sense. Protect me! When I snapped out of the trance, I found myself muttering that. Protect me! Please! Very well. Fez nodded without a second thought. And then she brought her face closer to mine. The stench of blood grew stronger, becoming more and more overwhelming. Hot. This is how it was foretold. She whispered softly in my ear. My heart was racing. I will protect you. So please, protect me as well. With what? Unless you want to fucking hop on ESO. Nineheart can tank for you if we're doing some raids together, but I don't think there's much else I can do for you. With her body smeared in blood, she was so corrupt, so impure, and yet so bewitching at the same time. It was hard to believe that a girl like her was a student at my school, and in the same year as me, no less. There are no longer any other Black Knights who can fill this role. At first, I attempted to gather the Black Knights as prophesized, but with my strength alone, it proved impossible. But if you're here, Takami... Just like at the concert, Fez showed me a face that was unbearably seductive. A face she rarely ever showed. It's just the most plain-ass expression you've ever seen in your life. So seductive. If only it was that easy. Eventually, the gates of Cocytus will open, and when it does, the wicked-hearted king shall descend upon this world. No. That is why we must hurry and collect them. All 7 D swords. All pieces of the puzzle. You and I, together, shall summon Exodia. There were 3 D-swords leaning against the wall. In other words, 4 were left. One of them is the D-sword you must obtain yourself. I already tried. I couldn't do it. Back at O-Front, I'd come so close. But in the end, I'd thrown it all away. I'd given up completely on getting my D-sword. Do not succumb to despair. Many more opportunities shall arise. Like one right now! And then she fucking swings at him. It is already visible to you, after all. That alone is evidence you are a Black Knight. So, eventually, I'll be able to do it. If you can conquer the impurity of your wicked heart, it is certain. What was wicked heart supposed to mean? Was she saying my heart was wicked and impure because of my perverted delusions or something? Is she telling me to stop being horny? Oh god, it would not be easy to conquer that. Probably even impossible, what the fuck? Fez let go of me and returned to her bed. And right when she did, she suddenly began undoing the buttons on her pajamas. I'll be changing clothes now. Why? Well, wait! Flustered, I looked away. I figured I should probably leave the room, but right as I went to... Stay. After hearing that, I couldn't move an inch. The only thing I heard after that was the sound of Fez taking her clothes off, echoing throughout the quiet room. The hospital room wasn't very big. It was slightly larger than my base, but still pretty small. And so there I was, alone in a tiny room with Fez, and she was behind me, changing clothes. I could tell it was happening right behind my back. Shit, I was nervous. But why? It made no sense. It wasn't like I wasn't used to this kind of stuff. There was a scene just like this in that one eroge. A slime girl appears with CGs by Igashi Masema. Why do you look away, Takami? Because I shouldn't look. Aren't there cameras in the hospital? No, there's definitely not cameras in the hospital. Maybe like in the like entry places, but not in like patient rooms. My voice almost cracked as I spoke. Are you abashed? Like shy? What does that mean? Abashed. Ashamed. Of course, she couldn't just say, "Are you ashamed?" Are you not? Was she trying to tell me that it was okay to look? I mean, I wasn't into 3D girls, not even remotely. That being said, if she was giving me permission to look, I wasn't going to say no. You should be made aware. You are being fooled. My bra is padded. Those feelings of yours, they're proof of his erosion of your wicked heart. Fooled? By who? The wicked-hearted king! Of course! I casually picked up the book on the bedside in front of me. On the cover was the Gladioli Ravioli Saga, Volume 17. Who's Gladioli? A wicked existence. The manifestation of negative delusions. The collective unconsciousness of the darkness that dwells within the hearts of all. A deity that will bring about the end of the world. He goes by many names. Does the guy use a wheelchair? Is he disabled? And Fez is like, no, what the fuck? He's a mad king. He kills people. What do you mean? He does not always take a human form. I have finished changing. You may look. Boring. Not even that one outfit that she had on like at the rooftop when we were about to jump off. She went back to her school uniform. She was done changing. For some reason, she was wearing her school uniform. Indeed, for some reason. Why? We're not going back to class. Why your school uniform? Because he is drawing near. The wicked-hearted king's awakening is upon us. So what, you're going to class? We need to be ready to move at all times. Then wouldn't normal clothes be better? Yeah, okay. If you're gonna say it, give her the different sprite. What's up with the school uniform obsession? I don't get it. Whatever. What's done is done. Does this guy have anything to do with Gigalomaniacs? Gigalo... What? Like, I like that it breaks her chinny for a second. She's like, what? Fez raised her eyebrow in confusion. It seemed like she didn't know. Maybe giglomaniac was just the term that Aoi used for them. Giglomaniacs. That's what Sena called people with a D sword. And powers. She said the D sword is like a channel or something. Connected to the Dirac Sea. I suppose everyone has their own names for things. A D sword is the materialization of one's own wicked heart. That is what is written in the Book of Revelations, Volume 3, verse 11:23 p.m. It's a tome of prophecies. As she said that, her gaze was fixated on the book in my hand. Everyone seems to believe that my lyrics contain foreknowledge. This is her new Noah sprite, I see. But in truth, I simply take inspiration from the Gladioli Ravioli King. Which must mean that those are some sort of written prophecy. How did no one else notice this? A written prophecy? Are you kidding? I'm completely serious. Everything happening in Shibuya right now, and everything that will happen, has been foretold in the form of a story by Ziegler. Ziegler? The author of the book. He's since passed away, but I believe Ziegler was a great Black Knight when he was alive. I was really starting to think that Black Knights was just her term for giglomaniacs. Haven't we already made that connection? I thought we already established that. If the author of this book was a giglomaniac, then no wonder he could predict the future. I skimmed through the book I was holding, and what I saw shocked me. I'm so done saying the full title of the book. It was blank. No matter how many pages I turned, no matter where I looked inside the book, there wasn't a single word. What the hell? I turned back to check the front cover. It wasn't a normal book cover. It was almost entirely blank. All that was written was the author and the title. Not even a name of a publisher. Fez forgot that books get published, so she didn't write that on the cover. Once again, I tried flipping through the book from the beginning. Even the first page was blank. And no matter how many pages I went through, I couldn't find a single one with any writing. Is this a misprint? What do you mean? I mean, isn't it just completely blank? What? Everything is written in there. I've read through it countless times. What are you talking about? Look. I shoved the open book right in her face. I don't care what you say. That's totally blank. It's not blank at all, though. Yeah, it is. There are words written right there. Can you not see them, Takami? Was she screwing with me? Or was she being serious? Maybe Fez has been a complete nutcase all along? I'd only just realized it now? So, you cannot see them. Is this gonna be like the Yua diary thing all over again? Then you are being eroded by the wicked-hearted king. Fez was dead serious. She didn't seem to be joking. In fact, I was pretty sure I'd never see her crack a joke even once. I took another look at the book. I really didn't see anything. It really just looks blank to me. I see. Fez's shoulders drooped in disappointment, and then she took the book from my hands. Her hands were cold to the touch. Have you ever thought about it? What? Thought about what? That the shape of the world is formed by the eye of the beholder. I swear to God, if Fez starts talking to me about the world being flat, I'm going to lose it. Like, absolutely lose it. Nobody can measure the difference in perception. Concepts or cognition can never match between two people. But I can at least say this much. The difference between what you see and what I see can be attributed purely to the influence of our wicked hearts. And the wicked-hearted king is the collective of all wicked hearts. Oh my God, I can't take it anymore. Speak normal! He's about to awaken soon. And if he does, it is entirely certain that all 6.7 billion worlds in this land shall be amalgamated through the chaos, both born from the wicked-hearted king, and they shall meld together into one. Boundaries shall disappear. All shall be consolidated by the wicked hearts into a single world. Everything will be reborn in chaos, lacking any pattern, only to perish in an instant. Concepts, cognition, causality, all of them will shatter. Oh my God, she's still going. A world worth including everything, and therefore containing nothing. Like any other legend, this calamity too has been prophesized by the revelation. Was this true? Was that what was written in that blank book? If we do not act, the apocalypse will be unavoidable, and the world shall see its ending. But if we act now, you and I can stop it. We're the only ones who can. Why? Just us. Because this is my route and you're the protagonist. Fucking keep up, Takami! Hang on one second. I need another aspirin. I've had like a massive migraine since I woke up this morning. And screaming like this isn't helping, but I must continue. Guidance. The wicked-hearted king has already eroded the rest of the Black Knights. Wait, Fez had said earlier that the blood on her was from the other Black Knights. Had she killed them somewhere here in the hospital? If she had, then where were the bodies? Right as I thought that, Fez walked past me and placed her hand on the door. Where are you going? To go to the bathroom. Okay. With a deadpan expression, she answered me, then headed off without waiting for my reply. I looked around the room, trying to find more volumes of the saga, but no dice. I didn't know how many volumes there were in total, but the one I picked up before was the 17th. Volumes 1 through 16 were nowhere to be found. Of course, it was possible that she just hadn't brought them to the hospital. Luckily, there's no delusions in this route, or like in any of the routes, because I was pretty convinced that we were about to get a delusion of that bathroom scene. Glad we have narrowly avoided that. Of course, it was possible that she just hadn't brought them to the hospital. I still couldn't believe that the book was totally blank, despite seeing it with my own 2 eyes. And so, I left the room before Fez came back. Well, now she's gonna kill us. So the hospital had this corner set up on the far end of the lobby. Countless PCs were lined up there. They all had internet access, something I'd learned from the countless times I'd been here. Now that visiting hours had ended, all signs of life in the lobby had vanished. Even though it was so busy during the day, the lobby was now covered by an eerie silence, making it impossible for me to calm down. I'd definitely get kicked out if a nurse saw me, so I made a dash for the PCs. I wasn't an idiot. I knew a thing or two about Western mythos and stuff, and I'd learned it all from anime, manga, and games I'd gone through. But even with all that, I'd never heard of the Gladioli Ravioli saga. The first time I'd seen the name was when I'd looked into Fez online, so without further ado, time to look it up. I got quite a few results, way more than I expected actually, which worried me. Maybe I really was the only one who didn't know about it. But as I looked closely at the results, I noticed one common denominator. All of them had something to do with Phantasm or Fez. Whenever the saga was mentioned, it had to do with something Fez mentioned, or Phantasm's world building, and other stuff like that. It was all a bunch of hearsay. But no matter how much I searched, I couldn't find any discussion on the actual contents of the book. There was a wiki entry for it, but it barely even touched upon the premise. A series of high fantasy novels based on the Eastern European myth. Told over the course of 23 volumes, it depicts the battle between the 7 Black Knights and the King. It was written by R.C.O. Ziegler from 1929 to 1951. The series has been translated into several languages, but never gained widespread appeal due to its rather esoteric writing style. The series is no longer print in Japan, rendering it difficult to define. What? If it's no longer print in Japan, why would that specifically make it hard to find? Wouldn't it be like, I mean, couldn't it be print anywhere else? Like, if it was based in Eastern European myth, wouldn't it primarily be printed in Eastern Europe anyway? Like, specifically, Japan is the only place that prints this, whatever. If Fez wrote this article, that'd be funny. I mean, I guess there's a chance that she deluded this article into existence. That was all there was written, compared to the pages on the other legends, each of which were filled to the brim with information. This one felt a bit lacking. Even the wiki page on D-Swords went into more detail than this. And since this was Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia that anyone could edit, there was really no way to verify its accuracy. Actually, Wikipedia is a pretty valid source of information. You just have to actually, like, deep dive the sources that are all cited at the bottom of the page. Like, you shouldn't cite Wikipedia itself, but Wikipedia cites multiple sources that you can look into. So. The picture on the D-Sword page had been entirely off the mark, for example. In the end, there was one thought that kept coming to the forefront of my mind. What if this was simply a product of Fez's delusions? No. Maybe Fez was trying to create some sort of Lovecraftian mythos or something. Lovecraft himself, if I remembered correctly, had used his books to share his crazed delusions with others. If that was what Fez was doing with her songs, then all this, even though it might have sounded kind of cool, was just a load of crazy bullshit, and to make things worse, Fez didn't seem to realize that. She was confusing it with reality. Was everything Fez told me nothing but her insane delusions? Maybe the whole apocalypse thing was simply some delusion she wanted to see. Typical Chuny stuff. Tortured kids who just want to see the world burn. I guess that includes me. So if that was true, then what exactly did Fez actually want to happen? What kind of ending did she wish to reach? How did she want this legend to end? And was she someone I could trust? Bro, you just walked in on her covered in blood. I mean, what? Why would you not be like, alright, I'm gonna just walk away from this. I'm sorry. I can't be part of this. Why am I even questioning it? Fez is all I have left. All I have left is Fez. Remy was gone. Aoi was kind of scary. Kozupii was unreliable. So it didn't matter how crazy she was. She could spout delusions all day for all I cared. Fez was the only one I could rely on. Hey, what's up, Matt? I guess he doesn't know that Nanami has a D-sword, so he doesn't care. At this point in the story, he doesn't know yet. Because remember, in Common Route, we only find out that Nanami gets a D-sword in like late chapter 9 or chapter 10. Pretty much at the end of the game do we finally, does Takami figure that out. We as the reader know already. But at this point in the story, he doesn't know that that is Nanami's sword. He also doesn't know that that's Remy's sword. So yeah, she said she killed those guys, but that doesn't mean anything to Takami at this point. So even though we're currently working off the assumption that she's killed Nanami and Remy, because she's got their D-swords, Takami doesn't know that. Because the only D-swords that he knows are Aoi and Kazuki's. And Fez's, at this point in the story. And Yua also, at least in Common Route at this point, didn't have her sword. He's whining so much, even though, as far as he knows, he still has his sister. Well, also remember in Common Route, he doesn't interact with Nanami at all. I know we just did Nanami Route recently, so it's easy to think that he had a stable relationship or like any kind of relationship with his sister. But in Common Route, remember, he completely ignores Nanami because he's afraid to face the fact that she might not have her right hand or that she's a delusion, so he ignores her for several chapters. And doesn't interact with her. Plus, Fez has a D-sword. There was no denying that. And her songs really had prophesized the new gen cases, whether they were based on delusions or not. Or, new gen had been happening because her delusions were becoming reality. If anything, though, that just meant she was even more powerful than I thought. No harm in using that power to my advantage. I needed her. And luckily, for God knows what reason, she seemed to be interested in me. So as long as I took her words with a grain of salt, I'd probably be fine. Yep, it was all going to be just fine. Narrator, it was not. When I came back to the hospital room... Strike the stake! I wonder, is this the lyrics to one of her actual, like, ending route songs? And they just, like, don't have the music playing here? She's jamming. Does he think the cops just won't care that she murdered people, or does he assume that she'll just kill the cops? She'll probably just kill the cops, is probably what he's thinking. Fez was sitting on her bed eating some hospital food. Wait, she wasn't actually eating it. She was just listlessly poking her frozen tofu with chopsticks, all quietly singing. It was one of the prophetic phantasm songs, the one that foretold the third new-gen case. It was called A Contract of Blood to Seal Our Sin. Edgy. I was familiar with it myself as I bought the album. That's an actual Phantasm song? Nice. That's kind of what I figured, and they just took the instruments out for that part. In this case, Fez wasn't striking a steak. Rather, she was striking her chopsticks into her tofu. I suppose it was closer to stabbing. As soon as she saw me, she gave a faint smile, as if relieved about something. I didn't think you would come back. Where'd you go? I just wanted to look something up. So I went to use the PCs in the lobby. Sleep here tonight. With me. What? Really? I flinched instinctively at Fez's bold request. Had I tripped a flag without noticing? What do you mean? We picked all the right question options. We intentionally chose this route. Does tofu taste good? No, tofu's pretty gross. You can make it, like, taste okay, but for me, I can't get past the texture. There's actually, I did a stream where I tried tofu. Actually, I've posted, there's a video of, me doing one of those food reviews that we did with, during Steins Gate Zero, where I tried tofu on stream. The texture's a little odd. Tofu can kind of take on the flavor of whatever you, like, have with it, but the texture's weird. I definitely would have to be an acquired taste, I think. Because, like, the tofu I had was cooked with the same sauce that you would use to make orange chicken. So it tasted a lot like orange chicken, but the texture wasn't like chicken at all, so it was just a weird experience. But yeah, I have a video of me eating tofu on the channel. I think it's in the playlist Cubai Mukbangs or something. You understand texture issues? Yeah, it's just weird. Is it soft or crumbly? Depends on how you cook it. I've had more the tofu I had in that one was like chewy because it tried to like replicate chicken. But I've also had tofu that's like almost like feta cheese. Yeah, it like crumbles immediately as soon as you eat it. There's different like stiffnesses of tofu. At least I think that's how they classify it. But yeah, there's different, or maybe it's densities. There's different varieties of tofu. So you can have it be a variety of textures. But they all feel to me like just knockoffs of whatever food you're trying to get it to taste like. You gotta get your tofu stiff. No. I think you actually prefer it to be floppy. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat this tofu that I've been fucking stabbing over and over again? You may have some if you wish. No. She picked up some frozen tofu with her chopsticks and offered it to me. What is up with all these girls offering Takami like just the worst cooked meals? Last chapter, he's eating dry pasta. This chapter, he's eating frozen tofu without any seasoning or sauce. Are you only offering it because you don't want it? Yes. She pierced her lips into a smile. The hospital food is abominable. Its wicked heart is drenched in impurity. Of this I am certain. It's just gross. God damn it. Wicked Hearts this, Wicked Hearts that. Was that all she knew what to say? If the two of us were talking online, she'd have been banned for spam by now. Is it safe to eat, even if its wicked heart is tainted? But yours is already tainted, is it not, Takumi? All those boxed lunches and instant noodles. They're a prime example of tainted food. I can't take this route seriously. Holy shit. If you wish to awaken as a Black Knight, you should halt your intake of them. Can't have that much sodium in your diet, Takumi, if you want to be a proper Black Knight. Okay. What do you usually eat? Chocolate. Shouldn't that be tainted too? Was that actually all she ate? Chocolate? Talk about an unbalanced diet. Hers was even worse than mine. What the fuck? Chocolate's fine. Its sweetness has the power to repel impurity. Bullshit. You may talk fancy, but really you just have a sweet tooth. Anyhow, Takumi. Open wide. Fez brought the frozen tofu closer to my face. Yeah, I'll pass. Not really a fan of frozen tofu either. I'm good. You're just supposed to accept the offer of the, like, cute girl giving you food even if you don't like it, if she's going to spoon feed you. I cannot accept that. Oh. What the fuck was going on? This isn't fair. It was every man's dream to hear a girl say, okay, say ah, so why did it do nothing for me? Maybe it was because the food was Fez's unwanted leftovers. Or maybe it was because she was 3D. Gross. Well, she definitely wasn't going to give up trying to feed me, so I reluctantly opened my mouth. As I chewed the tofu, the broth spread throughout my mouth. Ugh, gross. Also, you knew Takumi was a bitch. She was absolutely going to accept that food. Very good. And then she patted him on the head like the little sub he is. You are one step closer to becoming a Black Knight, Takumi. I sure didn't feel closer. And now, for your vegetables. Please, no more! That's not even a CG. There's not even a CG of her, like, spoon-feeding him. Takumi is the most bottom energy character I've ever seen, for real. For real, for real. When she finished feeding me, Fez once again started going on and on about the wicked-hearted king or whatever, but this time she really got into it. Even once the sun had started setting, she seemed oblivious to the fact that the room was getting darker. Not once did she thought to turn on the lights. For the most part, though, she'd pretty much just gone in depth on the things she'd already mentioned prior to that. Nothing really new. And she wasn't exactly the most engaging storyteller, so now I was starting to get sleepy. But considering that Shogun was still out there, it probably wasn't smart to be dozing off. And that is our duty. Do you understand this? Yeah. Me, when people try to explain this fucking story to me. Yeah, I got it. I hadn't listened to a word she said, but I decided to just nod for now. But when I did, Fez squinted at me, then moved in close. Prove it. You were not listening, were you? She usually didn't show much in the way of emotion, but I guess even she could get mad under the right circumstances. Maybe I should apologize for upsetting her. It seems impurity runs deep within your wicked heart. Oh my god, again with the wicked hearts? That's how I feel whenever she fucking brings up gladioli ravioli. Give me the disoroli. I suppose we'll have to excise it before we proceed, then. The impurity that has eroded your wicked heart. If we do not, purity shall never be able to flourish within you. And then she just fucks him. Excise? Excise the demon! What was she trying to do to me? For the sound of it, some kind of terrifying heart surgery. Gave me chills just thinking about it. It seemed like my guess was off. With a slightly sorrowful expression, Fez licked her lips. I caught a quick glimpse of her pink tongue, and I must admit that moment was extremely sexy. Oh god. I shall do anything to excise your impurity. Oh god. If there's anything you desire, you must tell me. Oh no. Anything? Well, I still didn't know what she meant by excise your impurity. But, okay, first of all, though, wouldn't impurity not be giving in to your desires? I mean, I know this is just an excuse to have the sex scene here. But I need to get rid of your impurity, so what do you desire? Purity should be, like resisting your desires, right? Well then, for starters, would you kiss me? She slaps him. Don't be ridiculous. Despite the darkness, I could see the rigidness of her expression. Uh-oh. Maybe I'd gone too far. I really didn't want her to start hating me, and I definitely didn't want her to abandon me, so I rushed to apologize. Or at least I tried to. But she didn't give me the opportunity. Instead, she grabbed me by the collar and shoved me into a closet. Wait, what are you? Shh. She pressed her body against mine. And then she closed the door behind us, leaving us tightly packed inside the closet. Are they doing 7 minutes in heaven? What's happening here? The closet was incredibly cramped. It wasn't designed for people. In order for two people to fit, they had to be pressed right up against each other. It didn't help. I could feel her stifled breaths on my ear, either. Maybe it was how dark it was. The situation was really turning me on. Ooh, what's going on? The nurses are doing their rounds. Oh, so that's why we were hiding. Visitation was prohibited at night, so obviously sleeping over was too. They found out I was here, they'd kick me out. Okay, but why was Fez hiding with me? There are enemies all around us, even in this hospital. Eat your daily chocolate to remove your impurities? Yeah, I'm on it. Hershey probably doesn't count, right? I probably gotta get some real chocolate, yeah? Enemies? The Harbingers. They lie in wait for any opportunities to subjugate our hearts. Even the nurses were our enemies? Are you sure that's not just your persecution complex? Quiet. That would take a lot of chocolate for you. Nestle, isn't that the most impure of chocolates? I had no clue what brought it on, but Fez suddenly sealed my lips with hers. Okay. Okay. Interesting choices. I always feel like more intimate things like kissing and stuff are like way more awkward in visual novel experiences like this. Like, if they just banged, it would be funny. But them making make-out noises in my ear is really weird. Her lips were so soft. It was enough of a shock to make my mind go completely blank. That was when I heard the door open. At the same time, some strange mechanical sound. Whoever they were trying to be stealthy. But I still heard them come through the door. She's not here. Who could that be? I heard a female voice. I felt like I heard it before, but I couldn't exactly remember when. I worry she ran away. We're actually playing just Dead by Daylight now. We're hiding in the lockers. Could she have figured us out? You're right. Perhaps I went a little overboard with how many times I made contact. She must be talking to someone, but I couldn't hear the other person's voice. She must have been on the phone. Fez's lips were still glued to mine. Her sweet aroma lingered in the air. It smelled absolutely incredible. Oh god. The smell of sex in the room. How does Kazuki not notice? They were soft. Not just her lips. Her breasts. Her shoulders. Her hips. Her thighs. Every part of her body that pressed up against mine was soft as could be. There was probably someone really dangerous standing right outside the closet, but that thought didn't even register in my mind. I was lost in pleasure. Have you finished your mission? Are we diluting this? Because that's the sound of the terminal. Kazuki jump scare win? Oh, so that was just step 1, I see. It's about time I head for the scramble crossing then. I was upstairs, I heard Kozupii screaming. I wasn't screaming. I really wasn't. May the divine light save you, Mamoru. Who could that be? It seemed like they finished their conversation. And with that, the suspicious woman silently left the room. Sounded like Kozupii yelling at characters. I really don't think I was. I could tell that the coast was clear. It would probably be safe to come out of the closet now. How did Kazuki not hear them, like, making out in the closet? That wouldn't be quiet. But Fez still hadn't let go of me. In fact, I think I've been rather quiet because I'm trying to sound all seductive. And then, for only a moment, she pulled her lips away from mine. She looked at me, tears welling in her eyes. I will be your guide, and you, the Messiah. It has been decided. Therefore, I will do anything. Any wish you have, I shall grant it. I didn't really get what she was trying to say. I figured she was probably just spewing her crazy delusions again. But either way, I didn't mind. Fez kissed me again. Except this time it was nothing like before. This time, Fez's tongue, slick with saliva, forced my mouth open and shoved its way deep inside and coiled around my own. What a gross way to describe making out. Good God. Nothing else mattered anymore. I just let myself give in to the pleasure, embracing Fez's slender, supple hips. It was becoming hard to breathe. When I tried inhaling, I just ended up sucking in Fez's hot breath. Do you think she's actually, like, making out with the microphone right now? Like, to make this voice effect? Fez's saliva spilled into my mouth. Why? That's not... Making out isn't like that. What? I've never made out with someone and just got... as their saliva was noticeable enough to spill into my mouth. That's such a gross description. What? It tasted incredibly sweet. I swallowed it with gulps. My brain paralyzed, mesmerized to its core. I never expected the touch of a 3D girl to feel this good. I heard a sharp sound off in the distance. Startled by the noise, Fez backed away. What was that sound? Her lips were soaked in the mixture of our saliva. Even in darkness, it was clearly visible. I couldn't care less about the sound. I just wanted to get back to making out. If possible, go further beyond. Hell yeah, losing my V-card. Wait, hold on. Had Fez been with other men before? If so, then wouldn't that kind of bring down the whole experience? Or maybe eroge just rotted my brain. Yeah, absolutely, it would not bring down the experience. Hooking up with someone who's also never hooked up with someone before is really awkward. Nah, there was no way Fez had past experience. No normie would stick their dick in someone this crazy after all. Even Masumi ran away from her. You mustn't take this lightly. Fez slapped me. My hopes and dreams were dashed in an instant. I mean, she might just be into that. The slaps are totally part of it sometimes for some people. In their place, anxiety arose. I felt like I was about to cry. God, Takami's not even a good submissive. Come on, dude. Fez was staring daggers at me, but I couldn't help but cling on to her all the same. I'm sorry. The D-swords have been taken. Did Kazuki take them? I guess if she had the terminal, she would have seen it. Please don't hate me. Do not allow yourself to be dominated by your wicked heart. Let it instead be absorbed into yourself. People are into making people genuinely cry? Well, yeah, but even then, like, you gotta get, like, roughed up a bit more by your dominant than just getting slapped before you start crying. I'm not kink-shaming Fez. I'm shaming just how weak of a submissive Takami is. One slap and he's already ready to get the waterworks going? Weak shit, bro. If you do not overcome your wicked heart, you will never awaken as a Black Knight. Even with a terminal, I don't think normal people can see not real booted D-swords. Well, then where'd they go? The D-swords aren't here now. Never forget this. Okay. Pretty sure the reason I gotten all turned on was because of the kiss, not all this wicked heart stuff. But I couldn't be bothered trying to argue with her. Let's go. Go where? That sound we heard. That was a gunshot. Okay, haven't you seen a horror movie before? We're not supposed to go to the sound of the gunfire without a gun ourselves. A gunshot? Here? In Japan? In a hospital? Which Chaos Head character is the most top energy? Oh, easy, Aoi. Easy answer. Not even, like, close. Aoi or Yandere Mia? Those are the two. No one else really does. At least you're somewhat normal. What do you mean? Remember, this is in Japan, not USA. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. In Japan, you wouldn't go towards gunfire. In America, in the USA, you might go towards gunfire because you probably have your own gun, and you're like, "Fuck yeah, this is the moment I've been waiting for." The hero citizen scenario, where I take down the gunman. In Japan, without a gun yourself, you'd be going the opposite way. It hadn't sounded like a gun to me. Then again, I'd only ever heard them in movies and vidya, so it wasn't like I had any frame of reference as to what a real one sounded like. Actually, most video games use like real guns for sound effects. Like Halo and Call of Duty use real guns. I guess I don't know if some other games do that, but Halo and Call of Duty use real gun sound effects. Even if that was a gunshot, what do you expect us to do about it? This too has been foretold. What? The battle against the wicked-hearted king has already begun. The hearts of the Black Knights are soon to perish. Didn't you already kill 2 of them? So we must retrieve them. The D-swords. Oh, so what, this route we kind of just let all the other D-sword wielders die? That is the only thing we can do. The Black Knights? We're going to perish? Had that bullet we heard been fired at someone? Well, we're certainly not at a gun range, so probably. We should call the police. Uh-oh, Takami. I have bad news. I think the people involved in that gunfight might be the police. That would serve no purpose. The police have long since been dominated by wicked hearts. We were reaching unprecedented levels of crazy here. Fez had completely lost it. The Gladioli saga was nothing more than a delusion of hers. Everything she'd said was nothing more than a delusion of hers. I'd asked myself earlier what kind of ending she wished to reach, and I was still asking. Seriously, what was her end goal here? What the hell was I supposed to do? Come now, Takumi. Fez was already on her way out. I hesitated to follow her. That was when I realized. The 3 D-swords leaning against the window were wrong. I noticed that shit like 25 lines earlier, baby. Let's go. Takumi, slow on the uptake. Had she taken them? I bit my lip, hesitating for just a moment longer, but in the end I decided to follow after her. But I mean, even if someone, like, physically takes her D-sword, right? Can't she just re-summon it? Like, that's how that works, right? Fez had gone straight for the rooftop. It's almost as if she knew exactly where the gunshot had come from. Well, it's not hard to deduce where gunshots have come from if you're in the same building. There was no hesitation as she walked. Guns are like super fucking loud. The hospital roof had been turned into some sort of garden. The plants were all fully grown and the flowers were in full bloom. But it was too dark to tell what color they were. No, they're like red and pink. I hid behind Fez and took a look around. I couldn't sense anyone there. In fact, I didn't sense any signs of life at all. Had the gunshot come from here? And even if it had, who fired it? Guns weren't exactly common in Japan. We should leave. If we stay, we might get shot. But Fez didn't listen to my pleas. Instead, she moved farther into the garden, meaning I pretty much had to follow her. And then I saw a dim blue light in front of me. It was extremely faint, as if it'd go out at any moment, but it was undeniably there, flickering in the darkness. It's a D-sword. Man, they really love the design of Yua's D-sword. It gets, like, all the flashy scenes. Like, everyone else's D-sword when shown is like that JPEG over a purple background. Hers is actually designed into the ground and stuff. They just love Yua's D-sword. Whoever designed that was probably the head, like, artist. Or, like, the lead artist. And just wanted to keep showing off his D-sword design. It was unendingly elegant, and yet it possessed a razor-sharp edge, as if it longed to cut down all around it. Its presence completely otherworldly. Two people were lying on the concrete near the D-sword. I recognized them. Yua! The girl in the school uniform, with eyes pointed up at the sky, was Yua, no doubt about it. What was she doing here? The girl in the school uniform. Do you realize how little that narrows it down? And the other person was a middle-aged man. Looking at him closely, I realized it was the same detective that had questioned me after the crucifixion case. They were both lying down on the ground, completely still. I carefully approached them. That was when I noticed the puddle of blood around them. I jumped back in shock, but it was too late. Crimson liquid colored the bottom of my shoes. The detective's body was especially soaked in blood. Yua, on the other hand, didn't seem to be wounded. What happened here? Why were Yua and the detective together? Now that I knew there was a detective involved, the gunshot made more sense. But who had he shot at? Yua? A million questions raced through my head. So many, in fact, I couldn't even begin to organize them. I couldn't handle the confusion, so I turned to Fez for help. Looking as solemn as ever, she ignored the detective and approached Yua's body, stopping right in front of the pool of blood. She kneeled beside Yua and felt her neck with her fingers. There's a pulse. Her body still lives. Why did you specify as the body? But her heart does not, it has perished? What? As for the man, his end has already come. So this is kind of what I thought was going to happen in the common route. When Bon got shot, that Yua would be there to try and save Bon. But it looks like it didn't work out for her. She was speaking in her usual indifferent tone. How can you be so calm right now? That guy's dead! It's as I said before. This has been foretold. The fuck do you mean, foretold? Are you sure this isn't a delusion you wished would become reality or something? Fez saves Yua in the normal route? Yeah. But just from her own delusion, right? It's possible. But there's no way to know for certain. What? It's of no consequence. The origin matters not. Then Fez stood up. And pulled her D-sword out of thin air. So I was right that even if someone physically took her D-sword or whatever, she could just summon it again. She took her D-sword, glowing bright red, and touched it against the D-sword that was struck in the ground. Suddenly, a high-pitched resonance reverberated through the air. A resonance so shrill, it felt like a drill was carving a hole in my ear. Or at least, that was the image the feeling invoked. Immediately after the sound began, the shape of the two D-swords began to effortlessly distort. The transformation completely ignored the laws of physics. It was like they were made of liquid or clay. The two swords warped repeatedly as if writhing in pain. The resonating sound only got worse. Unable to bear it, I tried plugging my ears, but it didn't help in the slightest. See what I mean? The other swords just get this JPEG on a purple background. Until suddenly, a shockwave ripped through the air. Before I could begin to understand what was happening, the D-sword in the ground was in Fez's left hand. The CG doesn't portray that. What? Fez must have been in agony. Her expression made that very clear. But only a moment later, she looked at me and smiled. She was even blushing slightly, almost like she was aroused or something. This is the fourth one. Even though there were corpses right in front of her, and whoever shot the middle-aged detective was probably still nearby, how could you put that sword over literally anything else? Was it really that necessary to get the ending she wished? Did she really need all 7 D-swords? Now you know what happened to the others? No, I don't. Because she's still holding Yua's D-sword. It didn't, like, get absorbed or something. And I also don't know why she's in agony. Does this king even exist? She absorbed it? No, she didn't. The D-sword on the ground was in Fez's left hand. So she's like dual-wielding them. She has her sword and Yua's sword. The D-sword in the ground was in Fez's left hand. She's just holding them both now. All those who have become giglomaniacs broke at some point in their lives. Did you upgrade the patch? I did. I remembered what Aoi had told me. I suppose that meant Fez had broken at some point. Did that mean I'd eventually break too? Well, the eventually was probably unnecessary. After all, I already felt like I was going to break thanks to everything happening. Fez quickly erased the D-swords. See? Plural. The 2 of them vanished, as if dissipating into the air itself. So she was still holding both of them. I'm not crazy. The 2 of them vanished. She was holding them both. So we still don't know what's going on with the other 2. So, should we report this to the police? Yua was my enemy. I wouldn't lose any sleep about leaving her body here among all the carnage. But I already stepped in the blood. My shoes were leaving red footprints all over the pavement, which would yet again be enough to make me a suspect. We will not be doing that. A wave of relief washed over me. Fez was gazing up at the night sky. Her expression still seems slightly sorrowful. I feel like you would want to contact the police, though, to explain why you're... It's not spoiler, it's common sense. No, it's not. I mean, my conclusion was that Kazuki took them, because she had a terminal with her. But yeah, he stepped in the blood. You would want to contact the police to explain. Like, hey, I heard a gunshot, I ran up onto the roof, because it was dark, I couldn't see, I stepped in the blood. It might make him kind of a suspect, but certainly less than that. It's drawing near. Drawing near? What was? According to Ziegler's prophecy, Gladiole awakening is upon us. Yeah, you've said that like a fucking dozen times. Be vigilant, Takami. A calamity is about to befall this world. Yeah, I know. You said that a couple times already. You are about to experience a world, the likes of which you've never seen before. But you mustn't lose heart. If you do, overthrowing Gladiole will be impossible. I feel like she just speaks in circles. She just keeps saying the same stuff. Okay. Fez's voice lacked its usual composure. It was almost like she was scared. Would it really be that bad, whatever was about to happen? Or should I say the delusion she was about to turn into reality? I'm not ready yet. Then hurry and ready yourself. We're out of time. Ready myself? Colonel, that's easier said than done. I don't even know what you think is supposed to happen, so what am I supposed to do? The worlds shall soon fuse. Their consolidation has begun. She's just never gonna explain what the fuck she's talking about. Fez mumbled that to herself, looking up at the sky. I decided to look up at it too. Wow. In the sky, I could see a single spot dyed a vivid white. A white so bright, it struck out like a sore thumb in the night sky. What was that? I gulped. Come to think of it, hadn't some people reported that the sky had turned white right before the last earthquake? The white spot was gradually expanding. It had an inexplicable sense of restlessness to it. It left me speechless. Gladiole is awakened! The earth trembled, the building shook. It wasn't just the building shaking. Everything was. The white spot in the sky grew bigger. Then, we were immediately assaulted by a violent buzzing noise. One that sounded similar to the resonance of the D-sword before. My head felt like it would explode. And then... What had Shogun been doing in Yua's route? Don't worry about Yua's route. Nothing made sense in Yua's route and nothing happened. It wasn't real. The world was dyed completely white. Shogun was just simply fucking noiding out, bro. Or in another goddamn coma. Was I dreaming? Even though it had only been a moment ago, or even though it had been white a moment ago, the sky was dyed red. The world itself had turned into a rusty vermilion. This couldn't be real. It had to be another delusion. Or at least that was what I tried to tell myself. All across the sky, I could see clouds upon clouds of a black miasma. All of this is red, but okay. They seemed almost humanoid in shape. They had to be illusions, even if they were unusually vivid. The clouds of haze spontaneously flickered in and out of sight. Even though I thought one had disappeared, it would pop up somewhere else a moment later. The blots of black miasma were innumerable. Just looking at them made me feel uncomfortable. There was this intense, rotten-smelling stench. It was so bad it nearly brought me to vomit. I didn't want to be here even for a second longer. The feeling was as strong as could be. Shogun got cringed out of the route. Yeah, exactly. When I came to, the sky had brightened up a little, and Shibuya had transformed into a city of death. The hospital was still standing, but cracks ran up the walls, and the interior was in complete disarray. I had only barely managed to make it out. The entrance to the outpatient clinic was swarmed with ambulances. The place was overflowing with people trampling over each other, fighting for medical attention. So what, did Fez just drop us here? When I'd woken up, Fez smiled at me and said, "Let's return to Shibuya." It had been just before 6 a.m. at that point, which meant that I'd been out for over 10 hours. Yua's body was nowhere to be found. I asked Fez if she knew what happened to it, but she didn't seem to know. I think I know what Fez did. No, not this destroyed building. Man, we're seeing this a lot in these different routes, aren't we? Oh, and it's the Minecraft digging noise again. Shibuya was hardly a 5-minute train ride from Yoyogi, but due to the earthquake, all public transport was on hold. The railroad had been torn to shreds, meaning there was no way it was going to be restored within the day. So we were forced to walk, something that was harder than it sounds. The road was full of holes and rubble from fallen buildings that was constantly in our way. It was difficult to even walk in a straight line. As a result, the trip back to Shibuya ended up being a 3-hour struggle. The surrounding area had been completely annihilated. Almost all of the buildings had collapsed. Countless bodies were strewn out all around us. They were so pitiful, I couldn't stand to look at them. There was also a number of people still alive. Some were like us, just wandering along in complete shock, while others were crouched by the rubble, waiting for help to arrive. And of course, there were many people clinging onto the dead bodies as they bawled their eyes out. When is the game gonna say that people are just vibing? This is like the third just wandering camo we've had. Or cameo. No vibing guys to be seen. No one just vibing to the will of Gladioli and the earthquake, you know what I mean? Where's the vibes? Even though they had survived, they all seemed dead. Like the trauma had drained them of every ounce of life they'd once had. The terrible odor of blood and dust filled the air, making even the act of breathing completely unbearable. Was this Gladiol's doing? Was Gladiol the name of the earthquake, maybe? I suppose that would make sense. They always gave hurricanes names in America, like Andrew or Katrina. Was this how Fez wanted things to end? Was this the ending she wished to reach? And then again, if you wanted to bring about the apocalypse, this would probably be the best way to do it. There was no way a single person could cause a catastrophe on this scale, even with the powers of a giglomaniac, or a Black Knight, as Fez liked to call them. She said that the worlds shall fuse, and all shall be consolidated, or whatever. But what had she meant by that? While following behind Fez through the city, I took a peek at the other side of her face. Unsurprisingly, even Fez had turned pale when faced with the current state of Shibuya. She walked in silence, clenching her jaw as if trying to endure an intense pain. Listen up, everyone! This place is dangerous! We all have to hurry to the evacuation site. A middle-aged man in a suit was screaming into the crowd. He was calling out to all the survivors in the area, us included. If you stay here waiting for help, night'll hit before you know it. But if you go now, you can make it to the evacuation site before. Please, don't stay here any longer. Even if it hurts to stand, you gotta get up and get out of here. We've already escaped death once, and we owe it to the dead to keep on living. Oh man, what a heroic speech. Where the hell did that old guy gotten so much energy from? A few people listened and started moving towards him, but most people stayed put. Fez didn't even look at him. She just kept moving toward her destination, and I had no choice but to follow. Suddenly, I felt a throbbing pain in my forehead. Ever since we'd left Yoyogi, I had been getting headaches just like this. Stand up! Why aren't you listening? It's dangerous! You could get crushed by the rubble! I just want all of you to survive! My head hurts. What the... Suddenly, the world was dyed red once more. The sky was covered by vermilion clouds. It wasn't exactly the same thing I'd seen in my dream. Or it was the exact same thing I'd seen in my dream. The asphalt of the road, the concrete of the debris, the buildings, the shattered glass on the ground, the abandoned, broken-down cars, the uprooted trees from the sidewalk. All of it had been corroded, overtaken by rust. That reminds me of that one, That reminds me of that one, SCP dude that, shits rust. You guys remember that? That's an old reference. That dude that's, made of concrete and shits rust. SCPs are weird, bro. That's a thing? Yeah. He's that SCP that's, the weird, concrete block or whatever. He's the first one in that game. Fuck, what's it called? SCP game containment breach. SCPs in SCP containment breach. You have to, you, can't blink while looking at it or something? Fuck. Why can't I figure out its name? Peanut? Yeah, SCP Peanut, I think. Is that it? There you go. Yeah. Yeah, he's made of concrete and rebar. And the whole reason that they the whole reason they give for in the game that all the prisoners have to enter that SCP Peanut's room is because it just shits rust all over the floor. And if they don't, clean it up, the rust will, eventually corrode the whole facility or whatever. I could be getting it wrong. It might not be specifically rust, but it's definitely just, leaked corrosive fluid or something. I don't know. It's gross. Coffee dispenser, can you give me a cup of joe? Yeah. My favorite SCP is the coffee dispenser? Yeah, whatever. That one. Definitely not the one I'm referencing, but yeah. Remember when that SCP game was like the big YouTube phenomenon for a while? That game actually seemed freaky. It definitely had the ambiance right, and like the graphics were just low enough quality where it was kind of just weird. There's something about that era of horror games to me that like freaks me out. Just like that low quality graphics. Like sometimes if you get too HD, it's like not scary anymore because like I know it's not real, you know. Anyway, someone's laughing like a madman. Maniacal laughter echoed throughout the area. It was coming from the same person who had been trying to get everyone to take refuge just a second ago. His body was covered in a cloud of black miasma. So is Takami waking up in this route then? Or like awakening to his D-Sword or something here? It wasn't just him. Excluding the dead bodies, there were clouds of miasma around everyone I could see. Seems like this is a weird reason for him to break. The hazes were nearly human-sized. They swayed back and forth rhythmically, each one unusually vivid. It was a horrifying sight. It was exactly like my dream. What dream? I don't remember this dream. Yeah! The man's laughter was starting to annoy me. Looking back toward him, I noticed that for some odd reason. He had an assault rifle pointed at me. The police are gone, so I can kill as many people as I want! I started spraying bullets. Okay. I immediately hit the ground. I'd been shot. Or so I thought. I'd undoubtedly been standing right in his line of fire. But I didn't feel any pain. I lifted up my head to double check. Please go to the evacuation site. They have water, food, and blankets too. There's no reason to stay here. He wasn't holding a gun anymore. He was just pleading with the crowd around him. So please, keep fighting to survive. Don't die in vain. But it changed suddenly. For a split second, the man's body was covered in static. Before the static, he had raised his hand up in the air. But after that, the hand was holding a gun. Doing that so quickly was humanly impossible. It was barely even coherent. It couldn't possibly be real. It was almost like watching a movie with several jarring jump cuts. And then he started firing again. The people that were shot fell to the ground, blood spurting everywhere. Their screams echoed through the air. Yet somehow none of the bullets hit me. It really felt like I was in a movie. It wasn't real life.
Takumi.
When I heard my name, I came back to my senses. Fez was staring at me. She looked like she was about to say something. But in the end, she didn't. She simply turned her back and kept on walking. I looked at the sky. It was cloudy, but not red. The surrounding scenery was overcast by a dark gray. No vermilion in sight. The shooter had gone back to pleading with everyone to evacuate. All the people who had been shot were now unarmed, and none of them were engulfed by a black miasma. What the hell just happened? Another one of my delusions? I wonder, yeah, if that was him awakening, because that, same fired, visual overlay was when he was awakening the first time. If it actually had been, then I must have really lost my touch. That delusion hadn't even been slightly realistic. It'd been like a movie or a video game or something.
Takumi, 早く来て.
Takumi, hurry. Fez urged me forward. Where the hell was she going? Was she headed for the evacuation site? The one that guy was yelling about? Unlikely. But if that was true, then she wasn't going the right way. Instead, she went right into the Kashiri Line station. What the hell was she thinking? She has a sense for the other D-sword users, I'm sure. There were no staff members at the station, and the trains were all stopped in place. Fez made her way down to the tracks and started walking along them. Naturally, the tunnel was pitch black. It wasn't even designed to be traversed on foot. After all, it hadn't collapsed yet, but it felt like it was only a matter of time before it did. I would never have imagined that I'd have ended up walking on railroad tracks like this. What an adventure, though. They should make a movie about it. Or they could make an animated series of only 12 episodes about it. Wait, pretty sure there already was one. Granted, it had come out before I was born, so obviously I hadn't seen it. I just knew it was about some people walking down railroad tracks to find a body. Meanwhile, walking through this underground tunnel wasn't nearly as exciting. If we continued along this route, we'd eventually pass by a Shinsen. All these fucking train stations. Getting in and out of Shibuya had been made incredibly difficult, so using the subway tunnels was actually a pretty good escape plan. But we had started in a Yoyogi, and now we were heading towards Shibuya, so something told me Fez wasn't using this as an escape route. Where are we going? To Shibuya. What? Shinsen Station. What the hell was the point of going there? Maybe she was actually planning to head to Suime from there. Or maybe my base? Actually, I never told her where my base was, so probably not the second one. Speaking of which, I wondered if Seira survived. What if the Kurenai conference hall had collapsed because of the earthquake? Oh god, all my poor waifus could be buried in the rubble! Suddenly, my trivial concerns were interrupted by a bright light. Oh, I thought a train was coming. I thought Seira was going to pop out of the tunnel again, you know what I mean? There was a railroad crossing right before Shinsen Station, where light from the sky peeked in from above. After the crossing, the rails went into another dark tunnel, and after that was the it's such a tongue twister. Shinsen Station platform. The lights of the platform were out, likely due to the earthquake. It was pretty dark. There was almost no one around. All I could see were two girls sitting on the platform. Judging by their uniforms, they were Suime students. Fez approached them without a hint of hesitation. Maybe she knew them. As we got closer, their figures in the darkness became clear. My brow furrowed. She'd literally do anything that kind of sounds like a suck-up? No, it was a come-on. I felt like I'd seen them somewhere before. And then I realized exactly who they were. Owie! Kozupii! But something was wrong with them. They should have been able to hear us coming. But they didn't even turn to look at us. They just sat there, their heads looking down at the ground, not moving.
Sena? Kozupii?
Kozupii! No, you gotta say it. Kozupii! I tried calling out to them, but the two still didn't respond. What the hell was up with them? They're dead. The hearts of the Black Knights are soon to perish. We must retrieve them, the D-swords. Wait, no fucking way! I rushed over to the girls in a panic, then peered into Aoi's eyes. No! This is just they just reused the CG where she gets knocked back by her father in the common route, but they grayed out her face. Her eyes were devoid of life, completely hollow. With no light left in them, they stared into nothingness. Those eyes of hers, always glaring at everyone and everything, not a single trace of them remained. Those eyes? Whose eyes? Man, Fez's route got the fucking cheap, got no budget. Was Fez's route designed last? She's only gotten one kind of new sprite. And then they just reused CGs. She was trying to murmur something, but her voice was so incredibly faint. All that came out was a mere croak. I couldn't make out a single word she said. Kozupii was the same. The light behind her eyes had died out. Her mouth hung open, drool trickling down her cheek. She tried to speak, but her voice was too hoarse to understand. You got the Fez make-out CG, but all the routes had like a make-out CG with the girl. Something had happened to them. What the hell was going on in this city? I was absolutely clueless. So I turned to Fez for answers, but she didn't even seem remotely interested in their fates. Their D-swords were lying nearby. Fez took her own sword and brought it near them. The same shrill sound from before reverberated throughout the station. The 3 D-swords began to warp and transform. Then came the shockwave, assaulting my body like a fierce gust of wind. And once it passed, Fez was holding both Aoi and Kozupi's D-swords. See, she's holding them. That makes 6. Blushing in arousal, Fez looked at me. Why is she aroused? Takami. The only one left is yours. You must obtain it. How the hell could she be so calm right now? My frustration was then met by the same throbbing pain in my head as before. The world turned red once again. Everything began rusting, rotting, and eroding away. I could smell a strong odor coming from Kozupii. Kozupii rose up from the ground. Her entire body was dyed red. Was that blood or rust? Kozupi's gonna kill you! Kozupii raised her head. Her face was covered by a black miasma. The sheer bloodthirst coming from her eyes was terrifying. Is bloodthirst a real word? I've only heard bloodlust before. Kozupii stretched out her thin arms as if to try and strangle me. But when I blinked, she somehow ended up back on the ground, her head hanging downward. She had an indescribable expression on her face. Kozupi's gonna kill you! I like how she looks here. Static rang in my ears, and Kozupii instantly teleported beside me. Nothing personal, kid. And then she took out her D-sword and stabbed me. The black miasma grazed my shoulder. A ghastly cold sent a chill down my spine. Kozupi's gonna kill everyone. You're next, Takumi. Kozupi's mirror will shred you to pieces. Her whispers were emotionless and robotic, but that only made them all the more horrifying. I blinked once more. So is her sword called Mirror, I take it? Aoi's body was slumped over on the ground. She'd been cut to pieces. What? Kozupii violently swung down her arms and stabbed Aoi in the head with a shard of glass. Dark blood stained Aoi's long, beautiful, purple hair. Kozupii raised the piece of glass in the air and stabbed her once more. Static. Now Kozupii was on the ground instead of Aoi. And Aoi had mounted a homeless man that had appeared out of nowhere. Her head was buried in his shoulder. Her head was moving up and down constantly. What was she doing? Her hair was covering her face, so I couldn't tell. That is, until she looked up. The man's shoulder was stained in blood, his flesh minced like ground beef, and I could even make out a little bit of pink muscle glistening from within. Wait, no. Was it blood? Muscle? Rust? Dad,
I
you taste so good. She turned around, and I could see now the blood surrounding her mouth. She was chewing on something, devouring it. My legs trembled. In the second I lost my balance and collapsed to the ground, the world returned to its original color. My headache vanished too. I pressed my hand against my forehead and shook my head intensely. I felt extremely sick, like I was about to vomit. It didn't really feel like a panic attack or shock or anything like that. It was more like a poison was slowly trickling through my veins, spreading through my entire body. One that hit me with a horrible sinking feeling that weighed heavily on my mind. I raised my head and looked at the girls. They were still where they had been originally, on the ground, motionless.
どうしたの?
What happened? I don't know, I fucking noited out. Fez held out her hand. It was the same look from earlier, one that told me she had more to say. I took her hand and stood up from the ground. Whose route is next? We must be towards the end of this route then, if you're already asking whose route's next. Is that the case? Let's see whose route's next. Kozupii is next. I guess we'll get to Kazuki's route today. For everyone being hyped about the Fez route, it's been a rather quiet stream so far. We kind of sped through the Fez route, nothing to tangent off of. An afterthought. Tragic. We left the girls as they were. I wanted to help them, but I really didn't have the strength to do so. And Fez just didn't care in the slightest. I'm playing Superliminal? What's that? We don't chat, you go faster? Well, right, but that's boring. Because then what makes it different than you just reading it yourself? Fez didn't care in the slightest. We made our way back towards Shibuya Station. How to make you by talking. For the Aoi route, you could just have a pic of Laura and a purple crayon over her hair. Yeah. I could do something with Laura. Or, with Aoi. Hang on one second. I will be right back. slow at reading. Are we sure this isn't Cubai? How dare you? I at least read. Hey, Calliman. Welcome to the stream. I'm sorry you had to get rid of your dog, buddy. But it's true. The struggle for dogs to, live in apartments. Rip. I think we had a bunch of new people show up while I was gone. And then immediately left because they're like, no one even streams here. R.I.P. R.I.P. Well, we tried. What can you do? At least they clicked. Anyway, we were going back to Shibuya fucking still. On the way, we saw countless wounded people on the ground. Just as many dead bodies lying there. Did you see where I explained what superliminal is? Yeah, I did. It's a first-person puzzle game. Is it like a... Yeah, that'll work too. But you could also send me the Steam store link. I'm down for that. Or I could pull it up. Let me see. I'll pull it up right now. Oh, this reminds me of, the Stanley Parable. The most recommended review for this game, Superliminal, is if your IQ is not high, don't play this game. I do not have an IQ, and then he doesn't recommend the game. Fair enough, bro. He knew what he was working with, and he said, this ain't for me. Oh my god, there's a new Fatal Frame game that comes out next week? Bro, I've been wanting to play a Fatal Frame game so bad. I think this Fatal Frame game coming out next week might actually be my excuse to play it. Hey, Calliman. Man, I want to play some Fatal Frame. I used to play Fatal Frame with my mom when I was a kid. She was really into Fatal Frame. Next week's stream idea? Yeah, I might do that. I don't know, though. But yeah, I might stream this Fatal Frame game. It comes out Wednesday next week. Yeah, maybe I'll check it out. We might do that. You finally beat Forbidden West? I feel like you've been playing Forbidden West for, like, months now. Congrats, dude. DLC comes out soon for what? Forbidden West? Let's start Cyberpunk, Skyrim, or Scarlet Nexus. I would... Don't start either of those games. How did the Outer Worlds get re-released? Tales of Arise. I didn't get too into that game. I tried it. It wasn't really for me. Dude, why are there so many games coming out next week? What the hell? The Fire Emblem Engage DLC comes out next week too. Buy them all. Well, if people want to start making some donations to the stream real quick, I can definitely buy them all. Stop making me suffer from all the plate sounds. Alright. We'll get out of the theme store. I'll keep going. Alright. Let's ride. We'll get rid of the plates. On the way, we saw countless wounded people. Fez looked at the sky with her usual distant expression. Trying to stave off my nausea, I asked her a question. I feel like half of the lines in this route are either Fez speaking in circles, or Takami describing Fez looking up at the sky, in like a multitude of different ways. What sort of ending are you aiming for here? Metal Arms stream, one and done. Like, you want me to stream Metal Arms again? Joe, I think, would also be really happy about that. Ending? Remy was missing in action. Aoi and Kozupii both had their minds broke. Fez had already taken the D-swords from all of the Giglomaniac girls. Or maybe stolen would be more appropriate. She had to have orchestrated all of it. How could she not have? There was no way she just happened to find a bunch of out-for-the-count, mind-broken Giglomaniacs that all had their D-swords out. What is Joe's other account called? Like Metal Arms Enthusiast or something. Yes, with Facecam. So the problem is, my Metal Arms Glitch in the System playthrough is like my second most playthrough on my YouTube channel. And I would stream it again, but I'm terrified that if I stream it, it would mess up, like, the views that it gets in the algorithm. Because it still pretty consistently gets viewed. It's like one of my oldest playthroughs that actually still gets views. So I just kind of don't want to mess with it. I don't want to, like, break whatever, like, magic is working there. It's like one of the few things in the YouTube algorithm that's ever, like, worked in my favor is that game. Do you think it'll help? I don't know. There's some big YouTuber that finally made a video that's, like, a little bit more popular than mine. 2 years ago, he, like, recently did a video on it. But I still get a decent amount of views. But yeah, I mean, I could probably beat it in one stream. Watch the old VOD, but it would be cool to do with updated commentary. Yeah. It could be, for sure. I love the game, and I always will. But, I'm just so nervous that I would mess up whatever it's got going in the YouTube algorithm. That is, yeah, one of my OG games. I think the first game I did, like, a full, like, legit playthrough of. Back in the young days. I think I was still... Yeah, I was still in high school at the time. And also, I did this really awful technique that ruined the quality of the videos, but I thought was cool. where I stretched the videos from 4:3 because the game was in 4:3, and made the video a full 16:9. So I just stretched the game out. It looks like shit. Your first Chaos Head VOD's about to break 1K. Yeah, I saw that yesterday. It was at like 950. Where's the company that made that game? Tragically, the game was... So the studio that made Metal Arms was bought by Blizzard. And they were assigned to make StarCraft Ghosts. That game where you played as Nova on the original Xbox. It was like a third-person shooter thing, but then it got canceled. And so the studio also got closed down after that. It is a terrifying tale, a tale most tragic and sad. I cry every time. But yeah, the first Chaos Head VOD is now at 975. Not bad, not bad. The second one's almost at 500, so, like, only a 50% fall-off rate. That's not bad. For a long play of a game, 50% fall-off is not bad. Alright, we were trying to say vibin'. Try to watch old VODs with the new live tab? What do you mean? A remake would be nice? Yeah, unfortunately a remake will never happen. It did get republished on the Xbox 360 a couple of years ago with slightly better graphics, but that's probably the best like port you're gonna get. There was just no way she could have not orchestrated everything. If she was behind it all, then the earthquake was her doing, and Gladiole was just a legend she made up. Can you say for sure this earthquake isn't your delusion? You wanted this to happen, didn't you? I wonder. What if we kickstart it and Bill Gates funds it? I don't think so, because he'd also have to buy it from Blizzard. But if Xbox successfully buys Activision Blizzard, that would mean Microsoft could potentially redo it, because that means they would hold the rights again. But right now, just Blizzard holds the rights, and Blizzard's definitely not going to do anything with it. But Xbox might, if that sale goes through. Oh, because VODs and live streams are separated now? Yeah, on a different tab on YouTube. The thing is, I actually like that in theory, but yeah, I wonder just how many people get confused of that. Like, look at my channel and see that I haven't, like, uploaded anything really, or, like, months. But then, like, just barely miss the fact that on my live stream tab I've got, like, hundreds and hundreds of stuff. But, I mean, I still luckily have the playlist tab that people can check with a bunch of regularly updated content, all perfectly organized as well. Why would you wish for this? Do not rush to conclusions, Takami. All this was foretold by Ziegler. Okay, my god, you're so annoying. I only happen to know of it. That's all there is to it. She, like, never actually answers a question. Just speaks in riddles and myths. And fucking cookie cutter bullshit. Fortune cookie bullshit. But that Gladiole book has to be a delusion. That book doesn't exist anywhere. But you saw it, Takami. In my hospital room. Yeah, I saw it. But it was completely blank. You were merely unable to read it, Takami. There's no way it's that simple. You have to be lying. You can't fool me. You can't fool the fooler. Can't get fooled again. There are 6.7 billion worlds. Oh my god. Are you about to Doctor Strange me?
つまり
As many as
人
there
類
are
の
people.
全人口よ。異なっている
What can be seen in each one
それぞれ
differs
見てい
from
る
world
世
to
界は
world. Treat Fez how you treat Ferris. Oh, skip through her dialogue and pay no attention to her.
全く同一であ
No
ること
two
は
can
ない。
ever be identical.
匠と私
So
もさ
neither can yours and mine.
それ
If
が
that's
本当だって
true,
言うなら
link me your
どうしても
sources.
どうせ
You
無理なんで
can't,
しょ
can you? Fez stared at me, then furrowed her brow. She seemed a little perplexed. It was almost like she was forcing herself not to show any emotion. Ferris is just Fez at home? No. Ferris is at least a gag character, so it's tolerable. Fez is supposed to be like a main protag. Do you wish to see it? The world that I see? Well, I mean, we made out already, so I'm pretty close to your world, I'm sure.
できるならやってみてよ
If that's possible, then yeah.
たとえ見せられても 信じ
I
て
doubt
ないけど
I believe what you had to show me anyway.
違うわ。
You misunderstand, Takami.
君は
You can already see my world.
すでに
You are my world, bro. Bro.
私の世
Little
界
by little. You are beginning to synchronize with
同
it.
期し始めているのよ。
What are
何
you...
よ
The world rusted over once more. If you read Chaos Head first, would you have thought Ferris was a Gigalomaniac? No, I would have immediately jumped to her being Chuny before I jumped to Gigalomaniac. Though, because I still barely view Fez as a Gigalomaniac, I just think she's a Chuny nutcase. Those collapsed on the ground were engulfed by the black miasmata. I could see the head of a child crushed by the debris poking out through the cracks, and a man who was probably their dad trying to save them. Static rang in my ears. And then, in an action that was incomprehensible to me, the dad stomped on the child's head. Truly, a Chaos Child moment. Their head split open like a watermelon, and was subsequently crushed by their father's foot. Blood and gray matter splashed to the ground. The static came again. The child's head, now completely intact. Truly no longer a Chaos Child. I could hear the dad cry out to them, "Hold on! I'll get you out of there!" Static. The child had escaped from beneath the rubber, and now they were stabbing their father over and over again with a knife. "You're fucking useless, you old fuck!" they jeered. A young couple were sitting in a somewhat remote spot. The two were under the same blanket, huddled right next to each other. When the static came again, it engulfed the two of them, and the man began to tickle her. Her screams echoed throughout the city. But the scream stops with more sounds of static. And the two were back together as if nothing happened. No, Calumet, lunch can't be over. Take an extra lunch. Don't do it. Do you work tomorrow too, Calumet? We're doing a multiplayer stream tomorrow if you would like to join us again. The two are back together again. The two middle-aged women were limping down the road. They were likely sisters. Static flashed, and one of them grabbed the other by the hair in an instant. She then began to yank on it in an attempt to uproot it completely, and with a fierce sound of tearing, she mostly succeeded. So this is probably just supposed to be that... what game? I think it's gonna be, like some Jackbox games. Jupiter gave me Quiplash, so we'll probably play that for a bit. And then maybe some of the other games. I also have Drawful. And then if someone else hosts other Jackbox games, we can do those. But I now own Quiplash and Drawful. So I own Drawful from some bundle I bought years ago, I guess. But anyway, so this is her just this must mean that Fez just gives in to her negative delusions. Because if I remember, I don't have a PC. You don't have to play on your PC. You can play on your phone. Kaliman. But yeah, so she's just giving into her negative delusions, right? Because I remember them, like, Shogun explaining when Takami was being awakened that he had to, like, pierce through the, like, overwhelming negative emotions that were clouding his eyes, or else he wouldn't be able to, like, stabilize and, like, fully awaken his D-Sword. So she just never did that, right? Like, so she plunged into the darkness to get her D-Sword and then never came back up. I feel. And so now he's just merging with her constant negative delusion. But yeah, there's just a website. You don't have to own the game or anything, Kaiman. You can just join and play. The static soon flashed and her hair was back to normal. What the hell is this? It is my world. Her world? It wasn't my delusion, but Fez's? Wait, was it even a delusion, or was it reality? A black miasma was hovering over Fez's chest, too. But really, I didn't want to see them anymore, so I instinctively looked away. What color is the sky you normally see, Takami? What do you mean, what color? It's blue. Is that blue? Fez pointed to the sky. It was a shade of red. That's vermilion. Who would ever just describe it as vermilion and not just say, yeah, it's like reddish orange? Vermilion. So that color is not blue? Ask anyone. They tell you it's not. Anyone with common sense, that is. Oh, no one ever taught Fez colors because she was in the insane asylum. Welcome back, Jade. But to me, that color is blue. The pen is blue. What was she saying? But from my perspective... Takami, can you explain to me? What sort of color is blue? I don't know. The color of the sky? Bro, you can't think of anything else blue? But that's the only color I've ever seen in the sky. But everyone knows what kind of color blue is. Someone asked Takami, like, hey, can you describe this thing to a blind person? And he immediately went to describe the adjectives. They're like, this person can't see. Can you describe this thing to him? Well, it's green. I do not. Please explain it to me without an example. What sort of color is blue? Without an example? How was I supposed to... I tried thinking of a way to explain it, but I came up empty-handed. I just couldn't come up with a way to describe the color blue. Have a good night, Caleb, and enjoy the rest of your work day. Hope to see you tomorrow at the Jackbox stream. Upon noticing my complete loss for words, Fez gave a sad smile. Oh. I told you. There are 6.7 billion worlds. Meaning there are 6.7 billion ways of seeing what color the sky is. Bro, why'd I get a boring world then? Why isn't my sky like fucking purple? You cannot assume that everyone sees the same way you do. So this is like one of those bullshit, like, what if, like, philosophical question things, like, what if someone's pink is actually your red, and your green is their yellow, and blah 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 blah. The scenery went back to normal. This color was my world's. Fez, do you always see the world like that? Fez gave a slight nod. Ever since the day I was born, I thought that was just how things were, how the world was structured. But I suppose I was wrong. Something I only learned when you told me, Takami. What's that black miasma? Okay, they keep using this. Is that it's just like a fog, I'm guessing? Yeah, like a vapor. So what's the miasma? Tama. It's a game on Steam. An oppressive atmosphere, okay. Just wanted to clarify. A wicked heart. Everyone has one as long as they're human. Gladiol feeds upon those wicked hearts in order to manifest. Oh my god. Did you see them? The negative delusions of man? Wait. Was the static causing negative delusions to bubble to the surface? Was that why I'd been seeing all the inhuman savagery? I always see them. I am sure all Black Knights can, to varying degrees. They are home to nothing but true malice, pure, unadulterated desire. Had Fez been seeing a world like that ever since she was born? The ending I wish for is one where we break our souls free from this corroded world. Oh, this is gonna end up with another unalive pact between the two of us, isn't it? And to do that, we must overthrow Gladiol. Fez moved closer to me. So please, find it. You are our only hope, Takumi. Please, find your D-sword. But it better not be blue. I can't. Unable to bear it any longer, I pushed Fez away by her shoulders. Her eyes opened wide in shock. Yes, she looks very shocked. Why? Are you giving up? I'm not this amazing person you think I am, Fez. I'm an otaku freak. No matter how much I want it, or how much I wish for it, it doesn't feel like I'm even getting close to a D-sword. It was the same back at Ofrun, and it stayed the same after the earthquake. I can't figure out how to do it, so I know I can't, and I won't get a D-sword. I never will. Not any of these sub-routes, will you? I have no faith in myself. Then why did you save me? Fez drew closer. I took a step back, trying to stay away. What do you mean, saved you? When I leapt from the school rooftop, you gave birth to a world where there was a flower bed. If that was why I could not ascend my spirit to a higher stage. That's definitely an interesting way to put it. That was a fluke. I hadn't done it intentionally. But I'm fine with that. Because of what you did, I learned of your power. From that moment on, you became my only hope. Please don't place your hope in someone on a whim. Please stop expecting anything from me. Takami, you mustn't degrade yourself so. Takami reminds me a lot of that one nurse from Danganronpa. What was her name again? Mikan? Yeah, Mikan. Definitely feels relatable to this character. He's worse. Yeah, but I just like the vibe and like how he voices his lines, I feel like is very similar to her. She's like, I can't do anything, I'm just so worthless. But she still at least tries to help people because she's a nurse. Takami just kind of sucks. That is merely the wicked heart king's invasion of your mental space. You cannot and must not let him win. You are powerful. Truly. Come what may, you will obtain your D-sword. I know you will. I told you it's impossible. I can't. What attractor field is this route in? I don't know. Fucking... the Gamma route. Before I thought that I might as well just stick with Fez, I had no one else that could have protected me after all. But the more time we spent together, it became very clear to me I couldn't understand how she thought. And how our minds perceived the world around us was just too great. I was being honest. I was fed up with how fucking batshit insane she was. She was completely crazy through and through. I really am a horrible person. I've always been that way. I've never changed. How could you say that? Fez clung to me, tears welling in her eyes. It wasn't the calm, aloof Fez I was used to. I do not want to stay in a world like this any longer. Please, set me free. You're my only hope. You must awaken as a black knight. I can't. You can. I synchronized with her world once again. I feel like this is the most pathetic we've seen Takami in a while in this Fez route. He hasn't been doing the whole, like, I can't, for a while. At least in the Yua and Nanami routes. A black miasma poured out of her chest and entwined itself around my body. It slithered around the top of my skin, like an anaconda slowly strangling its prey to death. Its repulsive, chilling presence was enough to give me goosebumps. It was her pure, unadulterated desire. I, just like any other person, wasn't used to seeing people's naked emotions. A flash of static. You are my hope. Fez stared at me. Her eyes dyed a pitch black. That's not true. I will not let you go. You will stay with me, no matter what I must do to meet that end. Her fingers started undoing my jacket buttons one by one. I want you. She was as close as could possibly be. Just like the time we'd made out in the hospital closet. I was like a deer in headlights. I couldn't move. Once she finished undoing my buttons, my chest was exposed. But she didn't stop. She moved down took off my belt and unzipped my pants. Oh god, do I need to, like, black out the screen? Am I about to get banned from YouTube? Like, live? I want your power. So that's what we're calling it these days. Her ice-cold fingertips caressed my chest. And then her nails dug into me. The pain was intense, and yet I couldn't move an inch. Man, she just really wants to dom, and he's just like such a wimp. Takami is vanilla or bust. I want it. Bro can't even handle, like, nails. Come on, man. You're in for a life of vanilla. Her fingers gouged out my flesh. They raked their way to my bones. Her hands reached deep inside and then gently embraced my pounding heart. Come on, bro. We're just getting hardcore. Roll with the trip. I was trembling. Out of fear. Out of pain. Out of the cool sensation of Fez's fingers. So warm. May I have it? Stop it! I could feel my blood vessels exploding. Copious amounts of blood spilled from my chest. She took it out! My heart, she... This is just like that scene from Kill la Kill. The world switched colors in an instant. Had gone back to its original dull color. The rust vanished, and I was unharmed. But still undressed. I put my hand on my chest. Thankfully, I could feel it beating. My heart was still there. All the sound effects in this round are, like, constantly awful. It's either, like, the constant sound of plates crashing in the background or static, or, like, the two swords, like, resonating or whatever with each other when she's touching someone else's tips with her D-sword. And it's like, like, it's just, all the sound effects are rough. Fez was standing in front of me, clutching herself with both arms. She looked so incredibly sad, like she was about to burst into tears at any moment. There it was again. The same look as when she had taken Yua's D-sword. The same as when I had first seen her back at Scramble Crossing. The same as when she had obtained Aoi and Kozupi's D-swords. The small anime noises back and forth. Oh yeah, when they're like making out in my ear and it was all... Yep, we saw that. We heard that earlier. Just a lot of sound triggers in this route for sure. Fez looked at me on the verge of tears, doing everything she could to hold them back. Takami! I didn't mean to do that. My wicked heart spiraled out of control, as did I. Perhaps because I took in too many D's. Swords. I'm descending to madness, brought forth by the wicked-hearted king's erosion of my mind. Wasn't it all just another one of her delusions? Wasn't it all just fake words meant to trick me? Those thoughts come to mind, but I didn't say them out loud. I couldn't. Fez was a girl who rarely showed emotion, with her unwavering tone giving her clear command of any conversation she ever had. That was why it was so hard to see her like this. I had never seen her so sad before. But you've also only seen her like twice, so, I mean, that's not really saying much. You saw her like the concert and like the past day. She looked so fragile, like she could fall apart at the slightest touch. Because of that, I knew I couldn't tell her what I was really thinking. As she was fucking crazy! Ooh, What should I do? When those words left my lips, the slightest of tears began to flow from the corners of her eyes. She looked to me with a gaze that showed how much she truly needed me. I'm being subjugated by the wicked-hearted king. If nothing is done, I will not be able to remain conscious. Therefore, excise it. Excise the impurity, the erosion of my wicked heart. Excise it. How? You saw my world, did you not? That black miasma is the manifestation of the impurity dwelling within people's wicked hearts. Oh my god, it feels like we've been saying the same thing for like the last 20 minutes. Their true malice. Grasp that, and uproot it from my body. There was no way. I could never do something so horrifying. Please, Takami. Steins Gate's on Disney Plus, that's funny. I want to be myself. Please, rescue me from my world. Losing her balance, Fez fell to the ground. Her figure was as frail as could be. But we made a promise to each other, one she had set herself. I will protect you, so please protect me as well. Region locked in some areas. Well, you can get through that by going to NordVPN. Use special code QBUY to get a free access to NordVPN for 2 months and a discount on the subscription price for over a year. I'm just kidding, I don't have a NordVPN sponsorship. But man, what a perfect opportunity that would be to sponsor. To do a sponsored plug, man. Sued by Nord? That's not true. Nord would never sue anyone for, like, saying they had a sponsorship, but not really. Nord gives out so many, they probably don't even know who's got a sponsorship with them anymore. Does some streaming service start banning VPNs? I don't know how they could. It's all about network scrambling. I'm sure they'll figure it out at some point, though. Aoi and Kozupii had been broken. Remy was nowhere to be found. I didn't want to lose Fez, too. There was an element of selfishness to it. But most of all, I wanted to help her. I was fully aware that it wasn't within my ability to do so. But still, even if Fez really was some crazy, hopeless girl, even if it all was just her delusion, I wanted to help her with all my heart. But right as I realized that sentiment, the world turned to rust yet again. Actually, didn't you need the world to go to rust so you can, like, rip out her heart like she's asking you to? Right? The snake-shaped black miasma pouring out of Fez's chest reared its head. Is it not for Takami? Just looking at it made me feel sick. Felt like something was pressing down on my chest and I couldn't look away. Oh, because that's his miasma, right? But even if I could, it wouldn't change anything. That's why I knew I had to try and face it head on. But I couldn't bear it. It felt like my chest was being crushed. My migraine was splitting my head apart. I couldn't do it. I never could have. I didn't have the strength to help anyone. Takumi! I looked up in response to her call. She held her hand out to me. Her tear-filled eyes locked with mine. Because she just, like, ripped our heart out the last time we were in her world for a bit. So I feel like that's, like, what she wants us to do to her. She was signaling. Come. Do as you wish with me. She showed complete trust in me. Or perhaps she was depending on me. I never had someone depend on me before. Danami. Rip. My mind was about to crumble, but Fez's voice just barely managed to keep it together. I bit my lip, and then I took a single step toward Fez. With me as its new prey, Fez's black miasma moved toward me. It twined itself around my neck. It was cold. It nearly tricked my mind into thinking it was hot. It eased me into its embrace, but all the while it was gently strangling me to death. Fez leaned against me, her body limp. I was forced to support her entire body weight. Damn, they fucking. I tightly embraced her slender hips. It doesn't look like he's supporting her. It looks like she's on the ground. Are you sure about this? With a gulp, I reached my hand toward the black miasma pouring out of her chest. What the fuck is going on? He also doesn't have her D-sword. He doesn't have a D-sword yet, so like, shouldn't he like not be able to do this? Following only an ephemeral moment, the miasma changed form into that of a black leech, an act that only served to make it all the more repulsive. That was her wicked heart laid bare, the most hideous part of herself that she didn't want anyone else to see. That was what the mass was. Hey, his was a black serpent that killed the main bad guy. Oh, I've seen enough hentai to know where this scene's about to go. Oh no. Oh no. YouTube, it's not what it looks like. I swear, it's just the darkness in her spirit. I swear. I took hold of the leech's body. It was slippery and cold. It stung at my palm. Oh! Please cleanse the darkness in me, senpai! I wanted to let it go the second I grabbed it, but in a desperate attempt to hold on, I clenched my teeth and endured. She groaned in pain, her face a horrid mixture of ecstasy and agony. Alright, we've gotten rid of all allegories, or all facade of this being a metaphor for sex, right? Pull it out! We're just past that now, yeah? We were being cute about it before, oh, it's not sex, it's just the dark inner desires of people, and now she's like, pull it out! Not without protection, Takami! Not without your D-sword! Take it out! I tried pulling with all my might. I could feel her flesh being torn apart. Black liquid burst from her chest, covering my body from head to toe. Oh god, she's a squirt. Just kidding, YouTube. I would never say anything like that. It's the Chaos Head. No, she's giving birth to the Chaos Child. Look at that thick miasma. It's my love for you. Just spewing hot miasma everywhere. You think the leech is the snake of darkness? I'll vibe in you pure innocent soul. It's a snake of something, alright. It's Takami's snake. And the excitement of pulling it out made black liquid splurt everywhere. I'm uncomfortable. Whether it was blood or something else, I didn't know. Takami has a weak pullout game, like crazy weak pullout game. As expected of a vanilla sub. Anyway. Who knows what that something else that came spurting out of Fez at the exact moment Takami pulled out was some. Who knows what that could have been? You know what I mean? I mean, it could have been anything. Despite all this, I pressed on, pulling on the leech as hard as I could. Oh yeah, you pull your leech forward, boy. She's into it. Look at that. Are you okay? Unable to take her screams any longer, I stopped. Hands atop Fez. Hands atop which Fez had placed her own. I mean, that's good. You should check on if your partner's okay when in the middle of things, you know? Especially if they're sensitive. I'll give Takami credit for that. Don't stop! Let the VAs do their thing? No. You need to hear me do it. It's working. I've spoke over every line in the entire game. I'm not stopping during the sexiest scene in the game. Even though her body was drenched in sweat, she firmly reassured me. I couldn't hesitate again. If I did, I'd only be torturing her. Yeah, come on, you don't want to edge her, Takami. Like, come on. You gotta satisfy her. Finish up. Come! Out. Using every ounce of strength I had, I grasped the leech. Oh yeah, and he yanked it as hard as he could. And pulled out. Like, you can't just pull out all at once rapidly like that. You gotta ease out, dude. It's sensitive after. Come on. Good lord. I think I know what joke cube I was making now. Oh, vibin'. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to ruin your innocence. Her body twisted and writhed. Oh yeah. Those afterwave shocks. The leech slithered around. It was a lot longer than I thought it'd be. Good for Takami. The leech curled into a circular mass and then wrapped itself around my arm. It tightened hard against my fist. I guess it was the Wicked Heart's last stand. Bro, not at her first time. You can't use the whole fist. I clenched my teeth to endure the pain. I was glad I'd gotten it off of Fez, at least. But I wasn't sure about what to do with it now. Pray. Not after not after what we just did, Fez. Absolutely not. Having entrusted her entire body to me, Fez gently caressed me. And by your hand, the impure wicked heart shall be reborn into one of the purest wickedness. The black wicked heart wriggling in my arms suddenly shone violet. Ooh, purple's a cool color. A sound burst forth from it. A sound so shrill it was akin to the loudest of screams. Oh my god, find the purple! Aoi's route, indeed. I mean, oh. The wicked heart turned to a sword. Man, he didn't even have to go through any trauma in this route. This is Takami's best route. No trauma to get his D-sword. Just had to get fucking laid. I should have known that was Takami's problem the whole game. Bro just needed to get laid. You beat me to it. You know me, I'm fast on the draw. That's what all the ladies say. Is this a D-sword? I'd wanted one so bad, but I'd never been able to get one no matter how hard I tried. But now, it was finally in my grasp. Fez's wicked heart transformed to a D-sword. You finally awakened, Takami. F2 sounds like it seems like an interesting button. Why? I feel like I should save before you epic prank troll me. It's the backlog? What do you mean? I just use the scroll button to pull up the backlog. What do you need? What do you want? Okay. You've awakened, Takami. Even amid her intense pain, Fez smiled in my arms. Sweat ran down her brow profusely, adhering her bangs to her forehead. Thank you so much for awakening. We just killed Fez, didn't we? What had I done to deserve her gratitude? Well, apparently after that session, I mean... You should know. But I didn't know. I had no faith in myself.
Takumi.
Fez draped her hands around my neck, then tightly embraced me. Ooh, she wants round two. You're the only one. The only one to ever listen to me. I'm overjoyed. Truly overjoyed. Fez's body was warm. The black liquid on her chest was turning red. Her blood stained my clothes. Oof. Definitely went probably a bit too hard for everyone's first time here then. I didn't care. I held Fez tightly in acceptance. She had trouble breathing. I could feel her back tremble with each breath. The smell of her sweat was in the air. The smell of sex was in the air. Even that part of her was as lovely as the rest. I love you. Ooh, don't say that immediately after. That's just, you're just a wash of the hormones of the whole event. You don't say that after the first time. That's the worst time to say it. You're just feeling the afterwave passion. Has Fez fallen in love with me? I may or may not depend on her, but I know she depends on me and this D. I don't think a relationship like this will be too bad. Just the two of us, fucking in the random rusted Shibuya street center. Suddenly, the sky behind Fez's shoulders caught my attention. It was changing from vermilion to black. But only in a single spot. Or perhaps it was an illusion. In reality, the spot was a star. Nonetheless, the spot gradually grew bigger. If it continued at such speed, it would soon blanket the sky. What is that? I mumbled that to myself, dumbfounded. Also noticing the unnatural phenomena, Fez quickly stood back up, using my shoulders to help her do so. That is the awakened, wicked-hearted king. His invasion has begun. In the end, was I too late? Can I do nothing to stop it? That I cannot accept. Well, she's got the power of like 6 D-swords in one. And Takami has the power of Deus Ex Machina protagonist, so we should be able to take it on. She brought forth her D-sword. What are you planning to do? Well, we didn't take her D-sword from her when we took her heart or whatever. What was written in the book of the gladioli ravioli? Once the 7 D-swords are gathered, the colossal serpent of darkness shall appear. It is the embodiment of the purity of wicked hearts. A one wicked heart capable of slaughtering another. A being that can devour the corrosion, shatter the wicked heart king's body, and instill heterogeneity and dishomogeity. Oh my god. Fez wishes to instill heteronormativity into the world! Fez, no! It's 2023! We must make the colossal serpent appear, so that it may overthrow Gladio! Fez was trembling. And yet she readied her D-sword, all the same, and closed her eyes the very next moment. It almost seemed like she was meditating. Thanks, Jupiter. At least someone thinks I'm funny. But even after waiting a moment, nothing happened. Meanwhile, the sky had turned fully black. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought it was nighttime. But no, the sun hadn't set. It was the black miasma, amalgamated into a mist that was spreading across Shibuya. Transforming into a wave, it sought to drown the city in wicked hearts. It slowly crept over the rubble-filled earth, painting every inch of it a touch black. Or painting every inch a touch black. Good lord. Silently, it eroded. It swept over our feet. A croak of despair came from my mouth. The corroded world was now rotting away, decomposed, crumbled, and returned to nothing. People, corpses, and debris alike. Everything slowly melted together, and from the amalgam came an overpowering, rotten stench. This is post-nut clarity. Yeah, post-nut, he experiences the rotten stench. Oh god. Fez! Can't you do something? Bro, you got your D-sword now, you do something. Why? Fez wasn't responding to me. She simply stared at the D-sword she held in her hand, her eyes on the verge of tears. I don't understand why her D-sword didn't, like, transform when she absorbed the other ones. If she did. Shouldn't it look different? Or are we just drowning in that budget? We collected all D swords. So why does it not appear? If left unabated, Gladiole will swallow the world whole. Did I truly have to gather all 7 Black Knights themselves? I must have had to follow the prophecy precisely. And I failed. The black wave was growing even faster than before. It had only been up to my ankles a few seconds ago, but now it was up to my knees. Strangely enough, I felt some resistance to the flow of it. Did it have physical substance? Was it really not just a simple illusion? Filled with horror, a shiver ran down my spine. Shibuya was actually going to rot away. Fez, just come up with a delusion! A delusion that'll feed Gladiole! Unable to hold it any longer, I screamed at her, but Fez shook her head. The books are not my delusion. Even then, it should be possible for you, or even me, to just distort the prophecy. Come up with a new delusion and make it reality, right? Isn't that what Giglomaniacs, I mean Black Knights do? But Takami. Fez stared my way, her gaze pleading with me. I don't know what to do. Oh God. This I don't know what to do is after the test results came back after the session they just had. I was at a loss for words. The world was covered by the black miasma. The sky pitch black, blocking out any and all light. Not even a single star remained. The black wave was up to my hips. It felt like I was going to be washed away by the current any second now. It took everything I had to stay standing. The corpse beside me melted into the liquid, and was then swept away by the churning waters. If I let it swallow me up, that was exactly what would happen to me, too. The mere thought terrified me so much I wanted to scream at the top of my lungs. What do I do? What the hell do I do? I desperately tried to think of a solution, but I couldn't come up with any. I was no hero. I was just an otaku freak! And even though I'd gotten my D-sword, I had no idea how to use it. So that just ended up being as useless as me. Everyone would be better off if I just died. I should just get impaled by a bunch of stakes and bleed out like the crucifixion case. But when I thought that, I remembered something. The song Fez had written. Their lyrics. Not you didn't remember how Aoi explained how to use the D-sword? That was the first thing you came to, was Fez's song? I mean, I guess this is Fez's route, right? Sing a song. Despite how it might have sounded, it wasn't something I'd come up with as a last resort. No, I was convinced it was the best and only solution I could have ever come up with. Your songs are how you share your delusions with the world, Fez. The power of music! And then they just break out into the stage play. The world she spun with them captivated the youth of Shibuya. The Gladiole saga was a legend of dubious authenticity that might or might not have been true. It could have all just been Fez's delusion, and she was the only one who had any knowledge of it. But that didn't matter. The legend had been spread to the youth of Shibuya through phantasm songs. Therefore, mutual recognition had already been achieved. So sing your heart out. Sing a song to overthrow Gladiole, Fez. You're telling me to sing? Right now? Didn't you say that guidance appears through song or something? Yeah, I'd say that. And then, I came to meet you at that concert, Takami. Fez extended her hand to me. I took her hand in my own and squeezed it tightly.
私の
Do you
歌
like my songs, Takumi? This is not the time. Yeah.
うん
I listened to the album I bought from that concert many times. I left the concert early due to my fear of crowds, but she made me want to try again, and again, and again. However many times it would take. Seeing me not along, Fez smiled blissfully.
ここで滅びても
Well, if your words are
別にいい
true,
かもしれない
I'm not bothered by the idea
匠
of
がそう言
perishing
って
here.
くれたから
No, we're trying not to perish here, Fez. That's the goal. That's why we're trying to come up with a plan of you singing.
歌うわ
I will sing.
聞いていて
Listen well,
Takumi.
Takumi. Fez closed her eyes, took a moment to focus, before finally letting out a deep breath. Then opened her eyes. She was no longer Fez anymore. She was Phantasm.
最下に
A
契約
contract of
し
blood to seal our sin. That's the title of the chapter. She said it. She quietly murmured the song's name, and then she burst into song. Her voice reverberated toward the pitch-black sky.
悔いをって
No, this is the same song. No. This is about the crucifixion, not about the end of the game.
闇夜を切り裂き幾千もの
This is the copyright song. It's going to get my channel shut down. It would have been cool if they started playing the instruments here. Because it's supposed to be the end of the chapter.
夜空は赤く染まるだろう
About you really was 0 for this route? Yeah, I don't know why her route got dicked over so much. I think there's only been, like, what, 2 CGs now? And she barely has a new sprite?
十字の杭は力となりやがて
Couldn't she have just, like, sung what was the song that's the, like, ending song for her route instead of the crucifixion one again? The lyrics were a hint.
綾瀬杭を打つ
Strike the stake! The song wasn't prophesizing the crucifixion case.
7本の自ソードを合わせて
Combine the 7 D swords and drive them into the dark night! Wouldn't that be repetitive? She's already sung the crucifixion song like 5 times this game. I don't know if it matters that much. There was no doubt in my mind. It was a song meant to overthrow Gladio. A song to release Fez from her world corroded by rust and red.
綾瀬の世界
Destroy your world!
壊せ
Fez stared at me. Her eyes burned with a fiery passion. Man, I wish we could see it. Fez looked her most beautiful when she was singing. Her energy had completely changed. The damsel in distress from before was nowhere to be seen. That's her post-nut clarity, and Fez understood what I was trying to say. Without a word, she nodded. I poured all my strength into our joined hands. And while desperately fighting against the power of the black wave, I entrusted my D to Fez. Oh, it's gone. The moment she grabbed it, it was engulfed in a red light and disappeared. But it hadn't been destroyed. As if it had been guided there, the red light was taken in by Fez's D sword. Once I knew that for sure, I let go of her hand. It still looks the same. So in her route, she gets to be the main hero. And she's summoning the Black Serpent Knight thing. Fez unleashed her power. An enormous burst of wind came forth, blasting the world with enough force to make everything around her tremble. The black wave was struck by that pressure, turning into a whirlpool. Here's your song. It missed its moment already, though, when she was having her song of victory and winning by the power of music and friendship. I guess she does have more CGs than Yua now, though. There wasn't a fragment of her usual indifference in her anymore. Fez took a stance. She spread her legs. She already did that. Lowered her hips and held her soar high. Her whole body was overflowing with not just strain, but a strong will. The will to look to the future. That's the Fire Emblem Awakening line. She was just barely able to hold back her urge for pure destruction. She had to wait for the perfect opportunity to unleash it. The red flicker of the sword grew faster. That sword is that which bends fate to its will. That sword is which converges all sorrows. The sword which interferes with the transcendental place. Fueled by the wicked hearts, designed to rend others, its edge was devil. That's not true. This is a blunt end. It was the manifestation of all cries for salvation that arose from Fez's soul. An embodiment of Fez's chaotic heart. Fez's gaze was focused on a single point. The black heaven. The one shrouded my blue sky. The one that shrouded Fez's red sky. A sky born from impurity dwelling within the wicked hearts. One that brought nothing but darkness to the world. The only thing I could do was pray. The Black Knight triumph? Or would Gladiole prevail? Our fate was resting on Fez's shoulders. This sounds annoying. What, you don't like the in the, like, triumphant moment of the show? Instead of just letting the music take over? And yet, for some inexplicable reason, I knew. Just as foretold in the legend Fez had orchestrated, we would never lose to the wicked-hearted king. So Fez, strike! Pierce through the world itself! Open, oh heaven's gate! We have Steins Gate at home. Her entire body curved like a bow being drawn. And then, with all the strength vested in her, she cast her shock forth. Fourth CG! Oh, it's got a little animation. The sword carved a trail of light, blew away the darkness with a boom, and pierced through the vermilion heavens. Wait, I thought the heavens were black. It had completely penetrated it. The sky began to crack. The crack spread through the entire sky, and before long, accompanied by a flood of sound, the entire world shattered. That's it. Well, at least they got laid. Stick your tongue out. We found the blue, not true. We found the purple, because that was the color that Takami's D-sword shone. Lamau Nintendo Switch version. I think the Chuni was too much for me this route. Other than, I mean, the sex scene was cool, I guess. I would still put an Naname's route over that. I think that's still my favorite route so far. Oh, wait a minute. Are we actually going to pay that off? Okay, I thought it was fully over. When I came to, the brilliant light had returned to the world. The sky was blue, the color that couldn't be put into words. And yet I knew the sky as I was looking at right now was most definitely blue. Gladiole must have been overthrown, or at the very least the black miasma plaguing the world disappeared. And now, a warm, soft hand clasped my own. Fez was standing by my side, looking up at the same sky I was. Without saying a word, tears poured from her eyes. To think blue was such a beautiful color. You can see it? I can. I'm seeing the same color in the sky as you, Takami. How do you know? And what a clear color it was. Also not clear because there's clouds. So clear I could feel it in my chest. So clear it almost hurt to look at. Who knew that the sky above was so clear? Before now I had never realized. Shibuya was in shambles, transformed to a city of death. Not even a glimmer of its former glory was left. Yet Fez, appearing more dazzling than ever, looked fondly over it all. I could never have imagined the world to be such a beautiful place. And with those words, Fez gently clasped my hand. But we were already clasping hands. The achievement name of the route's different. That's funny. Original translation was like, what's it called? A bloody contract for your sins. Well, I guess we have enough time to do another route. We tore through that one. I choose to believe that they made her route all about this red sky because they accidentally colored this CG wrong in the original route of the game. Or in the original Chaos Head. So in Noah, they were like, how do we explain this CG? Original Chaos Head was blue. I mean, I was just making a joke. tips. Yeah, I guess we can read the tips. Oh, wait. Dahlia. Fez's D-sword. With its complete and utter absence of straight lines, I wonder, represents the true embodiment of chaos. When Fez materialized the sword, she modeled it after a mythical dragon, which is why the sword takes on a far more organic form than the others. The dragon appears in the severed verses of the Lone Black Knight, a phase of the Gladiolus saga in which one of the Black Knights slays a dragon, then forges a sword from its bones. The Skyrim sword. Did we ever figure out as to why no one else could read her book? Did we? Was that established? Was it a delusion? Or was she making it all up, or was it a thing? It was just her delusion, so the whole thing was just a bunch of her chuny bullshit. Alright. Whose story was next? Kozupii? If Taku looked at it in the Rust world, he probably could have read it. True. Okay. Yeah, I guess we can do Kozupi's. Did we figure out why she had been experimented on? I just guess because people knew she was a Gigalomaniac, right? Or excuse me, a Black Knight. So she's able to defeat Noah too by just like throwing her sword at the sky. Then she doesn't need to confront Narose. She just breaks it from the sky. Because I guess because she's like absorbed the other people's swords, she's become like too strong, and she just like killed the rest of the other Gigalomaniacs basically. They never destroyed Noah too. But I thought that isn't that what the metaphor is of her breaking the sky? Or does she just do nothing? I'm like, the world is still fucked. Hang on, I gotta pull up the guide for Kozupi's route. All routes are bad ends? Yeah, but the bad end for Nanami's route is a bit more clear. What was Yua's route again? The fact that you had to do Yua's route. Okay, so her Kozupi's route starts in chapter 3. It sounds lame. Hers was pretty lame. Oh wait. This starts Fez route, this negative delusion, doesn't it? Oh my god, it's Fez in a bikini. Actually, no, her lingerie, right? She stops Gladiole. I thought Gladiole was a reference to Noah 2, is it not? Yep, Noah 2. So it is the good ending, then. Or it is a good ending, because she destroys Noah 2. Easy, GG. I don't know. I'm not sure how much that route affected me. And I guess it was better than Yua's for sure. But it did seem weird that Takami got his D-sword. He, like, didn't really, like, Mind Break or anything. He just, like, yanked it out of Fez, which means it was in Fez the whole time. Which meant she was truly the real protagonist. Which makes sense. I guess Takami's not really protagonist material, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Do the Chris call? What do you mean? Oh, do what it takes to summon Chris? I actually don't know what it takes to summon Chris. I think he's probably busy, though, because he's chatted something in the Discord as soon as the stream started. But I think he's busy. He likes the thumbnail. Which is good, because I'm really proud of the thumbnail for this stream. If anyone wanted to share this stream, I think this would be the perfect one to, because of the thumbnail. It would have been funny if the sky was green instead of red. I hope someone's sky is green and we just go into a world of positive delusions. Ooh, what do I call this stream now, though? Kozupii 2? Kurisu's green sky? It'd probably be Daru's green sky, right? If anyone was gonna have a green sky. My bangle! My brother gave it to me! Give it back! Wait. And sure enough, positive. Could she be here to help me? Yes, 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 no. So 4 yeses. This transfer student must be a professional exorcist. What? Okay. She acts frail, but that's all it is, an act. This is yes number 3. She must be here to kill Remy. Sure. Kill Remy. The two of them should just kill each other. Context, he still thinks Remy's demon girl. Yeah, because this is chapter 3. Kabam! Shwing! Kozupii route started! Thank you. Achievement. Remy is Shogun's underling! How do you spell Kozupii again? I'm going to change the title of the stream. I'm just going to say time for the festival with Kozupii. I think will be the, was a good way to phrase that both of these routes are here. Yeah, that probably makes sense, right? Even on her route, he doesn't help her up the stairs? Jesus, Takami. I got no tangents for this loading time. Oh my god. Have you ever played VR in a Shibuya train car? Finally. So every person's route has a segment where they describe themselves going to school. It's just really funny. As the final class ended, the stuffiness of the school day gave way to a restful afternoon. Alone, Orihara Kozupii plodded her way through the front gate. As she walked, her lazed motions and lowered head highlighted her frailty. With her knit eyebrows and muddled expression, it seemed as if she was holding back tears. Having just transferred schools, Kozupii felt isolated from her peers. However, that was only natural. She would rarely, no, never speak. Even when called on by a teacher to solve a problem or read from a book, she would just fidget in her seat, tears welling in her eyes. Not a single person in the school had ever heard her voice, neither student nor teacher. Kozupii constructed walls between herself and them. Those made curious by the novelty of a transfer student were quick to drift away. Even then, one or two inquisitive classmates were still determined to speak with her, but she had no desire to open her heart to them. Still, she never felt that her situation was particularly urgent. Even though it was only one person, she did have a friend. An older girl who was not in her class. Given that Kozupii was new in town, the girl was the only person in all of Tokyo that she could confide in. Other than her, she felt she didn't need to make friends. She did not need to get along with her classmates. All she really wanted was to continue living her quiet life. In Morio, On this evening in Shoto Park, she could hear the sounds of children playing alongside the pond's bank. A boy happened to pass right by Kozupii on a trail along the waterside. In his hand, he held a petite mirror that displayed the face of its owner. Weird that they're projecting her as this, like, I guess just quiet, frail girl, because the second we get to know her, she's like, I want to kill everyone. Two housewives, likely the mothers of the children at play, were chatting on a bench. Kozupii could hear their voices clearly. There's this strange video floating around about a trifold mirror. It's awfully scary. She has two wolves inside her. One wolf, the uwu shy girl. The other, the yandere psychopath. Is it? I haven't seen it, so I can't say I would know. What exactly is a trifold mirror? Here, it's one of these, with 3 mirrors in a row that fold out. Yeah, I've seen mirrors like that before. You were saying something about a creepy video? Kozupii stopped dead in her tracks near the bench. Her forehead became sickeningly slick with sweat. The women put their talk on pause, glancing questioningly at the odd girl before them. Suddenly becoming aware of herself, Kozupii rushed away from the park. Mirrors. For Kozupii, they were the source of a great psychological trauma. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the craziest anime girl of all? Kozupii, Kozupii, da da da, Kozupii. Choked on my own spit for that song. You're welcome. Not wanting to recall the past, she frantically fought to keep the memories from flooding her mind. What did you think of the Fez ending? It was an ending. I don't know. It wasn't really much to talk about. I didn't think. No one was really discussing anything, so I just kind of floated in and out. I read the route. It happened. She told herself she was overthinking it, and again continued walking toward the station. As she approached the front of Bunkamachi, her eyes were assailed by light. A glaring, radiant light. Oh my god, that's the street. Kozupii shivered in fear. So many times in the past she had been assaulted like this, by reflections in the mirror. Her mind overflowed with panic, unable to hold down her nightmarish past any longer. Was it a coincidence? Or was she being targeted? Oh, was her route gonna have the gang stalking thing again? That would be cool. It explains that she's not Chuni and speaks the truth. No, I mean, she's still Chuni. She just had, different names for all the things that were already established by everyone else. We also explained the miasma. That's true. We also had the sex scene. That happened. She looked all around, praying it was just a misunderstanding. This would be cool. I thought the gang stalking thing was pretty cool, and when Bon was getting gang stalked, and like there were the kids that were like, Bong! Bong! Like, I thought that was really cool. It was a cool concept, which would be interesting if Kozupi's route dives into it more. Because it could be creepy if we like had to subtly figure out the ways she's getting gang stalked. A short distance away, a white station wagon came to a stop. A man leaned out of the driver's window. In his hand was a mirror. He seemed to be adjusting its angle. The light struck Kozupi's eyes again and again. Frightened, she raised her hands to block the light, dashing across the pedestrian scramble in order to escape. How often do you see mirrors in your, everyday life? I'm trying to think. I guess I only ever really see a mirror in, my bathroom. Nowadays that everyone's phone's got, such a clear camera and you can just go like this if you need to see yourself. I just don't really see mirrors ever anymore. You know? Or, with your phone locked, you can just, look at the, your, blacked out screen and, see a good reflection of yourself. You know? I never carry a mirror. Incest is wincest, especially twincest. Alright, time to stop reading chat. That is enough for today. Her mind ran rampant with terror and disorder. She wanted to get home as quickly as possible. She did not want to be here. Tears streamed down her face. It has to be a coincidence. She desperately repeated those words to herself, wiping away the tears with her fingers. Just then. No, I'll still read the chat live, and I'm kidding. The light assailed her eyes once again. Its glare dazzled her, violently piercing her gaze. The car from earlier had followed her. This time, only the driver's arm protruded from the window, and in his hand he still held the same mirror. Is this her new Noah sprite? Yeah, I guess it does look like it's a different artist. Snapping out of her trance, she put everything she had into running for the station. She bumped into numerous pedestrians while pushing through the crowd. The fear kept her moving, paying no mind to all the mockery and insults sent her way. Upon arriving at the station, she turned around, only to find the white car stopped at the traffic light and scramble crossing. Kozupii hid under the shadow of the Hachiko statue, huddling in a place with bated breath, struggling to comprehend all that happened. In her head, the same phrase repeated like a broken record. It's coincidence, it's coincidence, 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 coincidence! That Sailor suit's so hot, it's on fire. Dude, I love Sailor Moon. Startled by the voice, she lifted her head. A man, seemingly a college student, stood by the Hachiko statue as if waiting for someone. He stood alone, his back turned to Kozupii, and spoke into the phone pressed against his ear. His voice echoed in her head. The sailor suit was so hot it was on fire. The sailor suit was so hot it was on fire. The man did not turn toward her. The phone remained against his ear. He seemed to be listening to whoever was speaking on the other end. However, not once did the man chime in or nod. He simply stood there, still as could be. Was he really on the phone? This is cool so far. Yeah, my bride from the seashore is fantastic. The voice echoed once again. She could not understand how or why, but the man was speaking of things related to her painful past. She began to tremble. It frightened her even so much as to look at the man. She slowly crouched down on the spot, covering her ears. It's all a coincidence. One big coincidence. She continued silently chanting this to herself. As she sat there, crouching in place, an hour passed. Many people passed by, but none tried to speak to her. When she finally managed to timidly raise her head, she found that the man was gone. No talking to Aoi? Well, that was fun while it lasted. I guess instead of... I don't have another meme, but I guess next stream I can post my edited Fez sprite. I feel like it was a clean edit. It'd probably be worth sharing. I can post it in the Discord too, though I don't know if anyone would use it. But feel free, I don't really care. Put my 2 hours of sprite editing to use. This song only plays like once or twice in the game, huh? I guess it's because they don't really reveal. There's not much thinking time or many info dumps in the game. And when they do start info dumping stuff at the end of the game, it's kind of too late. For them to be playing thinking music when it's supposed to be dramatic at the end. What chapter does Kozupi's route start? I like that throw up noise. That happens every time we're speeding through this. Oh yeah, that's right. Everyone's route starts at the 7th New Gen case. I forgot. Because we gotta see that same section on the computer again every time. I wonder what... So we're missing... For negative delusions, we're missing one at, like, towards the end. I think that'll be the last achievement I'm missing, is the last negative delusion. Hopefully it's a big one. So I can get all the achievements. So all the people who see my Steam profile will see my rare achievements. I only have 5 perfect all achievement games on Steam. I have like a whole bunch on Xbox. Back in the day when Achievement Hunter was popular, I used to be all about getting all the achievements in games. I never really bothered with Steam games though. But on Xbox, I was all about getting all the achievements. Apparently my rarest achievements are all from the Master Chief Collection. Do people not have the Master Chief Collection on Steam? I would have thought some other game that was like less played would have all the popular achievements. Or all the rare achievements. I don't think that's in the achievement description, Kyler. For the Nanami route, I think it's just... No, it's just Brother, You're a Jerk. You guys remember that song? You're probably too young. You're a jerk. I know. You're a jerk. I know. You're a jerk. I know. You do? Thanks, Devin. There are games like Team Fortress 2 where there's like 500 achievements. Yeah, but I used to be really big on getting all the achievements. Didn't matter. Even in like big games like that on Xbox, I would do it. But part of the reason why I used to always want to get achievements is because I just didn't have enough disposable income when I was like in high school to buy whatever game I wanted. So I just would always like 100% games because I was like, I need to get all of my money out of this game. Did a new expansion just come out for Fallout? Oh no, this came out like years ago. It just was so unpopular I didn't even notice it. Because the art's super cool for it. Mutant Invasion for Fallout 76. I have all the achievements in like the Xbox version of Left 4 Dead 2, but the Xbox version of Valve games don't have as many achievements or as many updates. That's new, just came out. It is? Oh, then the release date for it must be listed as... Oh, it must just be showing the OG game's release date then. That cover is actually really cool, though. Looks fairly wallpaper-worthy. Been kind of wanting to play a shooter again, but Fallout 76 just doesn't seem that fun. I downloaded Doom Eternal again last night. I might just play through that again to satisfy my first-person shooter craving right now. I also just downloaded a game called, fucking what was it? This is YYNNY, right? Francisco, are you still here? You remember the order, yeah? Shadow Warrior 3, yeah, it just came out on Game Pass. Oh, dude, I've done this enough now that I remember it. I just wanted Francisco to confirm, but I had it right. What art are you seeing? The one where he's the Brotherhood of Steel guys got all of the like yellow zombies holding him and like trying to grab onto him. Are those ghouls in 76? And Fallout 3 ghouls were more like brown and decaying. But yeah, I thought that art was pretty cool. That's what caught my eye. Because it just showed up for whatever reason. I mean, obviously because you said it just came out. When I opened up the Xbox app while I was waiting for the game to catch up to where I needed to go. It's in my recommended, and I was like, why the fuck is Fallout 76 randomly being recommended to me? It's because it just came out. Oh my god, guys, no! Paradise Killer is about to be removed from, Game Pass. I fucking hated Paradise Killer, man. Were any of you guys at that Paradise Killer stream I did? Kyler might have, and Devin might have. I did not like Paradise Killer, man. Maybe I just didn't get it. 76 is free, so you could do a random stream. I guess I could do that Sunday instead of the Final Fantasy thing. Would that be more relevant because it's newer? Well, I probably couldn't even get to the new content in 76 yet, could I? Paradise Killer was this weird, like, first-person visual novel. It's just awful. God, I got so mad during it. Because it won, like, all these awards, like, for its storytelling, and the whole time is just me screaming at the wall, like, about how bad it is. How long did I play it for? Yeah, I called myself the detective. It was a... Yeah, it's a 6.5 hour stream, so I definitely tried. I definitely gave it the old college try. You remember... Oh, what? You remember the Paradise Killer thing? going in and out of the stream. Yeah, it was just like so bad. I got really hyped up. I remember there were some people that were like not thrilled that I wasn't a huge fan of it. They both came out on the same day. Wait, did we have... We didn't show blood or anything too early in the stream today, did we? I still waited like 10 minutes before we started, right? I got a... This is like one of the first times this has ever happened. I just got a notification like mid-stream that this stream's already been listed as not suitable for advertising. That's like the first time I've ever gotten that like mid-playthrough. Weird. I didn't think we saw the bloody Fez sprite though until like I waited like 10-15 minutes, right, before we started. Did I say something? Your background peeking through? But maybe. But I had everything like perfectly framed, so you'd only see like the Genshin character's knee. Nothing sexy. Does it usually happen after? No, I never get, none of my streams ever get the limited tag. They usually get the copyright tag. The limited tag hasn't happened before. At least I don't think on any of my Chaos Head streams. The limited one means that it's not even copyright reasons that it's not getting monetized. It's because of the content is inappropriate. No, I'm looking to double check, but yeah. Well, that's not great. What happened? I wonder what happened. Because my thumb... Oh, I bet you it's the thumbnail, actually. Now that I think about it. Because the thumbnail, I'm... pointing the gun to my head. That's probably it. I didn't think... I was just looking at it again. Yeah, that's probably it. Oh, lame. Well, they didn't take down the thumbnail. Oh, are we caught up? Whatever, it's worth it. The thumbnail's cool. I don't care. You can have guns in thumbnails, though, but it must just be because it's pointed at my head. The implication. Don't they know it's not a real gun? God. Alright, where are we? Kozupii route, right? Real-time Kozupii experience happening now. There was little indication that there was any people present in the back alley of Center Guy. The breathing of girl Kozupii could be faintly heard resounding through it. Wait, where are we at? Okay, this is where Takami's getting mugged. She cradled a gargantuan sword. Or perhaps it was not a sword. Its unique shape brought its identity into question. They call this the Buster Sword in other games. So in Kozupi's route, she does kill the people mugging Takami then. It was more akin to a snowboard. I thought it was supposed to be a reference to mirrors. Like, because she's afraid of mirrors, her D-sword's like in the shape of a full-body mirror. I don't know if I would call that a snowboard. The sharpness of the blade could not compare to one. However, its surface was stiff, and it exuded a brutish aura. Wielded against another person, it could slice through them with ease, all while grinding every bone in their body to dust. Guys, why is my stream getting demonetized? And targeted as inappropriate? I don't understand. It's just ketchup on a snowboard, bro. LCC is a chibi version of her riding her D-sword? Oh, no way. That's actually really cute. Maroon ketchup trickled down the blade, clinging to its edges. Is there like a little gif? Yeah, post it in the Discord, that'd be cool. The Discord that Just Wandering will find in the link in the description below, where he can become a member and chat with everyone in our community. It's actually been, like, really hopping lately, so feel free to join if you're new to the channel. Come hang out and chat with us. That's pretty funny. Kyler and completely ignoring the channel tabs in the Discord, though, as per usual. Bruh. I have tabs specifically for him to talk about his games in, and he always ignores them. Actually triggering. No Red Dead tab. It's the Yakuza thing. There's a Yakuza tab. You're the only one that ignores the different channels. Join the Discord. For reals, though. A young man in the front of Kozupii attempted to crawl away. Despite the puddles of filthy water, he tried desperately to get even a little bit farther away from her. Kozupi's face held a brilliant grin as she stared at the man. Laundering posted Chaos Head stuff in general? Yeah, but that's because we're literally talking about it right now on stream. General is relatable to the stream. Join the Discord for the power of friendship. True. Just use the channel tabs. Kozupi's face held a brilliant grin as she stared at the man. There was no trace of her usual cowering, timid personality. She was enjoying herself. Her cheeks were flushed, perhaps from excitement. No, we're not, Kyler. Just do it. The sword in her hand had been used on 2 others before the man. It had been a remorseless bloodbath. I like that the game likes to emphasize, like in every girl's route, they're aroused at some point from some wild thing they're doing. Kozupi's not gonna kill you, but baddies need to be punished. The faces of the vulgar young men were bloodied and swollen. Until only moments ago, they had been tormenting Kozupi's classmate, Takami. She's sadistic? Yeah, that's what I was saying. I thought the contrast was really funny. When they were portraying her earlier as just this timid little girl who was scared of everything and had to run away. But, like, in other times you see her, she's just fucking shit up. But like Francisco said, inside her there are two wolves. The uwu cutie girl, and the Kozupi's not gonna kill you, just punish you. Wolf. She had heard the voices of their hearts by chance. Multiple boorish voices had wrenched their way into her head as she was passing by. Piece of shit, don't look down on me, you Esper freak. Die, I'll beat you to death, you little shit. Pathetic cunt, I'll whip your ass. Fucking die, Esper, shut your goddamn mouth. Fuck, I'm so pissed off, I'm gonna end you. That stupid bitch gave me the cold shoulder. This is revenge, fucker, shut the hell up. He's not even talking. Why do they say shut the hell up? Also, why is your revenge beating up some random dude? Rotten hell, fucking die already, you fake fucking Esper. The hell does it take to kill you? Just fuck die. This shit's just what I was told to do. Get the fucking money. Get the money. I'll make a shit ton of money. I fuck him up, I get money. I want money, I beat him to utter fucking shit. I'll fucking kill you, kid. I'm gonna slaughter you, tear you to pieces. Ha! Christ, it feels good beating people to a pulp. There's nothing fucking better, I swear. It's like I'm fucking high. For real, this is fucking fantastic. I don't give a shit about the world. There's nobody who can fucking stop me. Except some all cute woo anime girls. Watch out. The police won't do shit. My old boss won't do fucking shit. Mom won't do shit either. Nobody's but me is on that fucking top. There ain't nobody better than me. I'm on the top of the fucking world, bitch. Stay still so I can kick the shit out of you. Holy shit, I'm awesome. I want to kill them. From the cluster of voices formed by perverse hearts, a single voice of rage and hatred rose above. Recognizing the heart's outcry as Takami's, Kozupii had come running to where he was, and she had then attacked the bad men. One more person, and justice would be dealt. The threat to Takami and herself would be eliminated. For that reason, Kozupii refused to let the young man crawl away. There'd be no escape. Take it back, I'm sorry, I'll die, I'm gonna die, you'll fucking kill me, I'll die, I don't wanna die, it's not fair, don't kill me, I'm gonna fucking die, my guts will spill everywhere, I don't wanna fucking die, I wanna keep living, I wanna live a good life, I wanna do all the stuff I always wanted to do. The young man's heart frantically pleaded for mercy. Kozupi's wide smile did not fade. I like this. I like this face. I like yandere Kozupii. She gripped him by the back of the head, grabbing a fistful of hair, and forced him upright. She accomplished this despite the immense disparity in their physical appearances. Lacking the willpower to resist, tears welled up in his eyes as he begged for mercy from the girl. Kazupi's answer was a swift denial, but it was not one she voiced aloud. She simply mouthed the word one letter at a time with her small mouth. N-O. Hey, Kevin. What's up, man? Thank you. Lifting it above her head, the gargantuan sword roared as it approached the man. Oh, she's getting all kinds of updated sprites. Let's go. And they're all yandere. This is why Kozupii best girl. With one blow, his jaw pulverized. His shrieks reverberated throughout the alley. The man was blown away, and then collapsed in a heap. Blood would have spattered all over Kozupi's clothes, but she used her blade to shield herself, allowing her to avoid such an event entirely. What'd she hit him with, then? With a nod of satisfaction, Kozupii erased her sword. She then glimpsed at Takami, who was collapsed in the corner of the alleyway. Breathing loudly, her heart murmured, Kozupii wanted to kill them for you, but Kozupi's gonna stop here. Well, at least it's consistent. Oh, So she got 2 bonus scenes before her route. Mom, how come Kozupii lets me have 2 bonus scenes before my route starts? I kind of thought it was going to start there, but I forgot. It's got to start with the 7th new gen killing, right? Kozupii has cool sprites. She already has more new sprites than Fez did. Right? At least I think the one where she's all like, ah, is new. But I guess I could be wrong. It looked like a totally different art style, though. The title of the stream update, do people know I'm in the Kozupii route now? I changed it, right? Yeah. Looks like it. Cool. Unless, if anyone else can figure out a better way to describe that I'm doing 2 routes in one stream with the title. But I feel like that describes it quite well. Oh, she gets 3 bonus scenes. Kozupii going wild. The car again. Before tongue twister. Shinsen Station. Kozupii stood petrified. Over the past several days, she had been going back home from here rather than Shibuya Station. All because of the white car that had been following her. And today, the white car appeared once more. Oh my god. It's just an actual picture of like a old 2003 like Toyota Corolla. That's really funny. Also funny that you can tell this is Noah because they've like redone or they've done the background characters differently. They actually drew them in. Whereas before they like put an anime filter over real people. As if waiting for someone, it was parked in front of the station. Stricken by this, Kozupii froze dead under tracks. The passenger side window slowly began to roll down, before stopping nearly halfway. Then he pulled out the mirror. Suddenly, the hand of the passenger emerged from the opening. With her palm, a handheld mirror was clutched tightly. I'm shocked she doesn't, like, just rip out her sword and cut this dude's car in half or something. I mean, I guess she's scared of the mirror, right? But she could do that, right? Through her eyes, it felt almost as if they were taunting her, goading her. McDonald's? Not copyright. It doesn't have golden archers. It's a golden M. Hang on. I want to take a screenshot of that McDonald's thing. I want to see if I can edit that. I'll fuck around with that after stream. It's at a weird angle though, so it might be hard. But maybe I can do it. I'm not that good at Photoshop. The raw terror alone made her feel as if she may stop breathing at any moment. Refusing to wait even a moment longer, Kozupii whipped around and took off running. Focused entirely on her attempt to get away, she had no capacity to maintain proper footing. Taking Fez and Kozupii to get a Big Mac. Falling and scraping her knees many times as she sprinted. It always seems so sad to me when people fall and scrape their knee. Maybe because I always associate that with like little kids. Kozupii always feels so innocent to me, but she's just constantly scraping her little knees. Aww. Upon reaching the park, she took refuge on a bench, and she continued trembling well into the night. However, she could not afford to embrace her knees forever. Despite her fears, Kozupii decided it was finally time to make her way back to Shibuya Station. There it was. Also, I like, I like you that, oh, it's not a Corolla, by the way. But, I like that you can tell this is the CG from, like, Yua's route. And they poorly photoshopped this car onto it. That's funny. But when she reached Shibuya Station, the car was parked there, too. The exact same car from before. Stop it! Though she had no destination in mind, she bolted once again. Tears poured down her cheeks with no end. Doubt was all that filled her mind. So why were they fucking with Kozupii so bad? Compared to the other, Giglomaniacs. Is it because just Kozupii had something that was more easily exploitable, I guess? Because, like, the thing that broke Fez's mind was... Or not Fez, well, the thing that broke Fez's mind was her torture. And the thing that broke Aoi's mind was seeing her family die. So it's not like they can just regularly have people die. So I guess Kozupi's just the easiest to exploit. That's why they're, like, gang stalking her. In Common Route, wasn't she still with Takami at this point, or no? Who could possibly be in that white car? What could they possibly hope to gain by harassing her? When she came to her senses, she realized she had found her way back to Shinsen Station. Given that the car had been at this very station earlier, the last thing she wanted was to return. Just cut this car in half. They couldn't follow you anymore. Oh, don't ever enter the alleyway! You can never enter the alleyway! Taking her chances, she entered an unfamiliar narrow alley. Due to the lack of streetlights, the area was incredibly dim. Something that only served to magnify the already intense dread in her heart. But at this point, Kozupii was already drained. She did not have the energy to continue running. Wiping away her tears, she kept up her desperate struggle, stumbling every other step of the way. And right when she thought she was about to hit the main road, the white car passed in front of her. Where? Kozupii was shocked by its sudden appearance. It then traveled approximately 50 meters away from Kozupii, before stopping on the shoulder of the road. Its hazards flicked to life. Stop! Stop! She lost all willpower to run. No matter where she ran, they would always find her. As if it were reading her mind, the car would anticipate where she would be. Sinking to the ground, she cradled her head in her arms. Help me! Someone help me! Within her heart, she cried out for salvation. But in the end, not a soul came to her rescue, because this isn't Aoi's route and she can't be here. Even as Kozupii began to stagger away in a fit of tears, the vehicle remained parked, and to the very end, whoever was inside made no attempt to show themselves. Nope. Oh, we're here. Not the 7th new gen. Not again. I think it's so funny in retrospect to see Kazuki typing in lead speak. Nude gen. Okay, thank you, Kazuki. The DQN puzzle. Wheat! Luckily, this is all pretty fresh in my mind, having done this twice in the last, well, 2 days.
Yeah,
I just did it twice yesterday, actually. Is Kazuki your best girl? Of course. Without glasses, obviously. Kazuki's my waifu. Kozupi's my best girl. Very different. Why didn't it show her a new sprite for that, where she's all like, that would have been cool. I'm quickly perusing the dialogue, but this is all stuff we've already heard before. He's like terrified that he can't rely on don't worry about it, Alpha. Hope you're having fun. How was Fez route? It was a route. Okay, yeah, nothing's different except now that he's finally established what girl this route is about. Kozupii. She was as far removed from normal as could be, and a pretty big idiot. Shut the fuck up, Takami. But because of that, something told me that if I had to depend on her, she might actually hear me out. Do you have questions? Not really, no. I kind of got everything. She had sex with Takami. He got his D-sword from it. In his post-nut clarity, she combined all the D-swords, destroyed the red sky, which was Noah 2. And that's it. She was the protagonist of the story. And Takami was the heroine. Or the side character. Upon entering the classroom, I looked to Remy's seat. She's not there. This is still the same, right? I looked over at Kozupi's desk. She was in her seat, face down and huddled up. Yeah, this is still the same. I guess that about covers it, yeah. Wandering thinks I understood nothing else, but I think he didn't understand that the red sky was supposed to be Noah 2. My counterpoint. I did make eye contact, but I greeted her with my inner voice. Yeah, this is still the same. DQN's calling him an otaku freak. Assume he wouldn't talk to me. Taking a seat, I pretend to fall asleep. Yeah. Kozupii, can you hear me? This is new. Yes, sir. What is it? I need your help. If I don't get help fast, someone's gonna kill me. Someone's gonna kill you? You barely talked about it? I mean, yeah, there's just no one... We weren't chatting. We were just reading today. It felt like. You know? We're just kind of rolling through. So I didn't really feel like there was much to discuss. I don't know. That was basically my tangent of the last half of the route. It was just the sex jokes. Someone's gonna kill you? Yeah. That's why I want you to protect me. You can use your D-sword. But first... Takami? You don't think Kozupii is dumb, do you? Do you? I like where this route goes. I'm liking where it goes so far. But I also already like Kozupii, so I was looking forward to her route. Oof! Exposed. Kozupii knew it! Takumi, you're such a meanie head. I'll probably still be on Alpha. Well. On top of that, Kozupi's not gonna have to kabang anyone up, will she? You know, there's a certain way Kozupii hurts all the baddies who try to hurt her. She tears them to itty-bitty pieces! Okay. Does everyone around me think I'm stupid? What is this? Well, it's because you are, Takami. I'm just a poor, innocent otaku who hadn't done anything wrong. False. Being an otaku is already wrong, you weeb. All I want to do is shut myself inside my base and spend the rest of my life in there. I swear to God, it's like everything around me is screwing with me. What the hell? What'd I do to deserve this? I've done nothing wrong. I'm a good person. The DQNs, they're the bad ones. And Shogun, too. Please, Kozupii. I need your help. Protect me from them. You said it yourself the other day. Those cockroaches that say all those horrible things to me. They're even more worthless than I am. Kozupii probably bubbly said that. But the problem is, Kozupii doesn't know of Mr. Shogun. I know him all too well. He's this kid that looks like an old man, and he rides around in a wheelchair. And one day he's gonna show up out of the blue and kill me right then and there. He's the one who stole Nanami. Wowie zowie. That really stinks a lot, Takami. That's her equivalent of like, that's rough, buddy. Sorry you're going through it. What? Is that really all you have to say? Kozupii wants to kill some baddies. But Aoi told me killing people is a big no-no. Shit. Even Kozupii was on better terms with Aoi than I was. With my head still on my desk, I gritted my teeth and clenched my fists. What do I do? There's no one I can turn to except Kozupii. Aoi kind of scares me. And even if she didn't, I doubt she'd have any interest in helping the likes of me. The only one I could rely on was Kozupii. Didn't Aoi try to kill Takumi multiple times? No, only at the end of the game. The school bell rang, bringing the day to a close and me straight out of the classroom. Just like always. The class's token DQNs were making fun of me for the whole Esper debacle. Still don't really get the Esper thing. Just today alone, they'd already come after me at least 5 separate times. Or, like, why we got that one random, like, Esper dude to vouch for Takami. I guess that was just all Sua's delusion or something. With Noah 2 terminal or some shit. Seriously, didn't they have anything better to do? Could bullies like them only get their kicks from picking on others? The hell was wrong with normies? And people thought they were human? Don't make me laugh. Shutting myself in my base to play ESO, immersing myself in dazzling delusions with Seira, that was what made me happy. Very happy. God, I was so pissed off. So pissed off, in fact. I've been doing nothing but cursing out those DQN fucks inside my head the entire way home. Takumi? I felt Kozupii poke my shoulder from behind a few times. Come on! Let's walk home together! Do you really have any interest in protecting me? Mm-hmm. Oh, righto. Takumi, Kozupi's got a present for you. A present? For me? Look at me. I think I just raised a flag. Loopy? What's a flag? Oh, nothing. Well, anywhoosies, right now Kozupii and Takami should go somewhere nice and relaxing right now. She says right now twice. She also probably wants to walk home with Takami because she wants someone to distract her from the car that's, like, stalking her. Somewhere nice and relaxing? Oh, God. Nowhere I like relaxing. That's nowhere is more relaxing to me than the staircase in a mall. I knew it. There are no people around, so the description's pretty spot on. Then again, it is just a staircase, so that only makes sense. Why is it that I can't seem to calm down? Maybe it's because of that employee downstairs. Feels like he's been keeping a close eye on me. Ooh, is Takami gonna get gang stalked now too? Because of, he's with Kozupii? I mean, we know anything would fuck with Takami. It feels magical being in a part where nobody goes in a mall. I like malls. Maybe it's because Kozupii and I are speaking telepathically. We aren't making any noise, so from an outsider's point of view, we probably just look like a bunch of freaks making faces at each other in total silence. I feel like you would just look like your average, like, high school couple. Oop. Is Kozupii really a freak? I mean, when you just stare at people while staying completely silent, what do you expect? I don't like how rude Takami is to her. You take that back. But then, when Kozupii and Takami talk like this, nobody can hear their secret conversations. What? Are these supposed to be secret? Nope. The sheer amount of energy you have really does tire me out. Some things never change. Yup. Kozupi's really sorry. Kozupii didn't know Kozupii was tiring Takami out. Kozupii will do her best to not tire Takami out too much, too. Whatever. Can we just go back to what you were saying? Didn't you say something about a present? Oh, yeah. So you see, whenever Kozupii makes a new friend, she always gives him a present as a present. As she spoke, Kozupii started rummaging around in her bag. Back when Kozupii first met Aoi, Aoi got one too. One, too. Where is it? Aww. Kozupii knows. Takami, do you want to give Mr. Candy a little licky lick? She offered me a piece of candy. What the hell did she keep in her bag? I feel like keeping food in your bag is like a normal thing. For now, though, I took the candy and unwrapped it. Popped it in my mouth. It was lemon flavored. The tangy flavor spread throughout my mouth. Pretty refreshing, honestly. Was that the present, Kozupii? No! That's the Mr. Candy Kozupi's always slurping on all the times. You just expected me to know that? Okay. Here's Takami's present for realsies now. Aw, she gives him a nice piece of candy. She happily pulled out a number of fanciful accessories from her bag. Each one made up of a bunch of colorful beads. Oh, this is going to be tragic later, isn't it? I don't like this. I don't like where this is implying. The hell are those? These are Kozupii's clickety-clackities. The bracelets, celery phone straps, rings, hairpins, charms, and much, much more. Did you make all these by hand? Well, no. Kozupii tried to make them herself, but when she did, they all broke a lot and got even more extra clickety. So Mommy made all of them for Kozupii. Kozupii loves beads a super duper whole lot. Kozupii loves him so much, she calls them clickety-clackities to show it. She's so cute. Kozupii suddenly grabbed my hand. The sheer warmth and softness of it made my heart skip a beat. Oop-you? Takami, your heart just jumped. Only because you surprise attacked. When Takami's heart goes jump, Kozupii starts to jump up and down too. Thump thump. With a smile still on her face, Kozupii handed me something made out of beads. It was probably a cell phone strap if I had to guess. This one's for you, Takami. Aw. I don't want it. Fuck Takami. God. Literally, just do anything likable. We're like 5 routes deep now. Who knows? Is Kozupii imposing? Is she? It's just... Kozupii gives these to all her friends. Kozupii wants everyone to get a clickety-clackety. With a turn that would give anyone whiplash, Kozupii burst into tears. Oh, why does she have to be so quick to cry all the time? Takami, you cry like more than she does. What do you mean? Isn't this something a girl would wear? I'd feel weird putting it on. Oh, Kozupii gets it now. So Kozupii is just causing problems for Takami by giving Takami a present? Even though Takami's the second ever person Kozupi's ever given a clickety-clackety to? Big sniff. That's so sad. She says she gives them to all of her friends, and then she's saying you're the second person to ever get it. Bro, that means she doesn't have any friends. Take it. Depressed as could be, Kozupii made to take back the cell phone strap, but I quickly pulled my hand back and jammed it into my jacket pocket. Just put it on the phone. It's fine. Takumi? I changed my mind. I'll take it. But why? Why? She said that she gives a present to all of her friends, yet I'm only the second person to get one. In other words, Kozupii must not have friends. So the first one she gave was to Aoi, no doubt. Huh. I kind of feel... Takami feels sorry for Kozupii? Huh? She's like, you don't have any! What do you mean? Shit. I forgot Kozupii can read my thoughts. Honestly, as much as I feel sorry for you, I think we're actually the same in some ways. Yeah. Hey, Kozupii was actually thinking the same thing about Takumi. The first time Kozupii went to school, when she saw Takumi, she was like, oh, he looks like he's in a lot of pain. And since Kozupii was also in pain a lot, she thought, wow, Kozupii and him are the same. And she felt a whole lot better. The same, huh? It reminds me of what Aoi told me about Kozupi's life before she transferred. She and I really are alike. We're both closed off to the world, both at the mercy of the malicious entities surrounding us. We both avoid crowds and human contact, we're afraid of people. We both like hiding away by some dimly lit staircase, making ourselves unnoticeable. Kozupii just wants to live a normal life. As she played with the clickety-clackety in her hand, Kozupii had a faraway look in her eyes. Kozupii wants to make friends, then play together and eat lunch together, study, work really hard to get ready for culture festivals together, talk about love together. A normal life with all that will be more than enough for Kozupii. My heart. Oh, this route's gonna be so sad, isn't it? Kozupii ever never wished for anything special. Suddenly, the expression on Kozupi's face disappeared, and she tore apart the clickety-clackety she'd been playing with. The beads went everywhere, rolling down the stairs. I've been thinking the same thing. Why am I the only one that is to suffer like this? I always ask myself what I do to deserve this. Kozupii did a thing to deserve it, you know. A bad thing. Kozupii stuck out her tongue, and her smile came back. A bad thing? Do you mean the thing where you cut off your classmates' arms, or...? It's when Kozupii wished to kill. Kozupii wished she really kill everyone that ever bullied her. You're pretty twisted. I feel like that's a normal thing. I mean, I guess I can't relate too much. I wasn't really bullied, but that seems like the normal reaction if people are fucking with you all the time. Is that really a twisted reaction? But wishing for a bad thing isn't a bad thing in the end itself. In the end itself, right? Oh, that's right. She can't talk right. In the and itself. I think it's in and of itself. Threw me off for a second there. Huh? Does Takami think that wishing for bad things is bad? Because it's bad, wishing for bad is bad? Bah. Bad? Bad? It's super duper bad, huh? Well, back on topic. Negative emotions are not something to be repudiated. Was that a real word, or did she make that up? Oh, it is a real word. Okay. That's what the strange old man with the board said. And, because Kozupii wished for a bad thing, Kozupii's sword became a power for Kozupii. And Kozupii's D-sword protects her now. So, since Kozupii has it, Kozupii doesn't need to be normal or anything anymore. Are you sure? Have you really given up trying to live a normal life? Are you sure that's what you want? That you won't regret it? Kozupii doesn't like things that are annoying. And the world's filled only with baddies anyway, too. What about Aoi? Do you think she's a bad person? No, she's Kozupi's friend. She's not a bad person. The voice of Kozupi's heart sounded incredibly happy. Neither is Takumi. You're all clickety-clackety friends, too. Kozupii feels like the one that could actually be in a friendship with Takumi. Of all the characters in the game. Because I feel like they're the most relatable. Between each other. I buy this friendship the most of all the, girls. If we could all think like Kozupii does, life would probably be a whole lot easier. Or is the reason Kozupii thinks this way because she was broken at some point in the past? That's not really something I can answer. Well, I might complain all the time about the world around me. Inside my head, that is. At the end of the day, all I want is for someone to help me. That's all I ask. And he doesn't have to speak to her, right? He doesn't have to stutter as much like he does with everybody else, because he can just think his thoughts. I definitely buy this friendship the most. And I also just like her. I feel like all the other girls kind of annoy me, but I really do like Kozupii. Well, I may have thought we were similar. I guess Kozupii and I really aren't different. Wait, how? Nope. Kozupii and Takumi are the same. For some reason I didn't understand. Kozupii seemed very convinced of that. She then vigorously stood up. Alright! Time for us to go home. I like that her dialogue for that is, hey-ya! As soon as that left her mouth, Kozupii raced down the stairs. And then, in a display that was very in character for her, she slipped and fell on the last step. The inside of Roft was packed as ever. With a slight limp, Kozupii made her way through the building. There were tears in her eyes. You okay? Don't worry. Kazuki's used to falling over. Rover. Kozupii flashed a brave smile. The smile quickly faded. Kozupii stopped dead in her tracks, and her gaze shot straight behind me. When I glanced over my shoulder to see what she was looking at, I saw a bunch of mirrors for sale. Everything from hand mirrors to full-on dressers were on display. We need her smile face as an emote. I could probably make that work. We don't have, like, just a regular smiling emote in the Discord, do we? Could you tolerate being Takami's friend? No. I can tolerate being Kazuki's friend, though. Yeah, I don't have a regular, like, smile emote. Okay, I can make that work. That's, like, definitely a happy emote vibing. But I don't feel like it's just a smile one. It's like a big... It's like a... Like, we don't have a emoji, but the Fuka one that you posted is like a... You know what I mean? I feel like we can get one of Kozupii with just like her mouth closed but in a smile. We can make that work. Debating on making us a Kurisu dabbing emote? She probably would dab, yeah. With a stiff expression, Kozupii looked away from the mirrors and started to quickly walk away. See you tomorrow, Takumi. The voice of her heart held not even a trace of the energy from before. This is where you ask her what's wrong, Takumi, you fucking... I ran after Kozupii, but I had taken too long to do so, and now I couldn't see her anywhere. I hadn't said anything to her about wanting us to leave together, but she was the only person I had left. Losing her started to make me freak out. I could feel the anxiety slowly welling up. Being all by myself, especially in the center of Shibuya, I really didn't like it. The mere sight of the human stampedes moving along caused sweat to bead all over me. So knowing I couldn't take it, I gave up on trying to find Kozupii, decided to hurry back to base. What was that? I heard something. The loud clicking sound of a camera. I shifted my gaze toward the sound, but I couldn't see anyone with a camera. That was when I realized. The sound hadn't been an actual camera, but a cell phone. That explained why the sound had been so clear. Despite that realization, I still couldn't locate anyone that was pointing a cell phone at me. Fun fact, did you know they actually can't turn the shutter camera sound off in Japan? For the camera. A very interesting fun fact. Was I just too on edge? I couldn't be it. My social decline would have been incredibly well known through Japan, especially considering how much people freaked out over espers. So it wouldn't have been all that strange if there were people who found it amusing to snap random photos of me. The streets were overflowing with people. At least none of them were looking at me. Biting my lip, I continued dragging myself forward. I hung my head as low as possible so as to not be recognized. There it was again. Someone had taken a photo of me again, and this time I knew for a fact I felt their gaze on me. And it wasn't the usual god's gaze, but a gaze harboring nothing but pure malice. I looked around, and yet after all that, there was still no one. Who are you? Sneaking photos like a goddamn peeping Tom. I'll sue the fuck out of you for violating the rights to my likeness. But it wasn't like they were ever going to hear me cursing them out inside my head. I very much didn't have the courage to say it out loud. Even if I did, it'd only bring more attention to me. I went back to walking. This time I doubled my speed, weaving as best as I could between the herds of pedestrians clogging the road. The sounds got worse. The shutters continued to chase me. Then I thought I heard someone giggle. I looked around. There were a number of people holding their cell phones at eye level. A middle-aged businessman, a woman in a suit, a high school boy, some DQN girl. Pretty varied selection. As I moved, they'd move their phones in an attempt to follow me. Don't look at me. Don't take pictures of me! I couldn't take it anymore, so I took off running in another direction, but it didn't matter how long I ran, how far, or how many people I threaded the needle through. The sound always found me. The gaze caught up to me. Every time I thought I got away from the noise, it started up again. In my head, it was like my enemies were multiplying without end. Eventually, I ran to a red light, forcing me to stop. Planting my hands on my knees, I tried as best as I could to catch my breath, all while the noise of the shutters persisted. My gaze trained downward. I clenched my fists as I tried to stomach the humiliation. That was all I could do. Suddenly, a thought occurred. Was this noise really being produced by such a large, unknown number of people? Wouldn't they all be taking way too many photos? Sure, I was basically a celebrity, but I wasn't famous, I was infamous. Photos of me wouldn't be worth jack shit. I'd say most people considered me to be a walking piece of trash at this point. So I just couldn't get over how strange it was that the world would pick today of all days to start taking all these photos of me. And they weren't even hiding it either. Was it Shogun? Was he orchestrating an attack on me right now? Just leave me alone already. What the hell have I ever done to you? What the fuck is your problem? I want to kill him. After breaking me completely while he watched from the shadows, he was finally going to kill me once and for all. This malicious harassment wouldn't be enough. I to be the next new-gen case, murdered in some horrible, grotesque fashion. Therefore, I have to kill him before he kills me. I grabbed my head with both hands. I had a pounding headache. And yet, despite it all, I still didn't feel God's gaze. Despite the countless photos being taken via cell phones, Shogun's typical gaze wasn't following me at all. I want to kill him. Suddenly, everything went quiet. The rapid snapping of camera shutters completely disappeared. Surprised, I looked up, only to hear a sound I had heard many times before. Right behind me within the silence came a quiet, creaking noise I never would have heard otherwise. I sensed a presence. Someone in a wheelchair right behind me. But who? I laughed at my own wishful thinking. Their identity was obvious. It was him, Shogun. The General! Ignoring the red light entirely, I leapt into the crosswalk. My ears were assailed by a chorus of horns, and one vehicle was on the brink of running me over before just barely managing to screech to a halt. But I couldn't look back now. I had to keep running as hard as I could. Even though I'd made it back to my base, I was still haunted by the sounds of those shutters. Moving to a nearby residential area hadn't helped either. Even though it had been entirely deserted, I could still hear the endless clicking and clacking of the shutters. Clicking clackers. It was as if they'd seared into my very eardrums. Every person I passed would take out their phone just to get a shot of me. Not one of them said, "Oh wow, let me shake your hand," or "Ew," as I moved past. No one even so much as grinned. Nothing but expressionless faces taking pictures with their cell phones. So I just continued to walk past them, pretending like they weren't even there. Clearly, something strange was going on. I didn't sense even a hint of malice nor ill will from them. They felt entirely mechanical. Kind of like Automata. Near Automata? That's another game should I revisit, I wonder. Did I just not like it because I was doing it in one session and all the routes are the same? Maybe I'll try it again. Because I didn't like Nier Automata, but a lot of people do. Do I still have it saved? I do. How much did you play the first time? I played a little bit into the second route. You know when like you beat the game as 2B, and then you come back as like, what's his face? The other dude. 9S, is it? I started to play as 9S, and then it was basically the same route. I was like, I'm not doing this again. You had to like beat the game like several times or something, right? Or maybe I did. I remember she like takes her blindfold off and like makes out with him or something. I don't know. It's been like 2. When did I play last? When did I play Nier last? So I streamed it 4 times. And I played like... So I streamed like 20 hours of it, so I must have got more than one ending. Let me check the achievements. I achieved ending A. I achieved ending B. So I got endings A and B. Then I stopped. I last played November 2020. Was when I last played. But it's likely all my negative impressions of the game were just because I was in a really... That was around when the time when I was like pretty depressed with my life and like really stressed and overworked. So I could have been taking it out on the game. I don't remember how those streams went. I should recheck those and see if it's worth revisiting. So I got endings A and B. Because it's weird that I wouldn't like it, because it's by Platinum Games. And I loved the Bayonetta series. But I guess it's a different writer and stuff, so it wouldn't be that similar. But, like, nobody seems to dislike this game. I seem to be, like, the only fucking person that didn't like this game. I wonder if there was just something I didn't get or something I didn't care about. Maybe I'll check it out. Try to figure out where I went wrong. What I didn't get, what I didn't understand. The anime came out recently, right? The Nier Automata anime is out. So I guess it's relevant again, right? Oh, it's like still airing. An episode just came out like yesterday. February 26th was when the last episode came out. So yeah, it's still airing. So I could milk those anime views. Ideas hatching. The anime does look really good. Of course, it could just be because 2B's hot, and I just saw like a bunch of screenshots of the anime of 2B, so that could also be why I think the anime looks good. Fair enough, right? Restart the game? I don't know. The game's pretty long to restart. One of the first results for when I'm searching up the Nier Automata thing is one of the first results is why is Nier Automata so hard? Okay, that might have been why I didn't like it. It was the game hard. Night, Jade. I will make a mental note. Maybe we return to this game for the cute anime girl. And we'll see. But that could have been why I didn't like it if it was really difficult. Maybe a random stream for Monday? Maybe, Wednesday. But it feels like I should stream on a Sunday, because that's when the episodes of the anime air, so that's when people will be, like, looking for more Nier content. Although, then again, on Sunday, maybe they're just watching the anime. The jump between each difficulty was large, or maybe I'm just bad. That could have been the case. I mean, I might have picked normal, and it ended up being a lot harder. Min-max those views. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, bro. We're trying to grow this channel. Grow the Discord, grow the channel, grow the chat. Have more people to hang out with. I'm always on that grind. So I'll think about it. Maybe we revisit, or maybe I'd like do an anime tie-in thing. We'll see. Yeah, give me 1 second though. I'm gonna grab a drink of water. A thirsty boy. Also, my voice is kind of dry now. Making the high-pitched Kazuki. Fuck. I knocked over my drink from earlier. Making the Kozupii voice is like drying out my throat. Also got a Rice Krispie treat. Cubai be a thirsty boy. Indeed. Normal felt too easy, but hard was like a big spike in difficulty. I'm just bad, so maybe normal was too hard for me. But yeah, I'm looking to playing this game again. I mean, I bought it, so... Yeah, I played for 20 hours. Well, there's DLC content I don't have. Oh, it just gives 2B another outfit. This DLC pack adds the revealing outfit costume for 2B. Uh-oh. That's dumb. You have to buy the costume DLC, and then you can't wear it until you're level 80. What's the point, then? Wild. Okay. How long does it take to get that level? Apparently you will have already completed the game, because there was a lot of angry reviews about it. But apparently the DLC used to be free, and now it's like $15. So, people are also upset about that. I sat in the corner of my room, legs gripped tightly against my chest as I curled into a ball. Is that pose even comfortable? I feel like Takami does that all the time, but it would just not be comfortable. I just couldn't get my legs up to my, fucking face like that. All I could do was continue to grind my teeth out of sheer frustration. It was him. It was all Shogun's doing. While en route to my base, I'd heard it, the sound of a creaking wheelchair. I'd only heard it once, and I hadn't turned around to check, but there was still no doubt in my mind. My hands wouldn't stop trembling. Glancing at the time, I realized it was already 11 p.m. It's almost midnight, actually, where I'm at. I've spent 5 hours, scared shitless. I've spent 5 hours streaming. Letting out a deep sigh, I lashed out at him inside my head. I hope you die, I hope you die, I hope you die, I hope you die! Definitely a lot of projections of violence in this round, that's for sure. The worst part about Shogun was that he didn't kill you quickly. He would gently wrap a silk cord around your neck, and over time he would slowly tighten the cord, but eventually you'd suffocate. Because of that, I knew exactly how he was. Anxiety flared up within me, and I began to dread even going outside. Help me, Kozupii. I can't fight Shogun on my own. I don't even have a D-sword. There's nothing I can do. Kozupii, why won't you help me? I had to think. Somehow I had to come up with a way for Kozupii to protect me. She could read my mind, so I definitely couldn't lie to her. And what about money? Would she help me if I offered her compensation? Didn't she already say she would, though? That noise. With a horrible gulp, I squeezed myself into an even tighter ball and strained my ears for the slightest sound. He's trying to morph ball. I just hallucinated it. Yeah, that was the most obvious answer. I hadn't hallucinated it. It was the sound of a wheelchair. I could hear it coming from outside. I immediately held my breath and strained my ears even harder, desperately trying to hear any noise coming through the wall. There it was. He was outside. Wait, maybe I am just imagining it. Maybe I was just imagining him slowly moving closer and closer to me. I wasn't imagining it. He was wheeling around the outside of the container. I heard his voice. It was Shogun's laugh. He was laughing. In the dead of night, he was sitting outside my container in his creaky little wheelchair, laughing. But it didn't end there. The very next second, I heard the sound of a cell phone's camera shutter. Had Shogun taken a picture? What had he taken a picture of? The container? Isn't the stalking thing what you were more into when into thriller horror? Like, not me specifically, I just thought this was really cool when it was brought up earlier in the game with Bon. I thought this was a cool concept that I thought the common route kind of didn't really touch on because it had a really cool thing. This thing. Repeat minor offenses perpetrated against one individual, kind of like to try to drive them nuts. I thought this whole concept was cool, and they killed Bon off like way too quickly after it was introduced to like really dive into it. Which, I mean, isn't really that big of a deal because it's definitely a minor thing, but I thought the concept of it was really cool. I'm not into it specifically. No. It wasn't just Shogun, there were other people there. And not just 2 or 3. It felt like there were at least 10. They were all taking pictures with their phones in perfect unison. The sound of the shutters echoed off the walls and coiled into my ears. This wasn't possible. A delusion like this was just that, a delusion. There really is no delusion choices in these routes. Now that I think about it, none of them have it. If I peeked outside, surely nobody would be there. It was all just some simple hallucination. Sure, the container walls were thin, but there was still no way I should have been able to hear the shutters, or the laughter, or the wheelchair, and definitely not clearly. I didn't have the courage to go outside and check for myself. Fear overwhelming me, I burst into tears and wrapped a blanket around my head in an attempt to cover my ears. Don't come in. 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 Oh my God. How much time had passed? It'd only been about 10 minutes, but it felt more like 10 hours. I threw off the blanket and got up as quietly as I could. I listened carefully. I didn't hear anything outside. All I could hear was the sound of my PC. So it really had just been a hallucination. It had to have been. Just to be sure, though, I should check outside. There was no way anyone was out there, but still. Even if someone had been there, surely they wouldn't be there anymore. I positioned myself by the door. Why would you even check? What could he do if someone was still outside? There was a padlock on the inside, keeping the door locked. Retrieving the key, I stuck it inside the padlock. But I didn't have it in me to turn the key that easily. My heart was pounding out of my chest, and my nerves refused to calm down. I was terrified. The mere thought of opening my door terrified me. This could have all just been some total bait. Someone could be outside right now, biding their time as they waited with bated breath for the opportune moment to strike. I wanted to tell myself that something like that would never happen to me, but it was pointless to even try. I had been deceived over and over again. I couldn't take it anymore. I was so tired. Why couldn't I just be left alone? Why'd I have to endure these horrible, absurd trials? They were just too much for me. Fuck, fuck, fuck! I slammed my fist into the door with a loud bang. The noise resounded incredibly loud, and my hand immediately hurt like hell. Not a sound came from outside. No signs of anyone being out there. There was nobody out there. Of course nobody was out there. You'd have to be stupid to think there was somebody out there. Finished the season, still good. The Spy Family Season 2. I still gotta get around to watching that. I really have been wanting to. I think you'll like it. Really good for the soul. Yeah, I loved the first season, so I'm sure I would love the second. I also still should watch Chaos, or not Chaos. The Chainsaw Man. I still haven't watched that either. Sorry to mess up the suspenseful moment. No, it's fine. He's just deluding, complaining, and crying as usual. I bit my lips so hard, blood slowly began oozing out. And with that, I somehow found the strength to remove the padlock. And then, I slowly opened the door. I started the other day. Nice. Let me know what you think. In the anime channel on my Discord, link in the description below. You can also obviously talk about it in the chat now. I just took that moment to plug, where we talk about anime in my Discord server. And you can chat with us even after the stream in my Discord server. Link in the description. I used to think some of my plugs were obnoxious, but then, like, when I use, I get on Twitter, and if you ever look at somebody, like, famous's tweet, a bunch of the top replies are people just, like, going, oh my god, wow, check my stuff out. Like, absolutely shameless. At least I plug my own stuff on my own show, or, like, my own live stream. But some people are shameless. They'll just respond to celebrities like, hey, check out my show. Everyone, check out my thing. It's like, oh my fucking god. Absolutely shameless. Also subscribe and hit the bell button. Drop a like on the video. In an attempt to investigate, I peeked my head out from my base. I hope a sprite, like, jumps out here. God, I hope so. There was nobody there. Boring. It was still as death. Nothing moved. There was no sign of Shogun's creaky wheelchair, nor his laugh, nor the cell phone camera shutters. Nothing. Jarvis Johnson? I don't know who that is, but always be plugging is definitely a motto to live by in the content creator life. Is anyone there? I waited for a moment, but there was no response. Of course there wasn't. There was nobody there, so of course nobody would reply. That was just common sense. Nervous as it could be, I began to check even further outside, shifting my gaze towards any shadowy areas I could see. No one was there. Everything I'd heard, I'd hallucinated. All the repeated extreme stress had caused me to start breaking down. That made perfect sense. I just gotten scared and ended up losing it. Look at me tearing up. God, what an idiot. I can't believe how stupid I am. The sheer stress I was feeling left me trembling as I laughed at my own pathetic state. What is this text face? What am I looking at here? Chris, explain this. Oh wait, no, he probably didn't edit this round. Look at this dumbass. It was laughable, really. I couldn't help but LOL. Man, I was so worn out. He shut the door, right? That noise was him shutting the door. Going back into my room, I let my Seira figure soothe my soul. Oh my god, I think this is the first route where Seira's been mentioned. Its fingers pointing at you. Oh. Next, I sat down on my PC and logged into free Para. What is it? Oh, that's where I checked for updates in the Bloodtoon community. I could also see if my friends posted any status updates. Huh? A sense of dread was building within me. Something wasn't right. Friends list. Are these like all references to stuff? The list of my friends' statuses popped up on display. None of it was from any friends whose names I typically saw. So the first one is Miku Miku. I assume that's a reference to Hatsune Miku. Gingan Iya. I actually don't remember that. I don't recognize that one. Miracle Claudia. Suitable. Draboshlev. I don't know. This one's funny. This is a Master Chief reference. Master Cheery. Ku Raiteron? I don't know what that is. Idomajin. Digitaro. Unalive Girl. Human Flare. Soba Shop Slut. Shidansho. Hazuki. Valentino. Some of these feel like they're references. His appearance. Stairs leading to rooftop. Double doors. Shower. Sink. Container wall. Rooftop nightscape. Commemorative photograph. Beginning of the festival. Oh my god, that's like the title of my stream! Roll the credits! Wheelchair. Arrival. Inside the rising elevator. Arrival at sight. Author's spider across the board. The Dark Spider. The list had been bombarded with a single name posting over and over again in quick succession, burying all other posts. That friend's name being Spider. Did I even have a friend with that handle? I'd be lying to myself if I said I knew all my friends. I had over 100 of them, so it'd be stupid to make that claim. It looked like Spider had written around 15 entries in the past 30 minutes. Yeah, I read them already, but thank you for zooming in. When I saw the titles of the posts, I gulped. Before I knew it, my throat had gone completely dry. For one reason or another, I was struck with an immense sense of déjà vu. When I saw the titles, I had a feeling that I knew exactly what the contents would be. With trembling fingers, I moved the mouse and clicked on one of the entries. Oh, no. I didn't do the sound effect. This has to be the front of this very building. The poster contained a single image, and by the looks of it, it had been taken by a cell phone. There was no text, nor anything else in the post, just the image. There was no doubt that this photo was of the Kurenai conference hall. It seemed to have been taken at night, too. Haha, that can't be right. It was just my mind playing tricks on me. I forced a dry smile as I clicked on another post. There it is. There's no way! Also, I like that to save budget on these last CG and this one, it's literally just the like regular CGs, but they tilted them. They tilted and zoomed in. That's funny. There's no way! Despite me crying out in disbelief, even I could have predicted what was to come just by reading the title. Yet the horror gave rise to countless goosebumps across my skin. Each bump was like a stewing bubble of sheer dread. The noises. They'd just been hallucinations, hadn't they? The sound of the wheelchair, of Shogun's laughter, of the cell phone shutters. Had those sounds actually been real? Had someone actually been outside my base until only a short while ago, taking pictures and uploading them with their phone? The latest post was titled, "The Man of the Hour." The timestamp read 12:14. And right now, it was 12:21. Their last status update had been only 7 minutes ago.
そうだよ
It's not real. It can't be real.
嘘に決まってる
Who was the man of the hour supposed to be? Who could it be? I really didn't want to look, but I couldn't bear not to. I'd never be able to calm down otherwise. I quickly snapped my gaze to the door and back. I had to make absolutely sure the lock was on correctly. And right after I did that, scared as could be, I clicked the latest status update. It was a picture of me. Where, though? Man, even the artists don't want to draw Takami. Just a moment ago, I had opened the door to see who was there. I'd thought nobody was out there. But someone had been outside. The one halting her was a classmate of hers. Ninomiya Minako.
折原、ちょっと話がある。
Orihara, might we talk a sec? Kozupii winced at the clear animosity laced in her words. Moreover, Minako was not the only one there. 5 girls stood behind her, lying in wait. All of them were classmates, but Kozupii was unable to recall their names and faces.
いいよね。
Yeah, I knew you wouldn't mind,
付き合ってくれ
so...
るでしょ
You coming? As she remained unresponsive and unsure of what to do, Kozupi's quivering shoulders were then shoved, not by Minako, but by one of the girls behind her.
ちょっと。
Come on, say something.
言いなよ。
Feeling entrapped by the crowd of girls, tears began pouring from the corners of her eyes. Her captors were quick to take notice, growing even further agitated.
いちいち泣いてんじゃねえよ。
There's no way you're fucking crying, just come on already. She refused to go with them, for she had a horrible feeling about the events to come. But when they grabbed her by both arms, she knew she no longer had a choice. They brought her to the rooftop. 10 more girls were waiting up there. Nearly every one was a classmate. When she realized this truth, Kozupii was left deeply confused. Kozupii could predict very well what would happen from this moment. She could acutely feel the intense malice directed at her from those present. Why? Kozupii shook in fear from the sheer amount of negative delusions flowing into her, despite her best efforts to endure. Her tears simply would not stop flowing.
こいつもう泣いてん
She's
じゃん。
crying already?
うわ、マジ
Oh, really? You can't be serious. Even though Kozupii had only just transferred to the school, her peers held nothing back in their barrage of insults. Of course, she was well aware of the bitter hatred the girls felt for her. Try as she might to block out their inner voices in the classroom, the utter animosity they held was not something she'd been able to ignore. Despite such contempt, nobody had ever approached her in this manner before. She tried to run, but being surrounded by so many of her classmates left her no route to escape with.
逃げようとしてんじゃねえよ。
You ain't going anywhere.
みなこが
But
話ある
Nako's
から
trying to
さ
talk to you
ちゃん
here,
と聞きな。
and you're gonna listen. Prompted by her classmate's threat, Minako glared toward Kozupii with intense hatred. Her demeanor was that of a tall, rigid model, providing a heavy contrast to Kozupi's small, petite frame. She's gonna kill him all here, isn't she? Listen, keep your whore ass eyes off my Daisuke. Got it? Oh, this is Mizumi's girlfriend? Man. She doesn't even have a sprite. Absolutely robbed. Despite them talking as if she should have known it, the name Daisuke was not one she was familiar with. But these words that would defend her would never leave her mouth. She simply made herself small, shrinking to the ground in order to withstand the fierce chaos and confusion. You hear me, bitch? Cut the bullshit. I know you're trying to get your hands on my boyfriend. Kozupii frantically shook her head in denial. She had no recollection of this person at all. Maybe you shouldn't date such a man-whore, then. Then she at last realized that the person they spoke of was her classmate, Misumi. If that was truly who they were referring to, then Kozupii never had any intention of leering at him. In truth, it was quite the opposite. His entirely overt ulterior motives were nothing but a source of vexation to her. Nobody likes you know that, right? You've been a real pain in the ass ever since you got here. So what, Misumi dates the queen bee of the school? The way he, so frequently cheats on her, I kind of got the impression that she was, some nobody. That, he could walk over. Not queen bee. Hey, why aren't you talking? You trying to act cute or some shit? Told you. He's totally fucking with us. Disgusting shit stain. Could it be you got no problem talking to boys, but you haven't got the slightest interest in talking to us? Or are you just not in the goddamn mood, whore? Say something, ugly bitch! They pulled her hair, they struck her face, they shoved her shoulders. There was no escape. They wouldn't let her. Bullying. Beating up. Kozupii shuddered in fear as those words floated through her mind. Save me. Aoi. Save me, Takumi. Her inner voice cried out, but it was clear help would not arrive anytime soon. Before she had even moved here to Tokyo, this is how it had always been. No matter how much Kozupii wished for someone to help her, it would never come. So she is so much like Takumi. She had no choice but to bear it. If it were only this much, she could bear it. But that thought was just as transient as the last. Oh, so this is a delusion. From somewhere she could not quite discern, a noise faintly began to echo. The faces of her classmates immediately lost all expression. Each and every one of them reached into their jacket pockets in unison. And then, as if they had planned it beforehand, they all slowly retrieved something from within. Each person held out a handheld mirror. Mirrors of all manners of shapes and sizes. Simultaneously, each and every girl turned the surfaces of their mirror toward Kozupii. It was like a cult performing a ritual. Within each mirror, Kozupii could be seen stricken with the utmost terror. Each silver screen reflecting a girl with eyes convulsing uncontrollably. Quite the moment to reflect on. Oh my god. Who are you? 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 The nightmares that had once plagued Kozupii began to resurface. She was losing the self she knew and could not stop trembling. She shook her head violently in denial. Her eyes wandered between each mirror. Her head shuddered and shook. The convulsions seizing her eyes continued. Kozupii tried to scream, He could only muster a feeble cry. I'll kill you, 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 I'll kill you. The dominance of dark, sickly delusions began to enshroud her mind. She then became cognizant of the D-sword clutched tightly in her hands. A faint beam of red light shone across the blade, flickering with a delightful shriek. Not a hint of its brutality was left concealed. Its mere aura fiercely intimidated all those who beheld it. Everything before it fell to ruin. Everything before it consumed. Everything before it returned to nothing. And now, as it settled, her sword resided not in delusion, but reality. Her once expressionless classmates awakened from their trance, greatly alarmed by what was unfolding. But by then, it was far too late. Tears pouring down her cheeks, Kozupii let out a scream her eyes could no longer see. With a single step, Kozupii staggered forward. Effortlessly, she raised the D-sword above her head and did a fucking, AoE attack. Wiped them all out. At the present moment, it was Minako who was in her path. What came next would appropriately be referred to as an immediate bisection. From the left arm to the right shoulder, her body was ripped apart. In regard to what had happened to the girl, the word slash would have been far too disingenuous. Sickeningly extreme amounts of blood burst forth from her body. As she raised the D-sword aloft, this time she staggered backward. It was as if the sword itself had drawn her back. Her body moved about adroitly, almost as if it were dancing. Despite her remarkably petite frame, she swung the gigantic sword around with incredible ease. Despite being far past death, Minako's corpse was further desiccated in obscene acts of violence. The freshly spilt blood danced in the air along with Kozupii and her sword, dyeing the concrete crimson. Kozupii, sapped of any remaining strength, collapsed seconds later in unison with what used to be Minako. She was sobbing her heart out, the tears forcing her eyes to remain closed. Faced with that horrific display, her classmates stared in a daze, their mouths hanging agape. Not a single one moved from where they stood. It was as if they could not comprehend what had just occurred. Swaying slowly, she returned to her feet. My sweet cinnamon roll, why would you do this to her? Her head hung low as convulsive sobs assailed her. Pointed directly at her petrified classmates, blood trickled from her D-sword. I'll kill you. The very next moment, innumerable shrieks ripped through the air, before disappearing into the sky forever. She could also, delude all their corpses away, right? And totally get away with it. Walking as fast as I could, I headed directly for school. I kept my eyes out for anyone at all. And if someone dared to approach me, I'd run away as fast as I possibly could. Welcome to the bloody route? Oh god. Kozupii gonna be doing that a lot then, huh? Well, that's fine, as long as it's Kozupii. I'm fine with that. Kozupi's allowed a little slaughter as a treat, absolutely. If someone even dared approach me, I'd run away as fast as I possibly could. I've been hyperventilating for forever now. Wheezing again and again, my throat desperately gasped for air. The sweat beaded endlessly on my forehead. No matter how much I wiped it away, it just kept coming. I was just going to school. I was just going to school so I could get Kozupii to help with whatever the hell this was. I needed her to fight the bastards that were trying to break me. Kozupii would definitely do it. She was completely broken herself, after all. Yep. Very accurate. I wanted to kill them. I wanted to kill them! Shogun and his cronies needed to fucking die. There was no doubt in my mind that the people at my base yesterday had been Shogun and his underlings. Ugh. They were finally cutting the bullshit, and now they were gunning to finish the job. They targeted me, began their extensive mission to wear me down, and they were moving in to kill me in the sickest, vilest, most disgusting way they could imagine. I couldn't take it. I didn't want to die, so I had to kill them before they killed me. So get your D-sword, bro. That sound. Yesterday, I heard the exact same creaking sound behind me. I whipped around, wincing in anticipation of what might come. Yet not a soul was behind me. There was no wheelchair in sight. It couldn't have been a hallucination. I'd heard it right fucking behind me. Was Shogun still attacking me? I broke into a mad dash. Man, there's this old game I used to play called Mad Dash Racing. I don't know if there's any way to play it nowadays. It was so fun. It was an only on Xbox game. Oh, apparently it runs on the Xbox emulator. Damn. I might have to set up this Xbox emulator after stream. The reason I thought of it is because he said Mad Dash, and it was this Mad Dash Racing is literally this racing game where you're just people running on a course. It was an exclusive to the original Xbox. And that was the only console it was ever on. I don't know who made it. Eidos Gaming? Oh, Crystal Dynamics made it. And it was published by Eidos Interactive. Crystal Dynamics is like super popular, aren't they? They made the Tomb Raider games. Wait, what? And Legacy of Kain? And then they randomly made this Mad Dash Racing game? Bro. That's so wild. I'm absolutely setting up the simulator after stream. Alright, anyway. I broke into a Mad Dash Racing. No way in hell I was going to stand around all alone. And yet, it followed me. The sound clung tightly to my back. I could hear it directly behind me as I ran. Stop it. Get away. Stop chasing me. Don't look at me. I was about to snap. Get your D-sword out then, bro. I no longer had the stomach to take another look behind me. I stumbled my way to the school gate. The bell still hadn't rung yet. I was on the verge of being tardy, but I could still see other students here and there. Just looking at another person was enough to make me flinch. But if I didn't go to the building, I wouldn't be able to find Kozupii. I also like that in all these routes, pretty much just every girl is a stand-in for Remy as well. Steeling myself, I entered the school grounds when I heard something once again. Yeah, I like that ominous nature going on in this route, like, the whole time. I think that's really cool. We kind of know what's going on, because this was kind of spoiled in the common route, that group stalking thing, or gang stalking thing, but it's still cool. This is, again, another thing I feel like should have just been incorporated in the main route. Yua's sister thing, and this should have just been in main route. Because it would have helped develop the character, and whatever. But it wasn't a wheelchair this time. It was a cell phone shutter. My gaze shot all around myself. Who the hell? Who'd taken the photo? Nobody was looking at me. Nobody had a cell phone out. How you know this game is old? Nobody had a cell phone out. Nobody had a cell phone out, bruh. Imagine not having a cell phone out in 2023. That is absolutely wild, dude. Hey, I got 70 upvotes on the meme I posted. This really says a lot about our society. Yeah, dude. Oh, yeah, dude. 70 big updudes. That's huge. Oh, wait, anyway. I guess we're playing a game or something, yeah. Oh, you can't even see me on my phone. I didn't have it up high enough. I thought it was being funny and clever. Alright. I saw your phone like half the time. Alright, that's fair enough. That's worth it then. Half the time is about how often I'm funny. I need someone to draw Takami a Family Guy, Sona. Do you, though? Do you really? How long is this route? It's important, is it? Ah, what the fuck? What the fucking fuck? I covered my ears. Without looking where I was going, I bolted. Without stopping even once, I made it to the classroom. I was about to burst into the room, only to frantically stop dead in my tracks and turn right back around. The class DQNs were assembled. The second my eyes met one of them, I'd given up completely on going in. What a coward. God damn it! This world was plagued with my enemies. Every single person was my enemy. All of you should fucking die. Every last one of you should just die. Since I couldn't go into the room, I had to just turn around and keep walking. Maybe a delusion or two about massacring the DQN pieces of shit would cheer me up. Definitely Takami's most violent appearance. He's got all these violent thoughts, but he's like so cowardly he can't act on them. I'd only glanced in the room, but I hadn't seen Kozupii. Actually, there hadn't been any girls in the classroom at all. That was strange, actually. But I still couldn't care less. All I cared about was figuring out where the hell Kozupii had wandered off to. Of all times, for her to completely disappear on me, it had to be now. I also want to say, I feel like this is the stream I've tried hardest on the voice acting for, like, the whole way through. I've been trying this episode. I've been really flexing the vocal cords here. They went to Fez's gal party? Yeah. Just the gals being pals up on the roof, I'm sure. Don't strain your vocals? No, I must. That's how I will practice. I was still wheezing from before, my breath violently forcing itself in and out of my lungs. When they saw me like that, the other students walking down the hall stopped and stared. Don't look at me! That sound again. Looking back, I saw 4 DQN guys I hadn't noticed before. They all had the biggest smirks on their faces, each one of their cell phones trained on me. Well, this is different, though, because before he said that everyone that was taking photos of him didn't have any expression on their face at all, but now they've got smirks and stuff on their face. How was Fez's gal party? Actually quite tame, because we just didn't really see what she did to Nanami and Remy. It, like, kind of just wasn't explained, like, how Fez got, like, dealt with them. They were just like, yeah, their swords are there. Anyway. Like, I guess Remy could have gone to the hospital before to meet up with Shogun. I don't really know how Nanami would have ended up at the hospital for, Fez to get. But she was there. Don't look at me! Ignore them. Kozupii can just kill them later on. A delusion like that sounded so exhilarating. Every last one of them dying a horrible death. I'd had fucking enough of this world. Each route divergence is a result of Taku's choices. It's not random happenstance or changes to the plot. Like his choices to go with one of the side girls or something? Is that what you mean? Like, because basically every route is him saying that Remy has given up on him. So he's got to go with someone else. Which is why I'm very curious how the Remy route will go. In Yua's case, it was Sua who intervened. That's true. Sua only told Yua that stuff in her route because he noticed how she was focused on him. She was only hyper-focused because Taho confirmed her suspicion by erasing the board, which he doesn't do in the other routes. Fair. I like the running sound effect repeating right now. Kozupii was still nowhere to be found. I had no clue where she was. Maybe she just hadn't come to school today? But if that was the case, what was I supposed to do? I really doubted I could fend off Shogun's attempt to break me, especially for a whole day. I've been pretending to be tough inside my head this whole time, but my knees were still shaking uncontrollably. And if I didn't stay focused for 1 second, I'd likely sink to the floor and stay there. Kozupii, where'd you go? Where the hell'd you go? Please, just save me. Which is interesting because, they both have that dynamic of hoping the other one saves the other. I think that's very cool. It's the one time I'm, like, not super annoyed by Takami just being like, save me! Because at least he's got, like, a counterpart now that's also like that, so it's, like, a narrative tool now instead of Takami just sucking. Help! Startled, I stopped dead in my tracks. I'd heard a voice. A voice in my head that felt like it'd come from right next to me. Someone's inner voice. It's not Kozupi's fault. It's really not Kozupi's fault. Help! Kozupii, where are you? Looking around, I saw Kozupii squatting down near a corner by the entrance, cradling her head. The moment I saw her, a gasp forced its way from my mouth. Her entire body was a deep crimson, as if waves of red from an ocean of blood had crashed upon her. It wasn't simply as if. She was undeniably covered in a ridiculous amount of blood. I wanted to scream, but my voice stopped working. Kozupii? Say something, Kozupii! I called out to her with my inner voice. Kozupii slowly raised her head. Tears were flooding from her eyes, leaving them red and congested. My cinnamon roll, no. Without getting up from the ground, she grabbed onto my shirt. She clung to me as if her life depended on it.
何を
What are you? Takumi, this is not the time.
匠さんは
Takumi, are you Kazuki's enemy or her friend? What's that supposed to mean? What do you mean, what's that supposed to mean? You ask everybody that. You overthink that. I tried to ask again, but she buried her face in my chest and shook her head from side to side. The reddish-black blood coating her entire body seeped into my uniform and slowly spread. I never realized how small she was. Her body was so fragile, it felt like it might break at any moment. Only when I'd embraced her had I finally come to realize this. I'm your friend, Kozupii.
コズピーの味方だ
That's why I came to you for help.
コズピーに助けても
I only said what was on my mind. I was being fairly selfish, but Kozupii was the only one I could turn to.
コズピーのこと
You won't be a bully to Kozupii? I'm not gonna be a bully to you. The guys bullying me are my main concern. That's what's more important here. I need your protection. Oh my god. He ruins the moment. Comfort someone else for half a second, you annoying twat.
コズピーは
But
守れない
Kozupii can't protect Takumi, you know. What do you mean? You have a D-sword.
だって
But
あの子のことうまく
But I can't handle him very well anymore. Him? What, your D-sword? I asked that inside my head, and Kozupii nodded. She then nestled further into me.
だからね
So that's why,
さっきのドカバキクシャーは
Takumi, all that bing bang crashy stuff, none of it was Kazupi's fault. That's weird. That's the first time we've gotten like a delusion in one of these side routes. Without warning, I was hit with a fierce impact. Images burst into my mind like an intense montage of flashbacks. The school, its rooftop, the fierce rusty smell of blood, a sea of blood, endless chunks of meat strewn across the concrete, disconnected, disjointed hunks of flesh I couldn't identify, and Kozupii standing in the middle of it all, her breathing heavy, a D-sword in hand. The audio like bugged out there. I snapped back to myself, shocked. What the hell was that? That had definitely been the school rooftop. But what were all those other images? Had they just been a delusion? But they had been different from how my delusions usually were. Oopsie whoopsie. Maybe it hadn't been my delusion, but Kozupi's? I felt like Aoi had said something about how Yiglomaniacs can make other people see their negative delusions. So maybe that's what just happened. Placing that aside for now. Kozupi's blood-stained body clung to me. The blood on her was still wet. No signs that she'd been hurt. Certainly wasn't acting like she'd been. Therefore, the blood wasn't hers. I was trying my absolute hardest to conjure up an explanation for the amount of blood she was bathed in. There was nothing normal about this. It was insane. Whose blood was this? Hope this isn't Chris's blood. Kozupii, whose blood is this? It's from the baddies who were being bullies to me. Kozupii hung her head. She gently detached from me, then looked away as if she was in trouble. She raised her index finger to her lips. To me, it looked like she was sulking about something, or like she was lapping up the blood on her finger. Isn't that someone else's blood? Yeah, it's someone else's blood. A feeling of dread surged up within me. Kozupii, if that's really the case, you went way too far, didn't you? The school bell rang loudly, telling us homeroom had started. There wasn't a single sign of any students around us. They'd all just gone to class. And so I made up my mind, began to head straight for the classroom. What? Dude! Trying my best not to get caught, I stealthily peeked in from the window. You'd still get caught, you're now covered in the blood! What? What I saw left me shocked. Homeroom had started with the teacher standing at the front of the room. He also just left Kozupii there? And just like I'd seen before, not a single girl was present inside the classroom. No way. I had to be sure. I had to be absolutely sure that it had all just been a delusion. I took off for the roof, then flung open the door leading to it. The first thing that hit me was the somber blue sky, and the next was nothing but pure crimson. A literal sea of blood. Can't he just dilute it all away? Or she can, right? When hit with the remains of that horrifying scene, the psychological revulsion, the utter repulsiveness, the overpowering stench, it all pooled together, and I could no longer keep the contents of my stomach from emptying across the concrete. Takumi? You're Kazupi's friend, aren't you? Blech. I jumped. When I turned around, Kozupii was standing right in front of me. Tears were welling up in the corner of her eyes, still soaked in blood. She turned to me and smiled, an innocent smile. Absolutely. I feel like this sprite is also appropriate for that meme. Kozupii covered in blood like this. I have never done anything wrong in my entire life. And then me, I know this and I love you. No, Takami. Get your shit together. I couldn't help but run. I was afraid of Kozupii. For smiling in that situation. For killing them so brutally. I love that. She killed them all and she's just like... This is a little babby. I couldn't comprehend it. The people that were there weren't people anymore. They were in pieces, and she'd done that to them. The scene on the rooftop had been burned into my mind and refused to leave. It repeated endlessly, looping over and over again in my head. And each time it did, I was hit with the most intense feeling of nausea. I lost count of how many times I dry heaved. I ran all the way around the school with no real destination in mind. Homeroom had already started, so there was no one in the halls. Kozupii wasn't following me. You can't blame me, I'm a Scorpio, yeah? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Was running away the smart thing to do? Or should I have stayed with her? If Kozupii saw me as an enemy because I'd run away, would I be fucked? If she started thinking me as an enemy, would she tear me to pieces like she had those girls on the rooftop? Oh god, no, please no! But if that was true, what should I have done? Even if I went back to Kozupii now, I'd have no idea what to do or say. I just kept on running and running, almost tripping every couple seconds. In the very next corner I went around, I very nearly ran right into two people. It was Masumi, together with one of the DQNs from my class who'd made fun of me earlier. I was gonna say, how are there just nobody in the halls? I know homeroom had started, but like, what about the people who are late to class? You know? What's going on? Or the teachers wandering the hallway? Anything? He looked at me with clear unease, while the DQN stepped in front of me, blocking my path. The DQN had the most malicious grin on his face. What's up, Esper? Hey, I'm curious about your powers. You in the mood to give me a little demonstration? I bit my lip. I didn't make eye contact. If I did, I knew I'd get punched right there and then. The DQN made no moves to take out his cell phone. If he did, however, I very well might have lost it and killed him. Just like Kozupii had with those girls. Seems like a few girls from our class decided to ditch. They haven't come back, so we're out on the prowl looking for them. Really? Don't you think that shit's a total waste of time? Masumi here is worried about Minako or whatever. But she's the bitch who decided to ditch us. You agree with me, don't you, Esper? Why would Masumi ever be worried about his girlfriend? In between all the different times he's cheated on her, why would he give a fuck? I didn't respond. And as a result, a sharp pain ran through me as he kicked me in the hip. Don't ignore me, bitch! Knock it off. The second Masumi spoke up, the DQN stopped dead in his tracks. Taku, have you seen Minako? She was here before the bell went off. I've been calling and texting her, but she's not responding. Why would Masumi, of all people, randomly start texting his girlfriend because she's a little late to class, too? Nope, hadn't seen her. Technically, he hasn't. Because she was in so many different pieces. I couldn't tell him. I couldn't tell him about the tragedy that happened on the rooftop. Was it a tragedy? I had no idea who Minako was, but I assumed she was Masumi's girlfriend. Could she have been among the tattered pieces of meat scattered across the rooftop? And what about Remy? Had Kozupii killed her too? She shouldn't have. Remy had been missing for a while, and she hadn't been at school either. Really, I couldn't believe I was still worrying about her after everything that happened. What the hell was I even expecting her to do? She was never going to come back anyway, so what was the point? Esper? Why is there blood on your clothes? A shudder ran through me. It was blood from when Kozupii had clung to me. It had transferred from her onto me. And now it fully covered the edge of my shirt. Masumi's eyes widened and he gasped. Taku? What the hell happened? Nothing. Nothing suspicious. Why would you think I just accidentally got bathed in the blood from several corpses? That's so weird. The second that left my mouth, I whipped around and ran away as fast as I could. Not suspicious. I heard a voice calling after me, but I ignored it. Don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious. I bolted down the stairs, do. But in my chaotic frenzy, I lost my footing and tumbled all the way down the landing. I hope just out of spite, Kozupii walks by him after he falls down the stairs. Doesn't talk to him, just walks by him. And as I lay there on the ground, I lost all will to stand back up again. Would I ever be able to find peace again? Why'd all these insane, horrific things keep happening to me one after the other?
Taku.
Bro, it was just a small couple murders, man. Get over it. Taku. A voice called my name. I only knew a single girl that called me that. I slowly and timidly looked up and saw a hand stretched out before me. Gross! The other girls can't show up in, like, character routes? What's going on? That's what I want to ask you, Remy. What do you mean? I'm already in someone's route. Get out of here. This isn't how it goes. Other characters don't get sprites in the routes. This is now Remy route, baby? Absolutely not. I refuse. I've never seen you in such a hurry. Does it hurt anywhere? Get away from me, you DQN slut. I am here for Kozupii. It was Remy. Remy was here. Remy, I felt tears starting to well up. I made fun of Kozupii for crying a couple frames ago, but now I will cry like a little bitch. Not wanting to embarrass myself, I fought them back and took the hand she was offering me. It was so very warm. Remy pulled me to my feet. You okay? That was a pretty bad fall. Kubai's totally immersed. I've been, like, the whole stream I've been immersed. I've been killing it with the voice acting. I'm on top of it, bro. I'm trying. Played the parody visual novel Pizza Game. It has the exact joke. You can be playing one character's route, but if you make the wrong choice, it instantly becomes another. No! Hang on, let me... Is it on Steam? Pizza Game. Oh, it is. I shall add it to the wish. Wow. You might enjoy it, but it probably won't draw viewers. Yeah, I probably won't stream this one. I'll add it to the wish list, though. She brushed off my clothes, not leaving a single spot on me untouched. Did she brush off the dried blood on your clothes? Remy, where were you? Where had she been all this time? Why hadn't she contacted me? She said she'd protect me. Oh, me? I may or may not have been tardy today. For killing people. That didn't answer my question. But when I saw that confused, airheaded smile of hers, my fear ever so slightly subsided. That smile had saved my life so many times before. And when I saw it, I no longer had any need to ask where she'd been or what she'd been doing. And I didn't need to ask why she hadn't contacted me. Simp! Simp behavior, Takami. Get that shit out of here. Go back to Kozupii. You told her you were her friend. Help her clean up the bodies. Remy had come back to me, and everything would be okay now. No matter what enemy I might come to face, Remy would protect me. Or would she? Would she truly protect me? Had Kozupii really just so happened to not kill Remy? A flicker of doubt appeared in the corner of my mind. It rose up in me like a passing thought. She'd been absent for all this time, but she just so happened to come back today? And then she just so happened to be late to school on the day she just happened to come back? And then Kozupii had just happened to commit murder on the same day Remy had just so happened to come in late? No. Don't think about it. Stay positive. I rubbed my temples with my fingers, trying to calm myself down. You don't look so hot. Here, let me take you to the nurse's office. You can rest up a bit in there. No, I have a lot of evidence and crime scene on my chest right now. Let's not go talk to anybody else. As she said that, Remy pulled me by the hand. Come on, let's go. Did Remy not know about the tragedy that happened on the rooftop? Wasn't that only natural? She had said she'd been tardy today. And the fact that she didn't dare ask about the blood on my clothes was just her being considerate to me. It had to be. It's a delusion by Kozupii. She's gonna go full yandere. Do you like other girls than me? How dare. Remy attempted to pull my reluctant self down the stairs, but I planted my feet right before the entrance. What, he grew a backbone for the first time ever? She kept on trying to pull me along, pretty forcefully too, but I gently shook her hand off. Turning left in this hallway would bring us to the staff room, and after that, the nurse office. From there, if we kept going straight and exited at the end of the hall, we'd end up at the sports court outside, after which would be the school gate. What? He's like giving us a map of the school, okay. I didn't want to see anyone today if I could help it. I didn't even want to walk through the school. Bro, it was just a couple murders. Get over it. Quit flashing back to it. We're done. We're past it. We're moving on. Like, just a couple. It was Kozupii, dude. Like, whatever. She's just being a little wacky, little goofy. That's how Kozupii is, you know. Oopsie whoopsie. Just me being Kozupii. Like, come on. Get over it. Someone was going to find that slaughter on the rooftop at any moment, and when they did, a huge panic would break out. I'd be the prime suspect, since my clothes were caked with blood and all. Has no one else seen her? Like, what? That was why I wanted to get away from the school as soon as possible. That would literally only make you as suspicious as possible. Like, what? I don't think you could actually be more suspicious in this scenario. Takami would suck it among us, and Clue. Good lord. This dude, a multiple, like, homicide has taken place. He's been seen with blood on him, seen at school that day, and also left without letting anybody know or interacting with anybody else after. What? You could not be more suspicious. But that's why I wanted to get away from school as soon as possible. I should just avoid the nurse's office and go straight to the entrance. I planned to tell Remy about the rooftop in Kozupii, but when I turned around... Oh. Huh. Ah. She's like, awkward. What you got there, Remy? A smoothie. Remy was holding something sharp and pointed. Now, was that D-sword? It looked like a pair of steel wings, but we didn't hear her boot it up. Usually we always hear that. And the tips of the wings were pointed straight at me. Remy was about to stab me in the back any moment now. Our eyes met. Remy's eyes were filled with grief. She was the first to break eye contact. I'm sorry. What? Softly murmuring those words, she brandished her sword. She was about to kill me. Remy was about to kill me! I lost control. The second she was about to swing, I gripped her wrist to protect myself. Bro? Her sword's so long. How'd you manage to grab her wrist? What? I was a lazy piece of shit, and I practically never exercised. Yet I still had enough strength to overpower her. Why? Why, goddammit? This bitch. In the end, Remy had just been another enemy? Had she been lying to me the whole time? Just like Yua back then? Was she just trying to fuck me over too? I don't believe this. No way. Yeah, I think this is Kazupi's delusion that she's projecting on Takami. Was Remy also one of Shogun's underlings? Well, actually, this is the first time he's right. Technically, by proxy. And if she was an underling, did that mean that she would have been behind the new gen the entire time and I'd been right from the start? Why are you doing this? I'm sorry, but you have to disappear, Taku. We had decided it. There was no misunderstanding here. Remy really was my enemy. This was her true nature. All that shit about protecting me had been nothing but a lie. You're lying? You're nothing but a goddamn liar! I'm sorry for lying to you. So what on this route, if this is, I'm assuming this is a Kozupii delusion, but if it's not, what on this route triggers Remy to decide to kill him early? Why do you think that she would, that Kozupii would be projecting this to Takami? To isolate him? Because right now he believes that Remy is her friend. But if Kozupii projects a fake Remy that's about to kill Takami, then he would have this reaction of like, "You're an enemy!" And then would go to Kozupii, because then he would literally only have Kozupii left. So she could be doing that to like yandere, like push him into her. That's my thought process. But please, Taku, disappear. Cut the shit! Cut the bullshit! You want me to disappear? All I can think about is how I trusted you more than anything. About how I thought I could depend on you no matter what. How could you stab people in the back like it's nothing? You fucking demon girl! Taku, I'm sorry. Sorry isn't enough! Who the fuck do you think you are? I realized I was crying. A betrayal like this, I couldn't. The pure rage and frustration I was feeling right now. What I had felt with Yua didn't even come close. Remy had shit all over the feelings I had for her. I'll never forgive you. 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 I'm gonna kill you. I'll never forgive you. I'm gonna kill you. I'll never forgive you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. Gripping her wrist even tighter, Remy's expression contorted in agony, but the pain I felt was far worse. You tore my heart to fucking shreds. I'll never forgive you. I can never fucking forgive you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna fucking... Kozupii will kill her. It happened in an instant. Right before my very eyes, Remy's figure vanished. See, it vanished, not like didn't get sliced to pieces. Oh, or maybe not. Her body was blown to the side toward the shoe lockers and slammed right into them. She'd been done for the moment she'd hit the metal lockers, obliterating them in the process. A thick cloud of dust enveloped the room. At first, I had no idea what the hell had happened. Hi! Takami's heart was crying out, and Kozupii heard it. Right before me, brandishing her D-sword, was Kozupii. Her expression was incredibly pained. Sweat shone on her forehead. Yet despite those things, she still forced herself to smile at me. How can you tell that she's sweating? Stuff like, I'm gonna kill you and I'll never forgive you, so... Kozupii came and killed her for you. Her inner voice threw all that at me. You killed her. You really killed... Unable to believe what I'd just seen, I approached the demolished shoe lockers. The D-sword that used to be Remy's brushed against the tip of my shoe. It was lying on the floor, deprived of its owner. Liquid slowly pooled beneath the sword. Blood. Kozupii schools have cameras. To be fair, if people aren't hearing her smashing into the lockers, I'm not sure how much it matters. People might just not be noticing in general. Whose blood was it? I didn't have to think long to know. He did it. He figured it out. Eventually, the D-sword by my feet was enveloped by countless black particles, and it vanished into the air. Remy was dead? Just like that? Hey, when the D-Sword users died in Fez's route, the D-Swords didn't disappear. I didn't have the slightest urge to confirm it. Sadness washed over me, and at the same time, I was left with an inescapable sense of regret. They weren't dead, just mentally broken. I guess. What do I think about why Remy decides to randomly kill Takami? I still think it's a Kozupii delusion. But maybe. I had killed my own emotions deep down. Had my feelings numbed me to everything? Or had I numbed my feelings to everything? It didn't matter anymore. At least the tears had stopped falling. Kozupii. Save me. Right now, Kozupii was the only one I could depend on. Even though Remy had betrayed me, I still wanted someone to believe in. Or maybe I just wanted someone I could be with. Someone who would accept me. All that stuff about wanting to be protected, it was all just an excuse. I didn't want to be alone. Even if she might betray me. Even if I had been betrayed already, I didn't want to be alone. I couldn't bear all this awful bullshit on my own. And they are so alike. That's perfect. That's true. You want to be with Kozupii. If I was on my own, I guarantee I would cease to be me. I would just up and disappear. I approached Kozupii, desperate for someone to cling to. When I looked at her, what I saw was how terribly sad she looked, the sheer pain on her face. Her smile had long since disappeared. No. I made up my mind and embraced her tiny shoulders. She didn't fight. But Takami ran away from Kozupii before. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I was just, that's another meme I just thought. What's that meme that's been trending on, Twitter lately? No, babe, I still think you're hot. I just thought it was kind of crazy how you did X thing like this. No, babe, I still think you're really hot. I just thought it was kind of crazy how you killed those dozen people on the roof. What is that? Fuck, what does that mean? I don't know what it's called. Damn it. No, babe, you're still cute. Yeah, okay, I found it. No, babe, you're still cute. It's just the 12 people you killed on the roof surprised me is all. That's the meme. It's, no, babe, you're still cute. It's just X surprised me. That's it. I'm really sorry. But please, save me. No, I'm serious. We're serious on this route. What day is this taking place? Ah, fuck, dude. I don't know. I have zero idea. We need that Steins Gate, date counter in the upper left. Please save me. Takami, are you Kazuki's friend? Who could say how many people Kozupii had already killed? Who could say what would happen if the police caught us? Knowing all that, would it really turn out okay if the two of us stayed together? I asked myself such a question, but it didn't take long for me to find my answer. Right now, I was together with Kozupii, And as long as we stayed together, or Kozupii, it would all turn out okay. We had bigger enemies than the police. Enemies that were too dangerous to face alone. I need you, Kozupii. I want to be with you. Takami, you're a really super selfish person. Upon saying that, she wrapped her arms around my back. With the little strength she had left, she held me in return. But, since Takami said he needed Kozupii, Kozupii will do her bestest and give all the protection Kozupii has. Hey, it's like what that really dirty old guy said before. You don't need to hold back. Negative emotions are not something to be repridated. She says a different word each time. That's why, when anyone bees a bully to Kozupii, Kozupii will kill him. And that goes for anyone who bees a bully to Takami, too. My heart. Feelings, both cold to the touch and as warm as the sun, found their way from her to me. Feelings inside her that contradicted. Madness. Kindness. Whether it was the same way her inner voice could reach me, or it was all in my head, I didn't know. Right as that thought drifted through my mind, a girl's scream echoed throughout the school grounds. It had come from the top of the building. Had she found the slaughter on the rooftop? We had to run. Kozupii, if we stay here, the police will catch us. For some reason, the moment I let go of her body, she immediately sank to the ground. What's wrong? Kazuki's so tired. Kazuki's body is super heavy. If he leaves her, I swear to God. Hey, Takami. In Kozupi's heart, so many delusions are showing up. Blackiest black delusions. It's like Kozupi's being crushed to bits. Blackiest black delusions? What do you mean? Regardless of what she meant, staying here wasn't an option. With Remy's corpse lying here, anyone who spotted us would find out exactly what we'd done. So without getting an answer from her, I lent Kozupii my shoulder, and the two of us began to leave. We walked through the halls. As nice as it would have been to just leave, we were both covered in blood. Kozupii couldn't walk in her current state, and I had a feeling if we went outside, we'd get hit with the cops all waiting for us out there cliché. It's probably best to just hide somewhere. Even one of the empty classrooms would work. The atmosphere was tense. The scream earlier had kickstarted a slowly growing commotion inside the school. Teachers quickly ran by us in a hurry. Students left their classrooms, ignoring that homeroom was still in session, and cautiously peered around the school to try and see what had happened. Shit, there were a lot of people. Maybe it would have been better to just leave after all. We had to hide somewhere. Somewhere like... There it was again. That noise again. Stop it, just stop it. I was gonna go fucking insane. Making a lot of progress this stream? Yeah, it's definitely been a quieter stream. I've mostly just been reading. No real big tangents to speak of for this stream. We've just been cruising. But yeah, it's been quieter, so nothing really to talk about. Francisco Yee. But then that means there'll be less streams for you to hang out with people at. Unless you're going to start coming to some of my other game streams. Because I stream daily on this channel. Subscribe, hit the bell button for other games that I play. Not just Chaos Head. I play more. What do you think of this route so far? I like it a lot. I just pulled a muscle in my fucking chest when I stretched like that. Jesus. Yeah, the Nirvana Initiative stream will be cool. All of my game streams will be cool. Check those out. You're doing some Jackbox stuff tomorrow. Come hang out with that. You can watch my VODs of all the other games I've played. The other Mage's visual novels, Danganronpa. Basically any game you can think of, I've got on my channel, probably. Did you decide what Jackbox you'll be doing? Jupiter gave me Quiplash, so we'll probably start with that. And then we'll do that for a bit until someone else joins the stream that has a Jackbox that I hadn't played. Then they can host for a bit. But I also own Drawful too, so we might do that as well. A few students spotted me from a distance. But not just students, a few teachers too. Quiplash did have a standalone release, yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think Quiplash is in a bunch of other Jackboxes too, or at least a bunch of different versions. Might be able to catch the latter half with you tomorrow. It'll depend on how late you go. Usually the multiplayer streams don't last as long as, like my Chaos Head streams. Because of, just the nature of the stream. Requires, obviously, a lot of people to be there, and for us to all be doing stuff together. You know? So I think the last Jackbox stream was like 4 hours or something, so it'd probably be closer to that. But it'll be more if more people come and hang out. So keep that in mind. And come hang out. Yeah, her route's definitely been my favorite so far, I think. So I'm going to see you at other streams, right, Francisco? You're cheering all the progress we've made because you're excited for the next game I'm going to play on this channel, right, buddy? Right, pal? Every single one of them had their cell phones out, aiming their cell phones at us, and for some odd reason, they were all holding mirrors in the other hand. Coupled with a black wrath, an infernal bloodlust sprouted inside my head. Something within me was about to snap. Kozupi's gonna kill you. Perhaps emboldened by my bloodlust, Kozupi's heart reeked of its own hunger for blood. Kozupi's gonna kill you, Kozupi's gonna kill you, Kozupi's gonna kill you, Kozupi's gonna kill you. Kozupii was reacting to the mirrors. Despite the fact she was having so much trouble walking, she raised her D-sword overhead anyway. Kozupii, don't! Clutching her petite frame, I tried to hold her back. Kozupi's gonna kill you! Could it be a disease that leads to slaughter? Are you asking if that's the next game I'm going to play? Because you want to come to that stream? No, that is not a game. What? Oh, that's the chapter name. Oh. But I couldn't do it. Kozupi's body freed itself from me with tremendous force. Pulled along by her sword, Kozupii charged the group holding mirrors. Her legs tingled with one another. She nearly slipped and fell. Yet she still managed to move forward and swung her enormous D-sword. Die! 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 With a single swing, she had claimed 4 human lives. It was a staggering storm of destruction and brutality. Her movements and posture were like a novice's. If she leaned back any further, she'd fall over. Yet her sword's trajectory was both abnormally accurate and fast. Her aim was precise as she claimed each and every one of their lives with a single blow each. Almost like she wasn't the one swinging the sword was swinging her. As she bathed in the fountains of blood, Kozupii began to cower. Kozupii hopes everyone just dies. Kozupii doesn't want to kill anyone. Kozupii's sword's acting on its own. But Kozupii should just rely on her sword. Is this the real Kozupii? I could hear Kozupi's current mental state. Her mind was in total disarray, a chaotic mess. I lent my shoulder to Kozupii once more and climbed the stairs along with her. Hey! Masumi got a new sprite! Shame it was just for this moment, though. It's Masumi's Noah sprite, him pissing his pants right before he dies. At the very next moment, we ran into Masumi and the other DQN coming down the stairs. Shit, these guys again. I bit my lip. Wait, am I seeing shit? What's with all the blood? For a split second, the DQN who spoke was taken aback. But the very next one, Masumi grabbed me by my chest. Oh, angry Masumi. His face teeming with fury. Did it. You did it. You fucking killed Manako! Alright, first of all, why would I? Seriously, who the hell was that? Noticing my confusion, the DQN held Masumi back. Let's hold it, Masumi. We can't say for sure if they did it or not. Why would this guy suddenly be the rational one? I mean, first off, how the hell would these two people do all that shit alone? All that? Oh, they were definitely talking about the slaughter on the roof. Wasn't close, Esper. I'm not an Esper. Fucking cannon shit for brains. I tried to tell him I wasn't an Esper, but he wasn't having any of it. His threat caused me to shrink back. Feeling unbelievably pathetic, I began to wonder if Kozupii would murder everyone here if I wanted her to. Kozupii can kill them. No, Kozupii doesn't want to kill him. Kozupi's mind was a chaotic mess of conflicting, contradictory emotions. Kozupii can kill him, or Kozupii can't kill him. Kozupii should just give in and kill them. She should just give in. That was one thing I could never do. Get a load of this, Esper. You know your sister? Man, look how cute she is. You'd never know she was related to your ugly ass. Her name's Nanami, right? All this talk of, like, murder, lots of people dying, and he's, like, wants to be like, hey, I'd fuck your sister. That's not even a real conversation. What? Like, real shit going down. He's like, yeah, bro, I'd fuck your sister. What? How the hell does DQN know about Nanami? So yeah, took it a bit upon myself to show her a little bit of loving, alright? What are you saying? I gotta spell it out for you? The DQN, acting far, far too friendly with me, placed his hand on my shoulder. Even though he was a guy, he was covered with the smell of perfume. The smell was so strong it made me want to vomit. So, we always fuck around with like 10 other people. Oh, I thought that this was a sex thing. We always fuck around with like 10 other people, killing time for the sake of it. Comes up, we're in the mood to go out and get some. We get this offer. You know who was on the menu? Your sister. Offer? Nanami wasn't some fucking object to be offered. What the hell had they done to her? Wait, more importantly, who the hell had offered them Nanami? The guy's name was Darth Spider. All words left me. Guy goes out of his way to approach us, hands over your sister and goes, do what you want with her. Like, damn, ain't that crazy? What a fucking deal. My vision turned red. Within my mind, it felt as if my blood was boiling. It billowed and bubbled, rising up to my head like magma. What? What'd you do to Nanami? Huh? I told you. I showed her a good bit of loving. Oh yeah, she was also missing a hand? That shit must have really hurt her. This is like not a real conversation. What? Yeah, I fucked the girl who was barely, like, coherent and missing a hand and was actively bleeding. That had been real? When I'd come home afterward to check, I hadn't been able to find that damn hand. So that was why. Yo, Misumi, don't leave me hanging. Tell him about it. You were there the whole time, after all. Forget that shit. He killed me. Forget that shit? Forget that shit? What the fuck could possibly be more important? My sister's what matters here, you piece of shit. Don't you fucking dare compare that worthless, whorish cunt Minako to my precious little sister. Oh yeah, that reminds me. We took a real nice photo as a souvenir. Asper, you wanna see? Let me show you. I'll fucking kill you. Let's see. Photos. Oh, there it is. Here you go, Asper. Take a good look. The D2N grabbed me by the jaw and forced me to look. The photograph was definitely Nanami, but she was covered in blood. Her eyes were hollow. She was completely naked. I'll fucking kill you, 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 I'll fucking kill you. The knife I'd been gripping dug itself deep into that bastard's chest. I brought it with me today, just in case I needed it. Apparently, I stabbed him. I pulled it out, then stabbed him with it again. And then, I did it again. I assume he's diluting this knife? When the fuck did he get a knife? What? What the fuck? Taku, stop! Shut the fuck up! I pulled it out, then stabbed it back in. Misumi, and you should all die for what you did to Nanami. You and the whole goddamn world should all die. I'll kill you all myself. I pulled it out and stabbed it back in. Then again. The DQN wasn't moving anymore. With his eyes open wide and his mouth drooling blood, he was very much dead. Hey, Kozupii. Kill every last one of them! That was my Dimitri impression.
One of them.
Is this some kind of sick joke? Was that loud enough for you guys to hear? Okay, good. Just want to make sure. With a sad look on her face, Kozupii nodded. Her D-sword rose in her hand. It reel booted with a furious, resonant noise. And then Misumi... He could only stare in shock at the abrupt embodiment of mayhem.
Huh?
What? See ya. With a single swipe, Misumi's head was blown clean off. I thought he was going to pull out his D-sword when he got finally angry enough to snap, instead of just stabbing the dude. She had swung her sword so violently, she lost her balance and fell right on her ass. Misumi's collapsing body fell on top of her, soaking her clothes with blood. Despite looking wholly miserable, she pushed the corpse aside, and then she looked at me and smiled. Takami killed someone too, huh? Was she crying, suffering, or simply smiling? With her pained smile, there was a mix of so many different emotions. Why are there so many enemies? Make it stop. She was sobbing inside her heart. But it was just as she said. We had enemies everywhere, so we had no choice but to kill them. That was what they deserved. I wasn't the one in the wrong here. The pieces of shit that I'd attacked were. It was payback for what they'd done to Nanami. Nanami was still alive. With all that blood, she was probably long dead. That and her severed hand. There was no way she was alive. No, woe is me, Takumi. They would never get away with this. I'd make fucking sure of it. I've been on the run for so long, but that ended here. I would kill every last one of them. Every last one. Oh my god. Chaos Head said it first.
Kill every last one of them!
Wow, Three Houses reference. I already made the joke. Dimitri Big Takumi stan. Yeah. He was just quoting his favorite visual novel. Obviously. When I'd seen that horrible, cruel image of Nanami, something inside me snapped, and now there'd be no stopping me. Why didn't he get his D-sword here? Suwa Momoru stood before the gate at Tsuime Private Academy, gazing intently at the building. The car he'd driven there sat alongside the gate, with his back leaning up against it. Although he wore a suit, a rucksack adorned his back as well. Emanating from it was a bizarre, mechanical sound. That's how you get XP? Hell yeah. The atmosphere within the school was one of an intense, bubbling tumult. One Suwa could feel from where he stood. The pure hilarity of it all left Suwa unable to contain his laughter. I know for a fact that today'll be the day I finally nab Takami's code sample. Wah wah, as he gets fucking sliced by Kozupii. His utterance was not directed at anyone in particular. It was only heard by himself. Around him stood several other men. Unlike Suwa, their attire was far more uncouth and casual, though all carried rucksacks just as he did. I'm a bigger fan of Fez. Is this some kind of sick joke? Chris, you missed it. I've been in the zone all stream with the voice acting. My voice actually kind of really hurts now, though. They were all very evidently suspicious, with their eyes remained glued to the school, and speaking not a word to each other. All that seeped from their mouths were the same mutterings as Suwa, spoken to no one but themselves. This is why the school was made a testing ground. Then again, that's what the big boys up at Nozomi had it built for in the first place. Did you ever go to the VA class? No, I still haven't started it. I've been procrastinating it, because I keep streaming fucking 9 hours. Tsuime Private Academy had been founded by an institution backed by both Nozomi Technology and the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light. Ahem. Actually, in the anime, it's called the Church of the Natural Light. Okay, first of all, it's the Church of Natural Light. You know, like the sun. For this reason, the number of giglomaniacs enrolled was far higher than normal. Their proximity was no mere coincidence. was simply inevitable that they all had gathered here, and to this they were none the wiser. Actually, it's called the Church of Divine Natural Light. Yeah, Divine Natural Light. So instead of cosmic, natural's added there. So, get that 1.03 patch ready. Yeah, it wasn't a coincidence. It was all according to Kakaiku. Be that as it may, Sua could not help but let out a faint sigh. Up until this moment, he had employed countless methods of attempting to break Takami. Why didn't he get his D-sword when he broke here? It had all been an attempt to gather Takami's sample, but the boy was far weaker and far more pathetic person than he'd anticipated. Because of this, the boy would never find the motivation to awaken as a gigalomaniac. Never would he thought that one single boy would be so much trouble. However, this would end today. No more of this cat and mouse shit. I'll show you the awesome party I've kept tucked up my sleeve. There was no doubt that countless innocent people would die here, but the number of deaths hardly mattered. The Church of the Natural Light's founder had said so, and Sua had thus been compelled to believe so. In the end, it really did not matter. The third mouth would bring Shibuya to ruin this very day. No matter how many high schoolers died, they would be treated as sacrifices lost in the earthquake, and the truth of this day would be buried beneath the rubble. None would ever know of the murders that occurred here. Oh, that's good for Kozupii. So, let's get that party started! Sua opened the trunk of his car and retrieved his Darth Spider helmet. His greatest weapon. He put it on slowly and deliberately. When it stood alongside his suit and rucksack, the Darth Spider helmet made Sua appear all the more conspicuous. No. How? But now he just looks like a boy at Disney World. This was not something that even remotely bothered him. With an air of utter composure, he advanced to the school. And upon Sua's signal, the men with the rucksacks followed closely behind him, remaining in complete, utter silence. How does the Noah terminal know which person to mind control and which person not to, if Sua can't control it as a gigalomaniac? Alright, we should be back to normal. Small bit of lag, but that should be okay, because actually the only thing you missed during that lag spike was me coughing uncontrollably. That was all you missed. Okay. Okay. Yeah, all you missed was me coughing uncontrollably. I didn't even read the line. Alright. But you just use magic anime science, I guess? Yeah, I guess. Or he just has like a master terminal or something. I'm not actually sure how Sua can control people with the terminal while not being controlled himself. I lent my shoulder to Kozupii, and the two of us left for the courtyard. And when we got there, Aoi was waiting for us. Oh, hey! She was glaring at us with a harsh scowl on her face. No. Her D-sword was out, real booted and emitting a red beam of light. You two are fools. You've been caught in a trap. It's an assault on your minds, the effects of which are causing everyone to act unstable. This is the work of true evil. To escape this nightmare, we have to strike down the source. The source is a porter. They're here somewhere, carrying a rucksack. They've been attacking you with delusions. Aoi, are you Kozupi's friend? You're her friend, right? That's a new expression for her. Kozupii. What do you mean, true evil? What about the effect thingies? The cockroaches that attacked Kozupii and Takami were automatically our enemies. That's why we killed them. Kozupii didn't want to kill anyone. The voice in Kozupi's head wasn't making sense. Her mind was a chaotic mess. You've given our enemies exactly what they wanted. But we're being stalkered now. Kozupi's just so scared. Kozupii isn't gonna be Kozupii any longer. I felt the same. The click of the camera shutters, the creaking of the wheelchair. Just hearing those things made me feel like my mind itself was disintegrating. I just wanted to let myself go. Surrender to that oh-so-enticing bloodlust. Or maybe I already had. Well, you have killed somebody, so, I mean, I feel like that's the definition of surrendering to the bloodlust. Do you two have any idea what it is you're fighting? I didn't know who the enemy was. I didn't know anything at all, really. Indeed, me playing through Chaos Head. Was my enemy Shogun, or was it someone else? I didn't even know who was attacking who anymore. What I could say for sure, though, was that everyone and everything in this world was against me. Well, except for Kozupii. Don't let the delusions deceive you. You have to stop, or else your own delusions will be your downfall. Kozupii! You can't use your D-sword any more than you already have. Negative matter is eroding your mind and body. Oh, I forgot about that. Lamau. You're not even able to walk properly, are you? If you keep this up, your very existence itself will collapse. Aoi, are you Kozupii and Takami's friend? With the voice sounding like it was begging for salvation, Kozupii pleaded for an answer once more. I, too, waited with bated breath to see what she might say. I wasn't expecting anything. I really wasn't, but I am a friend to you both. She answered decisively. Well, it wasn't decisively, she hesitated. I'll face the enemies that are attacking you two. So you have to stop these delusions. I was saved. I had someone on my side besides Kozupii. Another friend. Kozupii slowly lowered her sword. Kozupii's so happy. Aoi, I love you so much. Tears began to form in the corners of her eyes. Kozupii's gaze clung to Aoi like a lost puppy. Ayo. Without warning, Kozupii swung her D-sword. Aoi instinctively deflected the blow with her own. However, the shock of the attack was enough to blow her backward, and she fell to the ground. Kozupii, what are you...
Kozupii!
Aoi made it clear she was on our side. Why are you trying to kill her? I'm not Kozupii! That was a new sound. Crying out in her inner voice, she swung the sword past her head and held it above. I'm not Kozupii! She swung down with the intent to kill. With only a nanosecond to spare, Aoi rolled across the ground, just barely avoiding being cleaved in two. Quickly getting back to her feet, she brandished her D-sword once again. Are you trying to kill me, Kozupii? Crying profusely, Kozupii shook her head back and forth wildly in fierce denial. No! Kazuki's hands moved on their own! Help, Aoi! Takumi! What the hell was happening? Seriously, what the fuck was going on? You've been possessed by the negative delusions. It's Shogun's theme from O-Front. But I don't think that opening was, though. That... Was it? This song is, yeah, we've heard this song before. But that opening, like, remix tune, I feel like was new. Maybe I just didn't remember it. You've lost control of your D-sword. So against Kazupi's own will, she was now an indiscriminate killing machine? That's fine. Erase your D-sword! Kozupii can't! Kozupii can't do it! Damn it. Kill, 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 kill. Kazupi's sprites have been banging all stream. Really funny. Also, again, see, just adding those pupils is more than enough to improve everyone's sprites. A voice spoke, but it wasn't her inner voice. It was Kazupi's actual voice, chanting kill to no end, the exact opposite of what her inner voice wanted. Help! Kozupii doesn't want this! Ow! Help her already! All I could do was beg from the sidelines. There was no way I could have walked into the middle of the fray. Reveal your delusions and neutralize the... See, Aoi's about to run into the problem that this isn't her route. Kozupii launched an unrelenting attack, but all she was doing was barreling around with her D-sword. It was a purely brutish attack with no aim, one only a total idiot would use. Takumi doesn't have his sword, so there's nothing he can do. He's got that one random dagger he stabbed that kid with. Kozupii doesn't want to kill you, Aoi. Kozupii doesn't want to kill you. Despite her body staggering around, despite her feet drunkenly stumbling, despite her gaze not even facing Aoi, Kazupi's sword headed straight towards Aoi without fail, doing everything in its power to rip her in two. I'll kill you, I'll kill you, I'll fucking kill you, I'm gonna fucking kill you! Lashing out at her with nothing but nonsensical attacks, her assault continued. Each and every swing was extremely heavy, yet sharp as could be. Aoi was pressed for time. Her expression grew restless. Listen! The swords mutually clashed with one another. Aoi repelled her blow, breaking Kazupi's guard. But in Kazupi's counterattack, her D-sword seemed to disregard the very laws of physics themselves. Yeah, there it is. Thick blood sprayed from her body. That was a delusion! Oh. Aoi cut around and made her way to Kazupi's back. The once bloodied corpse of Aoi vanished. Taking advantage of Kazupi's shock, Aoi managed to pin her arms behind her back. Toss aside your D-sword! Let go, let go, let go, let go, let go, let go! Kill Kozupii! Aoi! Kill Kozupii! Kozupii isn't bad. Kozupii isn't bad, it's everyone else that's bad. Kozupii doesn't want to see this me. Kozupii doesn't want to kill Aoi either, so... Kazupi's mind and body were at odds with one another, completely split in two. Her small body thrashed around violently in an attempt to break free, but in her mind she could only weep. Remy bursts out from a trash can. Remy route timing in. Remy with the steel chair! I'm begging you, throw down your sword. Please return to how things were. I'll never abandon you. Aw. You're the only friend I have. Tears formed in Aoi's eyes. She was crying. No! Right then, Kozupi's arm made the strangest of movements. Oh, it's gonna like snap to like stab her. Bending in a direction that shouldn't have been possible. Yeah. A dull crack could be heard as her joints dislocated. A muted scream came from her. Before I even knew what happened, Aoi, who had been keeping Kozupii pinned, had been impaled from behind by Kozupi's boorish D-sword. Well, if she was impaled from behind, then wouldn't that stab through and also hit Kozupii? The edge gnawed through her, grinding into her flesh like a saw. In the blink of an eye, Aoi's clothes were turned a deep crimson. Gritting her teeth in anguish, she tried to toss Kozupii aside to put space between them, but she was too late. Kozupii whipped around and slashed her sword in a straight line. Are you gonna have a muted scream when your arm snaps backwards? Yeah. And the side of Aoi's body was torn to pieces. No! Kozupii turned to Aoi, who was writhing in agony, and then thrust her D-sword directly into her. Aoi, run! Well, you just, like, snapped her in half, so I don't think she will be able to. Die, 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 die! I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Die, 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 die! I couldn't save you. You looked up to me so much, but I couldn't help you. Die, 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 die. Your cry for help. If only I'd noticed it sooner. Talking with you, Kozupii, was the only time I ever felt at ease. Die, 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 die. For looking up to me, for what we had. Thank you. Die. Man, Kozupi's route, the only one that made me get a little misty-eyed for a second there. This is the first route, I think, to impact me, like, really emotionally in the entire game. This is tough, man. I couldn't look straight at it. Is Aoi dead? She was. Aoi was dead, just like everyone else. Even though she'd been our friend, even though she could have saved me and Kozupii, Kozupii killed her. The sword remained pierced into our friend's corpse. Kozupi's disjointed arm hung down lifelessly. And on her face was a smile, accompanied by a waterfall of tears. Aoi. Aoi, say something. Let's go eat crunchy coons together. Takami can come too, so the three of us can take a picture again. Her heart was crying out in despair. Hey, Takami. Why isn't Aoi saying anything? Why? She's dead. Kozupii killed her. Kozupii really killed her. Kozupii fell to her knees. With one hand, she softly picked up what was left of Aoi's lifeless corpse. What had once been a girl of intense beauty was now smeared from head to toe in blood, with her long black hair covering her face. Why did... Kozupii didn't mean for... This isn't what Kozupii wished for. Kozupii didn't wish for this. Aoi, Kozupii loved you. Kozupii really, really loved you. You were like a big sister to Kozupii. Why? Why did Kozupii kill you? Why? May the divine light save you. Before I knew it, a man in a Darth Spider helmet had appeared before us, holding a small handgun pointed directly at us. You. Darth Spider. I remember what that DQN had told me before I'd killed him in a fit of rage. He said that Darth Spider had offered Nanami to him. It's you. Huh? Did you say something? He'd shot me. My leg exploded with pain. The bullet struck me right in the knee. Ugh. Takumi! Kazuki's D-sword began to hum. And Darth Spider's helmet was shredded like it was made of paper. It wasn't Shogun's face beneath the mask. Instead, it was the face of a young man. Weird that she doesn't try to attack Takumi, I guess, this entire time. The man retaliated, turning Kozupii into a mess of gushing blood and broken bones. And then Kazupi's legs came out from beneath her. Bro. Oopsie, I shouldn't be killing you quite yet. I still gotta nab your code samples. Who was this guy? Who the hell was this bastard? I couldn't stop thinking that I'd met him somehow before, but I couldn't remember where. How had he even gotten his hands on a gun to begin with? I did know that this must have been him. The so-called source Aoi mentioned. Was he Shogun's underling, or was he some other enemy? I didn't know the answer to any of these things. I didn't need to. Because at the very least, I knew he was the source behind everything. I wanted to kill this bastard so badly. So wait a minute, he just kills, or like severely injures Kozupii, and you're fine. No D-sword. But you fucking pull out a slug from Fez and pull out a D-sword? I don't think so. I'm calling bogus. My aching leg was suffering from an incredibly unusual sensation, and before long I couldn't even stay standing. The next bullet landed in my shoulder. The impact of the shot sent me sprawling on the ground. The bullets dug to my flesh, and the sheer pain and heat made me scream. Next, my arm. I dropped the knife I'd been clenching tightly in my fist. My entire body was emitting distress signals. I couldn't even tell where I was being shot anymore. I was dying. The pain was too much for me. The man approached. He peered at my face, then removed something odd from the rucksack he was carrying. Some sort of headgear with more cables than I could count. Kill.
Nani?
Huh? I'm gonna kill you! Rising up from the ground, Kozupii swayed heavily, dragging her leg. Almost having to force herself, she raised her blade. What the? Is she a fucking monster? Die! I heard the sound of the sword cutting through the air. It interlaced perfectly with the sound of gunfire. The D-sword utterly crushed the man's body. His final breath soon dissipated, and the man's all too familiar way of speaking would never be heard again. I'm assuming she got shot, though, so she can't kill Takami. Moaning, Kozupii coughed up a spatter of blood. Her chest was dyed a rich vermilion from the bullets of the dead man. And then, as if her strength had been sapped entirely, she collapsed face up onto the flower bed resting directly behind her. A myriad of black particles began to envelop her sword, a hulking mass of sheer mayhem, inspiring awe to all those who beheld it. The truly beautiful, yet fearful blade gradually began to waver. Takami, Kozupii can't go on any longer. Bearing the excruciating pain shooting through me, I crawled as best I could toward where Kozupii lay. I'm actually feeling it now. Only a few moments ago, my entire body had been blazing with heat, but now I felt so terribly cold. It felt like I had plunged straight into a lake on a cold winter's day. My whole being was shivering with a force I couldn't stop. I couldn't feel my fingers. My vision had gone blurry. But even so, willing forth all the strength I could muster, I stretched my hand toward the girl lying in a radiant array of brightly colored flowers. My cold fingertips met Kozupi's warm, tender fingers. Desperately seeking something to cling to, and wishing with all my heart to find it, I draped my fingertips on top of hers and closed them. Fuck, man. I found myself lying in the flower bed, just like Kozupii. The stench of blood was masked perfectly by the rich scent of the flowers. I felt frigid, but found warmth through the soil on my back, as well as Kozupi's fingers. The sky was so very high above us, stretching as far as the eye could see. And for some reason Hey, the sky is really, really pretty. It's like a whole bunch of clickety-clackities decorating it. She was right. The sky we saw shifted hues endlessly, and just like she said, it was like there was a colorful array of colorful beads taking over the sky. My eyes are watering, so I saw the text in two different places. From my pocket, I retrieved the cell phone strap Kozupii had given me some time ago. I only just remembered that I even had it. I took the cell phone strap in my palm and clasped her hand once more, embracing the strap in the middle. I wasn't strong enough to maintain a solid grip anymore, but it didn't matter. If only Kozupii could float up in the sky too. Kozupii wishes she could be a clickety-clackety. You can. Throw away your piece of shit body. Throw away this piece of shit world. You can be a star if you truly wish to be. If you do that, you'll never have to worry about pain or sorrow ever again. If you do that, then you'll live in peace and tranquility forever. Won't you come with Kozupii, Takami? Of course. I'll always be with you. You were the only one who didn't betray me. You were the only person trying as hard as you could for my sake, until the end. So I'll never betray you. I'll stay with you, even until the end. Thank you. Is it okay if Kozupii falls in love with Takami? I don't mind. My consciousness was fading, but I answered all the same. Fuck, man. I realized the hand I had been clasping was slowly beginning to lose its warmth. I realized the strength was slowly fading from the fingers clasping my hand. I didn't care. I wasn't going to let go of her hand until the end. I tried my damnedest to hold back the tears I knew would come. The sky turned to pure white. All the clickety-clackities were disappearing. I figured something had happened, but I didn't really care. Relief washed over me. Relief that Kozupii wouldn't have to see the clickety-clackities die out. I closed my eyes. In that very moment, time came to a stop. The entire world came to a stop. And so within that sky, with colors as rich as those beads, Kozupii and I shone as stars, floating in perpetuity. Fuck, man. That route was really good. Can't even remember the last time I actually cried on stream. I think the last time was probably maybe Persona 3 Arena. Or no, Persona 4 Arena. Man. That route was really good. Steins Gate True End. I think I got choked up in that, but I don't think I cried. This one I actually had tears come out of my eyes. So like I said, I haven't done it in a long time. I definitely got choked up, but that's cute. The mage's logo in her hand. She really is best girl. But yeah, I was able to still kind of keep my composure in the Steins Gate True End because it was still like happy. But that one was just outright sad. Yeah, you ain't lying, Alpha. You ain't lying. There's 3 routes left. 2 routes are long. The one True End route, I believe people have said, is not that long. Actually, I like could feel the wet on my sweater from crying. Yeah, man, that was good. I think Kozupii was the character that I had, I guess, engaged with the most. I really liked her character, obviously, because I mentioned it before, how much I liked her character. So I felt like all of her, like, notes were very close to something I actually wanted from the story. And plus, I liked her relation to, Takami. It definitely felt like from the jump, before even starting, it already felt like Kozupii had the, like the most in common with Takami, where to me already felt like the most believable relationship, right? Like, Sena comes in and she's just kind of like, you know, she spouts some nonsense and then always kind of gives him the cold shoulder. Fez is super chuny, so she's like not really like relatable in that sense, where like she's very clearly just kind of out there. She's got like all this faith in Takami for kind of like her own like chuny beliefs. Obviously, like, she's right in her route in the end, but still, like, it just kind of comes off putting. Yua's just kind of, you know, out there. Nanami, you don't really interact with her too much, but again, it's just like such a like brother-sister relationship. You don't get that as attached to it, you know. So I just felt like Kozupii was definitely the one that I was like, oh man, this is actually a character like I can engage with, I can like, and like I can enjoy as a character, and I did. She's got like the tragic backstory that's established, and she really does feel like, yeah, like what you said to Alpha, that like she's a friend to Takami. That even though Takami's weird and he's got all these like quirks, you know, she doesn't mind because she's got her own, right? She can't talk to other people and things like that, so it's all believable. And I think that's what definitely got me like bought into her route. And it's tragic that she's like just so terrified with things that happened in her life, that all that kind of culminates to really a touching moment. Snowdrop. The excessively violent design of Kozupi's sword represents the very soul of Kozupii, who has no mercy for those who seek to harm her. She's small and weak, so as a result of her intense desire for the power to protect herself, she materialized a gigantic weapon that was the exact opposite of her physique. In addition to its size, it's specialized for combat. It automatically provides a target based on Kozupi's will, then draws the most efficient trajectory to demolish it. This is why whenever Kozupii wields the sword, it appears as if the sword is swinging her. Fuck, man. And then just kind of tragic that they both just die together at the end. What are your rankings on the route so far? I mean, it's just Kozupi's route all the way. Like, I don't think there's any real way to justify any of the others in any tier or any ranking. It's Kozupii and then like the rest of the game, yeah. It's like not even on a scale, it feels like to me. Like that was just like so much different. That felt like a whole different game. I was actually invested in everything. Like actually emotionally impacted in everything. I actually was caring about what was happening to Kozupii. I actually related to like why would Takami get mad. I like him actually standing up for himself. You know, people are fucking with him and he's like, fuck it. You know, Nanami's in trouble or hurt, and he actually finally is like, yeah, I should do something about that shit. So he actually stands up for his sister in this route. I mean, he's still mostly not likable, but, you know, he starts doing some good things at the end. And just all around, like, really good. I'm pretty sure she hates Kozupii. Yeah, but there's no way that she didn't like his route. Or she didn't like her route, though. That was so good. There's just no way. That felt like it hit so hard. There's no way. Yeah, that one was really good. I didn't really like the other routes too much so far. Well, no, I like Nanami's route. I'm pretty sure Taku diluted the knife and didn't have one to that prior to that moment. That would make sense. I would believe that. I do think it was weird that he didn't get his D sword in that route, though he got it from fucking Fez. But whatever. You know what they say about sticking your dick in crazy, am I right? When she says she'll give the clickety-clackities to her friends and Takami's the second one to get it. Yeah, that started hitting me from the beginning. I mean, from the jump, I was, like, already pretty invested in her route. But again, she was, like, from the common route, she was, like, the only character I came out liking. So I was already excited for her route. And then it was, yeah, like, it hit all the right, like, touching notes. Really good. Good all the way through. Bittersweet ending. Why was Takami's D sword inside of Fez? Because his D was inside her. We've been alluding to it all stream, Devin. Come on. Get with the program. His D was inside her, so he just fucking looped it. Like a Ouroboros. What is that? What is that snake? Is it Ouroboros? He just fucking looped it in a circle right out. You know the clickety-clackities are gonna end in tragedy. I said it. I said it as soon as they showed up. I was like, oh, this is gonna fucking hurt later, isn't it? I think that's exactly what I said. As soon as the clickety-clackety things came up, and she was like, my heart went clickety-clackety. I think I said that almost verbatim. As soon as she said, like, I give these to all my friends, and then, like, you could kind of put together without her saying it, like, wait a minute. But you only gave one to Aoi and me, which means it's even sadder, right? Because she wants more friends. She's got all the clickety-clackities ready to give to more people if they'll be her friend. Like, she's got them all ready. She's like, my mommy makes them for me. So, like, when she's got her friends, she can finally give them away. Like, she's ready to give multiple away. It's not that she, you know, doesn't. She just can't. She deserves better, which is why it hurts she gets such a short stick. Yeah. For sure. Damn. Finding more and more ways to make us hate Sua, yeah. Well, at least she fucking wrecks him. I must have zoned out on her tragic backstory. Is it just the gang stalking? Yeah. Basically, she, like, is getting her... She's kind of going... She's, like, in between her own delusions, but she was getting, like, stalked back at her old school, and they were messing with her, with the thing that, like, triggers her, the mirrors. And when the kids at her old school showed them, like, grouped up on her and showed her the mirrors, which I think it was implied she kind of diluted those. It's been a while since we did that, because this was in Common Route, so it's been like a week or two since I've seen this scene. So somebody can maybe explain it a little bit more clearly than me. But anyway, she sees all the mirrors. She finally manifests her D-sword when she breaks, and then she kills all the kids in the classroom. And then so she has to, like, move schools. I like the idea that she made this big weapon to protect herself, but it's hard for her to control because it's so big and she literally loses control. It's very poetic. Yeah, it is. It actually comes full circle. I'm not sure how much of the OG mirror stuff actually happened, but yeah, at some point it basically becomes delusion and she can't escape. Is it said why the mirrors trigger her? So it's kind of described as like, because of her delusions, when she sees her reflection in the mirror, she loses track of who, like, she is. Like, kind of how in the end there, she, like, doesn't know which Kozupii she is. Is she the violent one that's killing everyone with the sword? Is she the Kozupii that's friendly with everybody? You know, she starts to lose her sense of self when she sees herself in the mirror, and so she's scared of that feeling. And that's what makes her snap when she sees it. That's what triggers her. And yeah, you kind of see it in the at the end of the common route, when she sees herself in the mirror before Takami breaks it. She she can't focus. She gets really scared. Yeah, she disassociates. MM. That route's really good. It's really good. I liked it a lot. Very sad. Whose route's next, then? Is it the one, everyone else has been, This is the route that explains why all the Giglomaniacs are in one school? Yeah, but it's kind of a... Maybe I was just too distracted by the other things happening, but it seemed like kind of a half-ass explanation, right? They're all at the same school because the Church of Divine Light, like, moved them into the same school, right? Or just got them to go to the same school or something. Like, that was the description, right? Basically the description was kind of like they just kind of moved them all. Is gathering the potential gigolos, yeah. It's convenient, yeah, it's definitely kind of like a written off moment. Because obviously there's so many other kids there that it's like... it's almost one of those things that's like... It's justified, but like, it almost becomes awkward that the game like acknowledges that and justifies it. Because they like draw attention to it, but it's like I said, it's one of those things where it's kind of like, hey, you're answering a question I didn't really ask. I was already willing to go with like they all go to the same high school because it's the biggest high school in a big city. So I mean, odds are they would just end up in that school. Like, it's not really something that I was like racking the back of my head like, man, why do they all go to Suime? Well, the thing is, no other school has been mentioned by name in the story, so they gotta go there. And we only designed one school uniform, so that's where they go. Like, I wasn't really like, fuck, how'd they end up here? You know, it's definitely one of those questions, like, cool, I guess they answered it, but they give a half-ass answer for a question I wasn't even asking. So, like, whatever. It's important to bring up since they're supposed to be super rare. Well, it's a Giglomaniac bargain sale in Chaos Head, Shibuya. But yeah, I mean, Okay, I think we're back. I think it was just a small spike of lag. What was I saying? So yeah, I assume the Church of Divine Light / Nezumi is like who covers up Kozupi's like murder of her initial classmates, and then like gets her transferred over to the school. But I feel like that's really the only Giglomaniac they really have like an effective influence over when they're like culling the Giglomaniacs. I feel like Kozupi's really the only one that like gets the justified explanation, right? Like the other girls don't really. Oh yeah, and they get Fez into the school. But other than that, right, like Yua gets in, or Mia gets in because she's smart. Takami gets in. I mean, he said he was smart, so that would be part of it. I mean, they probably already had his eye on him because of the delusion thing, but he said he was smart. So that would get him in. Nanami's in because of her relation to Takami. But yeah, ultimately, like, not super relevant. Because yeah, half the class snuck in, yeah, right. Like they're trying to gather the Giglomaniacs, and then half of them just end up there anyway. Like they're not even doing it; they just go there because the others are there, right? The law of stan users are attracted to each other. Giglomaniacs are attracted or drawn to each other. Good morning, hey Pletch. Good morning, sir. How are you? It's 2 a.m. where I'm at. Pletch, are you coming to the Jackbox stream tomorrow? So are you feeling chaos in the head yet? I don't know. For the most part, I mean, I really like, as a standalone, I really like Kazupi's route, obviously. I liked Nanami's route a lot as well. But I still really don't like... I didn't like common route, so maybe true route saves it. But man... Yeah, Kazupi's route's good. I wonder if I have the most playtime in this game. If I look at, like, everyone else's reviews, how many hours do they have? Oh, yeah, dude. Actually, no, there's a bunch of people with, like, 75 hours. I'm not that far. I'm not that big of an outlier. Yeah, no, there's a bunch of people with, like, 75 hours. Okay. No, we're fine. Common route just drags a bit too much. Yeah, it... I feel like it definitely drags out. My ADD ass goes to eat and forgets I had the game up. That happens to me sometimes for sure, too. Or usually, for games that don't require it, I'll just leave them open. Or, like, don't require, like, constant attention or something that I'll just leave open. I do that a lot with, Yu-Gi-Oh! I'll just leave Yu-Gi-Oh! Open on my computer. Local man makes first 400-hour Chaos Head playtime. I mean, we'll probably hit like 120 hours, right? Because we've got 2 routes left, plus true route. So what do we say? We got like 2 more streams left of this game, you guys think? Or maybe 1? If we do another route or like another stream like today where we just muscle through. Or is the true route long enough to, like, be another route? I want to set up the Yaoi route for when we go back next week. Nah, we'll do that next week. I'm feeling the decompression right now of the route. Is decompression the right word? Yeah, I'm just kind of feeling the feels right now. I don't need to prep or set anything else up. We'll do it next week. You've heard of speed runs, get ready for snail runs. What day is the next Chaos Head stream? I'll probably do it Thursday. That's kind of been like my theme lately. It's Thursday, Friday is like the visual novel day. I have like unwritten themes in the back of my head for my stream schedules and thumbnails that I'm sure like nobody notices. But that's what I've been doing like lately. Francisco, we finished 2 routes in one go. That means you're coming to other streams, right? Francisco, I'm going to see you at the AI Nirvana Initiative streams. Aoi and Remy will be a bit too long together, so it might not be a bad idea to pause like halfway through Remy's and save the rest in True End for a separate one. What's AI Nirvana? It's a sequel-ish game to a game that's very near and dear to my heart. From the creators of Danganronpa and Zero Escape, AI The Somnium Files, AI Nirvana Initiative's the sequel. Finally got a guest scheduled for your stream this week? Nice! Congrats. The team of Danganronpa and the team of Zero Escape. It's a sequel, kind of. It's like a alternate universe sequel where all the characters are the same, but they've got like kind of different fates. It's hard to explain without spoiling stuff, but spiritual sequel? No, because it's all the same characters. If you've ever played Zero Escape, it's got that same concept. With the like different routes and the morphogenetic fields. Did you play the first game on the channel? I did. Are there waifus? Oh, Kevin, only the greatest waifu. My #1 best girl. This is like, I guess, my equivalent to Sarah. Aiba. Look at her. Look at her. Best girl. So she's like the main character's AI companion. Hence the name of the game, AI. So yeah, she's like one of my favorite characters of all time. I like her a lot. So yeah, I did play the first game on the channel. I streamed it a while ago. I want to look it up on dogs. Does the dog die? The first game is called AI The Somnium Files, but yeah, it's in a playlist on my playlist tab. You can watch it there if you want to watch my stream through it, which I recommend. Alpha watched it. It was a good experience. Love that game. So yeah, we'll probably do that. Will be the next visual novel after we beat Chaos Head. So I guess in 2 weeks we'll do that. Tomorrow we're still doing the multiplayer stream. Tracks not just animal deaths, but all sorts of triggers. Interesting. What do they say about Somnium Files? Does the dog die? Did it, like, fucking hear me? Because when I clicked the search bar, it auto-completed to AI the Somnium files, and I didn't type anything. Oh no, Cubai's having delusions again. Oh man, this list is so long. What? Trigger list for people who need it. It seems helpful. Yeah. One of the questions is their eye mutilation for the triggers. Which, yes, it's the point of the game. AI. Aiba. But if you can survive through Chaos Head, you can absolutely make it through Somnium Files. Somnium Files is definitely not as brutal as this game. Be careful when scrolling through this list. I've already seen a couple spoilers for the Somnium Files in the comments, or in the, like, triggers. I guess in AI there's actual scenes and visuals where Chaos Head is mostly still images. That's true. What's the plot of Somnium Files? What's a good... Okay, now I can summarize this. So... animal torture? No, there's definitely not animal torture. Like I said, if you can make it through Chaos Head, you can absolutely make it through Somnium Files. There's, like, nothing in that game that's as graphic as this game. Like, any of the negative delusions in this game, like, clear anything in, Somnium Files. For sure. So I guess the best way to describe it is you play the game as a detective who works for a special division of the detective agency for the police, and this special division is working on a new prototype type of technology to investigate crimes called the Somnium. So what you can do is, if you are, like, investigating someone, you'll go inside their, like, dream world, their somnium, their brain, and, like, kind of get to explore their mind to see, like, the different things they might know, things that they might not tell you or anything when you're investigating these murders. And as this detective, you're following a trail of murders and trying to solve who did it, and things like that. So, I guess that's a really quick summary, trying not to spoil stuff, just off the top of my head. And also the best character, the protagonist, again, this detective, he doesn't have a right eye, and it's replaced with an artificial eye, which also has an artificial intelligence in it, and that's the character Aiba, who's like his companion character, who helps him investigate and is just generally perfect in every way. So that's why I thought it was funny. If they're like, one of the questions in this "Does the dog die?" checklist was like, "Is there eye mutilation?" Well, the guy doesn't have an eye. So, that is how he gets Aiba, his fake artificial eye. This list, like, goes so specific. It's actually kind of, like, scary, but yeah, it's... Some of these things are spoilers. On this list. I wouldn't say that, Jupiter. I wouldn't say he's gay. He's more bi, if anything. Checking dogs that die for Chaos Head and everything's in it. Yeah, let's see. What does Chaos Head have? It's funny, Chaos Head's thing on Steam is like an absolute paragraph. That caught some more attention. Oh, wait, you're talking about a different thing. I thought you were talking about Somnium Files. Oh, whoops. I thought you were talking about the main character of Somnium Files being gay. And I was gonna say... no. I think you're correct about who I'm referring to. Oh. Neat. I like being right. So yeah, watch my Somnium Files playthrough. If you don't want to come to the Jackbox stream tomorrow, where we're doing multiplayer stuff, and we're going to be hanging out and playing games together and things like that, I'd highly recommend my Somnium Files playthrough. But it is not a required playthrough if you want to watch my live streams of AI, the Nirvana Initiative. Because, like I said, the game is kind of like an alternate story from the first game. It'll obviously help you playing Somnium Files, because you'll know the characters better and things like that, but not required. And you'll get to see me actually cry. Like, not like the cry we had at the end of... Not the cry at the end of the Kozupii route, like real cry, real tears, real sobs. Right? I think I, like... full cried in that. Alpha watched it recently, so he would know. But I'm pretty sure. It's an expansion and more routes? Sure. That would be a good way to say it, I guess. It's definitely hard to explain. Especially having not completed, or not having played the second game. I wouldn't be able to say exactly, because I actually haven't been spoiled on anything in the second game yet. I only know from, like, what they described in the trailer. And, like, having seen things in the trailer. In the Fez route, Taco synced with Fez's delusion at the club and made her more confident in his importance. And her increased insistence on him likely drew Remy to rush her plan to stop Narose. Okay. That led Remy and Nanami's capture and death. Fez retrieves their swords after that somehow, and Taco meets her and the route diverges. I mean, I guess that's a better explanation than what I kind of inferred. So yeah, come by tomorrow. I think we wrap up now, right? Is there anything else to really talk about? We kind of covered everything. We're now talking about other games and things like that, yeah? Right? I'll try and stop by again. Yeah, it'd be cool if you could, Alpha. Yeah, I guess we can kind of stop here. Obviously, I'll still be up for a while, so if you guys wanted to talk about this game some more, anything like that, or drop by any like references or explanations, of course, you can stop by my Discord server. I'll still be in there chatting if you want to hang out after the stream, or way after the stream because you're watching the VOD or something and you want to hang out. Again, join the Discord channel, chat with us, hang out, say hi. I don't mean to be pedantic about the route stuff, just wanted to clear up Taco's actions. No, I appreciate it. I appreciate any explanation to some of the routes that I just don't get. We didn't really get much, we didn't really dive much into what happened in Fez's route. It just kind of felt like it happened. So yeah, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell button for the final routes of Chaos Head Noah. You don't want to miss those. Those will be coming soon. So we still have Aoi and Remy's routes and the true end. So again, subscribe, hit the bell button so you don't miss out on even more content. If you subscribe, it shows up in your subscription feed. If you hit the bell button, you get notifications when I go live, so you don't miss out in case I'm late or early or whatever when I'm starting the stream. Drop a like on the video if you can. That's just for me. I appreciate it if you drop those likes. And then, yeah, that's about it. Subscribe, bell button, like, Discord. And then come tomorrow to hang out and play Jackbox with me. You don't have to own Jackbox. It's a game that anyone can play as long as the host owns the game. So, come and play. Don't have to worry about owning a game or spending any money to play with us. Just join. I'll set up a stream notification probably soon, but it's going to be the same time I always start streaming. Yeah, come hang out. Love to have you. Love to talk. Love to chat. And love hanging out with you guys. Kozupii route. OP. Too good. S tier route. In a game of not S tier routes. Have a good night, everyone. And I will see you all tomorrow. Bye. And yeah, I think that was the first time I had actual tears on stream since, I think, Persona 4 Arena. Wild. Who would have thought? Alright, now for real. Bye.